cultivating as an earthly immortal in the world of mages. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251. The Lotus Buddha defeated the army, and the souls of the war were collected and sacrificed to the demon altar. The dying veterans and the confused new recruits all looked at a golden Buddha sitting cross-legged on a golden lotus, standing tall above the battlefield. The golden light from the Buddha dispelled the dark clouds that had been lingering on the battlefield of Verdun for days, revealing a clear blue sky. A beam of bright sunlight fell from the sky, reflecting the golden Buddha, showing its majestic appearance. Seeing the appearance of the golden Buddha and bathing in the golden Buddha's light, the new recruits, veterans, and other Western soldiers nearby suddenly had the thought of converting to Buddhism. Some Western soldiers with weak minds knelt directly on the ground, and under the influence of the Buddha's light, they began to pray to the Buddha in the sky. However, this seemingly peaceful and warm scene made the dying old soldier feel cold in his heart. No, something is wrong. This is the supernatural power of the opponent. It is a spell that affects the mind. The dying old soldier was able to survive in this Verdun meat grinder-like battlefield until now. He was originally a mage apprentice and had some strength. In the meat grinder-like battle, he had seen many enemies' supernatural powers. The power of the golden Buddha in front of him reminded the old soldier of a golden supernatural power used by the Baldalians he had seen on the battlefield before. The golden light-like supernatural power used by the Baldalians can shake others' minds and make people feel good when it is gentle, and it can bewitch people's hearts. When it is violent, it can be as indestructible as metal, and it can also be as hot and burst as flames. Thinking of this, the old soldier knew that this was the enemy's conspiracy, plus the terrifying explosion just now. The old soldier felt that this should be the action of a powerful person, like a great mage on the opposite side. With a powerful person like the great master, we will become ants. A random attack from them will be enough to turn us into ashes. We can't run away. Forget it. I'm tired after fighting for so long. I'll just wait for death. The old soldier murmured in despair. Sure enough, after a while, the golden Buddha in the sky made a new move. The golden Buddha made a wisdom seal with his hands, and then recited a difficult scripture. The materialized chanting sound turned into a substantial scripture, which fell from the sky like rain and landed on the west of the Verdun area, where the army of the Western Alliance was located. Great Universal Salvation Brahma Sound. Wherever notes of the Great Universal Salvation Brahma Sound scripture passed, the notes of the scripture were poured into the brains of the Western region soldiers one by one. Under the influence of the scripture notes, the ordinary soldiers' brains became chaotic in a few breaths, their eyes glowed with golden light, and they followed the Lotus Buddha to recite the scriptures of the Great Universal Salvation Brahma Sound. There were still some apprentice mages in the army of the Western Region Alliance, but they could not hold out for long under the ubiquitous attack of the Great Putu Brahma Sound. After a few minutes, they were submerged in the Great Putu Brahma Sound, their eyes glowing, and they recited the scriptures in a daze. After a while, the front of the Western Region Alliance's position was infected by the scriptures of the Great Putu Brahma Sound, and all the soldiers on the position became puppets of the Lotus Buddha, chanting the Great Putu Brahma Sound together. Under the chanting and blessing of these believers, the number of golden scriptures of the Great Putu Brahma Sound did not decrease but increased in the process of consuming the Putu, slowly converging into a golden torrent, spreading to the rear of the Western Region Alliance's position. This change surprised the commander of the Western Region Alliance, and he secretly groaned in his heart. Such a formation was obviously a strong man at the same level as the great mage. Once such a person took action, the Verdun battlefield that they had painstakingly created according to the orders of the great mages would immediately reverse the situation and develop towards a scene he did not want. No, I can't just sit there and wait for death. If I fail to complete the mission of the Grand Master and the gods, I'm afraid my fate will not be good. Recalling the death order issued by the Grand Master and the gods before the war, the commander of the Western Alliance hurriedly looked for countermeasures. Counterattack, dominate the steam troops, launch a counterattack to the frontline positions, and never let the enemy break through our positions. Even if we die, we must drag the enemy on the battlefield of Verdun. The commander of the Western Alliance gritted his teeth and ordered. Although the army of the Western Alliance was in panic because of the appearance of the Lotus Buddha, the army of the Western Alliance still launched a counterattack under the command of the commander. Even if the abbot of the Lotus Temple took action personally, the speed of the Western Alliance army was limited. The golden text wave of the Great Putafanian was only advancing at a distance of tens of meters per second. However, the battlefield of Verdun spanned dozens of miles. Before the Great Puta-Sanskrit sound of the Lotus Buddha arrived, the Western Alliance had already set up steam cannons on the rear positions and began to bombard the Golden Buddha in the air. The steam weapons gave the commander of the Western Alliance a little bit of insignificant confidence. Even if he was immortal, he would fight against the gods. But the effect was not ideal. The gap between the third level and ordinary people was greater than the gap between people and dogs. The rumbling steam shells bombarded out, with a range of more than 10 miles, and did not even touch the edge of the Golden Buddha in the air, and could not pose any threat to the Lotus Buddha in the Lotus Temple. Moreover, the free-falling metal shells fell on the front positions, only smashing all the Western soldiers who were bewitched by the Great Puta-Sanskrit scripture into pieces, and had no effect on the terrifying Great Puta-Sanskrit scripture wave. The steam cannon was ineffective, and the formal mages in the Western army also took action, either summoning large armies of star monsters or projecting mind mazes to try to hinder the Great Puta-Sanskrit scripture wave. However, these means of attack were nothing but a tickle to the Lotus Temple abbot, who was already at the third level. Under the blessing of the chanting of many Western region soldiers, the scripture wave of the great universal salvation Brahma sound had already formed a scale. The little strength of these formal mages alone could not stop this mighty wave. The star realm monsters rushed into the scripture wave, and in a short while, they would become stupid chanting boys like the Western region soldiers in the wave, chanting scriptures numbly. The mages communicated with the star realm, and the projected mind maze was like a bubble in this rolling scripture wave. It was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. It could not last for more than a few minutes before it was submerged and eroded by the golden scripture wave, becoming the golden mind maze of the Lotus Temple abbot. The mind maze was lost, and the formal mages who fought back were also unlucky to be submerged in the scripture wave of the great universal salvation Brahma sound, becoming stupid chanting boys, contributing their own strength to the rolling scripture wave. Suddenly, in the position of the Western Region Alliance, someone said to escape. Facing the rolling, unstoppable wave of the great universal salvation Sanskrit scriptures, the morale of the Western Region Alliance army completely collapsed, and the Western Region soldiers who had not yet been submerged by the scripture wave began to flee. They could not fight, nor could they hide. No one was a fool, and no one wanted to become a stupid boy chanting sutras. Not only the ordinary soldiers of the Western Region Alliance, but also the officers and senior officers in the army joined the escape team. They are human beings, not brainless star monsters, and they are afraid. Knowing that it is a dead end, they will not waste their lives like fools. Defeated. I didn't expect everything to come so quickly. Looking at the defeated Alliance army, the commander of the Alliance army was disheartened. Is the combat ability of the Great Wizard level so terrifying? The enemy's strong men have appeared on the battlefield. Where are our great wizards and gods? With doubts, the commander of the Western Region Alliance army cut his neck with a knife. At this time, he had no way to survive. Even if he fled back to the land of the Alliance, he, as a commander, could not bear the responsibility for the defeat of the army. It's better to die. These great mages and gods in the Western regions are really patient. It has come to this, and they have not shown any signs of taking action. In the sky, the abbot of the Lotus Temple, who was sitting in the center of the Golden Buddha and controlling the Great Puta-Sanskrit sound, looked at the one-sided situation on the battlefield below and cursed secretly. After searching for the great mages and gods in the Western regions to no avail, the abbot of the Lotus Temple volunteered to propose that he take action to end the war on the front line. Since the strong men in the Western regions cannot be found, the 9 major sects are ready to attack strongly, attack ordinary people, take the entire Western regions into their pockets, and destroy the enemy's foundation. The daily practice of the 9 major sects requires a lot of resource support. If there is no basic base, the great mages and gods in the Western regions will definitely not live a comfortable life hiding in the dark. It's okay in the short term, but in the long run, the 9 major sects will plunder resources to improve their strength, while the great mages and the alliance will only become weaker and weaker without resources. As one rises and the other falls, in the end, the great mages and gods in the Western regions will only become a joke. Now the abbot of the Lotus Temple has come out to show his divine power, reverse the situation on the battlefield of Verdun, and defeat the army of the Western Region Alliance in one fell swoop. However, to the surprise of the 9 major sects, the strong men of the Western Region Alliance refused to take action. Notify them, the army will attack, conquer the Lost Land, and fight against the Western Region Alliance. The other 8 major sects that were hiding in the dark and protecting the abbot of the Lotus Temple saw the current situation and did not expect the strong men of the Western Region to take action. Perhaps their plans were too obvious, which scared off the strong men of the Western Region Alliance and made them dare not act rashly. However, they also immediately notified their own sect army and launched an attack while the abbot of the refining temple was still showing his divine power, conquered the Lost Land, and marched into the land of the Western Region Alliance. The army was dispatched, and soon, the abbot of the Lotus Temple also took his place. The scripture wave of the great universal salvation Brahma sound also rolled back from the battlefield under the control of the abbot of the Lotus Temple. The Western Region soldiers who had just been saved by the great Putta Sanskrit scripture also sacrificed their essence in a desperate roar. A handful of golden light emerged from their bodies and merged into the golden wave of the great Putta Sanskrit, strengthening the scripture wave of the great Putta Sanskrit, and became the food for the Lotus Temple abbot to improve his strength. When the golden light wave faded, only a group of mummies with lifeless and distorted faces remained on the Western Region Alliance's position. These chanting boys who converted to Buddhism under the great Putta Sanskrit did not seem to be favored by the Buddha. After taking back the golden light wave formed by the scripture, the Lotus Temple abbot seemed to have taken a tonic, with a red glow on his face. In this wave of attack by the great Putta Sanskrit, the Lotus Temple abbot had made a lot of efforts, but also gained a lot of benefits. Thank you all for your help. The Lotus Temple abbot grinned. He was originally a latecomer who inherited the Lotus Temple's spiritual realm again. His cultivation was not as good as the previous abbot of the Lotus Temple. This rough plunder gave him an opportunity to make up for his foundation. In one attack, at least tens of thousands of Western Alliance troops were killed, including many apprentice mages and formal mages with cultivation. These consumables are a great tonic for the abbot of the Lotus Temple. When the 9 major sects were struggling to find the strong men of the Western Alliance and were in trouble, in the depths of the star realm where the Verdun battlefield was located, a series of bone altars stood above the gray star mist. The great mages and gods that the 9 major sects were looking for gathered here. More than a dozen people stood in front of the 36 bone altars, constantly pulling out confused souls from the surrounding star mist and sending them into the 36 bone altars. The 36 bone altars, nourished by countless spiritual sacrifices, became increasingly white, exuding a terrifying aura. Suddenly, Ryan, the god of steam and mages, changed his expression. Good, good, good. The 9 powerful men from the outside world finally couldn't help but take action. They ended the war on the battlefield of Verdun. Without this meat grinder-like battlefield, our speed of collecting souls will probably be slower. Hearing Ryan's voice, the others also stopped their work and looked at Ryan, waiting for his next words. However, now that the 300,000 or 400,000 souls have been sacrificed on the battlefield of Verdun, this altar has been sacrificed. It's time to give the foreign invaders a world-class shock. Listening to Ryan's words, Elio, who is undercover in the Western Alliance with his 2 sisters, glanced at the 36 bone altars in the field. These were the 36 bone altars that had been sacrificed by many powerful men of the Western Alliance since the Western Alliance launched the war, collecting the souls that died after the war began. According to Ryan, the god of steam and mages, this was an altar array that he accidentally found from historical books. By sacrificing souls, one can summon the ancient demons hidden in the depths of the Western world from the star realm. Even gods like Lita and Sulis don't know how long the star realm of the Western world has existed, and no god has the ability to peek into how deep the star realm is. In addition to the star realm space closest to the surface world, after passing through the star realm fog, one can also see more star realm spaces that have been left over from history. These star realm spaces full of historical charm are constantly sinking into the depths of the star realm. The deeper you explore into the star realm, the older the historical traces in the star realm space are. The star realm is like a history book, slowly recording the history of the Western world from the surface to the depths. Chapter 252 summons heroes from history, starts a war and destroys the Heart Sea. The history of the Western region world is long, and countless kingdoms have been submerged in the torrent of the times. The history of these countries is recorded in the history book of the Star Realm, and is submerged in the changes of the times. Along with all the history buried in the star realm, there are also strong men and historical heroes of various times. At this time, the gods of the Western Region Alliance are going to summon strong heroes from the history of the star realm with a large number of souls and altars. This method is not to revive the strong. These famous strong men in history have long died, and the Western Region Alliance does not have this strength. This move is to use history as an anchor and soul as a body to reshape the body of the hero. On the 36 bone altars, there are relics of historical heroes collected by the Western Region Alliance from various countries. There is a scabbard called Avalon, a snakeskin fossil, a broken sword, a decayed gold coin, and a blood-stained gold pattern flag. Behind these relics is a heroic figure who created a historical legend. Let's get started. We have almost collected the souls used to create the heroic spirits. It's time to start. Otherwise, when the invaders from the outside world send their army into our base camp and cut off our foundation, the chance of success will be much smaller. The god of steam and mage said with a faint smile. With the help of the bone altar, he felt that he had a sure win when the 36 heroic spirits appeared. Under the influence of Ryan's confidence, the others had the same mentality. When the 36 heroic spirits appeared, their strength would at least increase several times. At that time, 50 against 9, in a righteous group fight, how could they lose? At that moment, the god of steam and mage did not hesitate, and immediately began to cast spells on the bone altar with everyone, activated the bone altar according to a special ceremony, and summoned the heroic spirit to appear. A moment later, a scarlet light bloomed from the bone altar, and a tall and heroic figure wearing a red dragon magic armor and holding a flaming sword slowly emerged from the red light on the bone altar. My name is Barbados. Who summoned me from history? At this moment, Barbados looked down on everyone and showed his domineering side. However, Barbados's pretense did not last long, and Elio shouted, "Spell, control." In an instant, the bone altar under the feet of the heroic spirit Barbados melted immediately, turning into white liquid that instantly attached to the body of the heroic spirit Barbados, and merged into it before he could react. At the same time, a complex spell mixed with red and white appeared between the eyebrows of the heroic spirit Barbados, firmly controlling the heroic spirit Barbados that Elio summoned from history through the bone altar. Under Elio's drive, the heroic spirit Barbados, who was controlled by the spell, restrained his momentum, held the flaming sword and flew to stand behind Elio. Good luck, keep up the good work. Seeing Elio's success, the bone altars of others were not to be outdone. During the ceremony, rays of light gathered on the bone altars, and characters who had long been buried in the history of the astral world reappeared in the world. My name is Boudica. My name is Jean d'Arc. My name is Maria. Not all of the 36 bone altars were successful, but most of them were successful. The Western Alliance summoned a total of 21 historical heroes. On average, each person summoned 1.5 heroes, 1, 2, or 3, it's all possible. Elio was very lucky, she summoned 3 heroes alone. Glytis summoned 2, Sulis was unlucky, she only summoned 1. Everyone else got something. The bone altars and the souls collected these days were empty, and the Western Alliance's combat power expanded again. Elio and others checked the heroes together. The strength of these heroes summoned from history through the bone altar was different. The strong ones were close to the strength of the great wizard, and the weak ones were only the strength of the senior wizard. However, these heroes were able to leave a strong mark in history, and they all had some unique skills. Now that they were summoned as heroes, their talents or abilities were mostly strengthened. In the battle, most of them could play a certain role. Although these heroes were not as strong as the 9 sect masters from the earthly world, they cooperated with the great wizard and the gods to beat them up, which also made up for some of the differences in personal combat power. After the last shocking battle on Kadia Island, the strong combat power of the 9 sect masters was still fresh in the memory of the Western Alliance. Fighting alone, except for the strong strength of steam and the god of wizards, no one had the ability to defeat a sect master alone. Therefore, before this battle, the plan of the Western Alliance was to fight with more people against fewer people and bring the mystery of beating to the extreme. At this time, the heroic spirits have arrived, and the Western Region Alliance's combat power has greatly increased. It is time for the Western Region Alliance to come out and return to its position. When the Western Region Alliance was about to take action, Feng also received a message from Elio and learned about the Western Region Alliance's plan. So this is what the Western Region Alliance is thinking. Ganging up is good. Fight, fight, I want to see a river of blood. Lu Feng hid in the dark, watching the excitement without minding the big things. On the other side, a few days later, the armies of the 9 major sects took the Verdun battlefield, captured the scattered Western Region army, and used this as a breakthrough point to begin to march into the territory of the Western Region Alliance. The abbot of the Lotus Temple continued to follow the sect coalition openly and attack the Western Region Alliance with great fanfare. The enemy has a master of the Grand Mage level, and their Grand Mage and gods have not yet appeared. This news, with the arrival of the sect coalition, spread wildly on the land of the Western Region Alliance, quickly disintegrating the morale of the resistance forces in the Western Region Alliance. As soon as the sect army arrived, the cities of the Western Region Alliance surrendered at an astonishing speed. At this time when the good news came frequently, the 9 major sects relaxed their vigilance a little. The head of Tai sect left the abbot of Lotus Temple with 3 sect masters because of some things. The Western Region Alliance, which had been ready for action for a long time, saw this opportunity and immediately launched an attack. The 14 strong men of the Western Region Alliance, together with 21 heroes, suddenly attacked and launched a fierce attack on the abbot of Lotus Temple. Spells, divine arts, mind mazes, divine domain projections, and the release of the spirit power of heroes, countless attacks bloomed above the sect army, covering the dazzling golden Buddha in the sky. In just a moment, the Lotus Buddha of the abbot of Lotus Temple was bombarded by this tide-like attack and was broken into pieces. You finally came out. I thought you were going to be cowards until you die. The Lotus Buddha dissipated under the attack of the Western Region Alliance, but in the center of the attack, a golden palace stood firm. On the plaque of the palace, the 3 characters Tai Palace were written. However, after bearing a large number of attacks from the Western Alliance, the originally golden Tai Palace had become dim, and many places were covered with terrifying cracks. It seemed that the next moment, Tai Palace would fall apart. Alice, what a pity. Even though my Tai Palace has a relatively high defense, it can't withstand such an attack. The Tai Palace in danger spun around, and the leaders of the 9 major sects walked out of it. The leader of Tai sect took Tai Palace back to the spiritual realm with some regret. Tai Palace, the leader of Tai sect did not leave. It seems that we were deceived by your division of forces. Seeing the appearance of Tai Palace and the leaders of the 9 major sects, the god of steam and mage looked stern. He immediately recalled the powerful strength of the leader of Tai sect holding Tai Palace in the shocking battle. He immediately understood that the 9 major sects seemed to be dividing their forces, but in fact it was a trick to lure the snake into the hole. However, seeing that all 9 sects were here, the god of steam and mage was not panicked. All 9 sects were here, but all the people from their Western Alliance were also here. 9 sects from the outside world, today is the day for you invaders to die. Let you see the power of our Western world. At the command of the god of steam and mage, the Western Alliance fought with the leaders of the 9 sects. According to the pre-planned arrangement, they took their heroes and separated the leaders of the 9 sects from the battlefield one by one, dragging them into the rhythm of a group fight. On the battlefield, the god of steam and mage, without hesitation, fought with the strongest of the 9 sects, the Tai sect. The 2 were the strongest, and the fighting was terrifying and the noise was the loudest. The aftermath alone frightened the others and they avoided the battle between the 2 strongest men. Elio brought his own heroic spirit, joined forces with Golida and Sulis to drag the heads of Paomia Ozianzong and Day Temple to an empty battlefield. On one side were 3 gods and 6 heroic spirits, and on the other side were 2 earthly immortals who cultivated a huge spiritual realm. The 2 sides were equally strong, and they fought fiercely as soon as they started fighting. It was the same in other places. This was a hungry battle between invaders and defenders, with no mercy or any luck. It was a battle of strength in life and death. It's time for me to take action. Looking at the lively battlefield, Lu Feng smiled and realized that it was time to fish in troubled waters. Seeing that Master Lu Feng was ready, Elio, who was in the middle of the battle, suddenly raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and deliberately created a water vapor mist that interfered with his vision to wrap up the Day Temple abbot who was fighting with her. From a distance, the place where Elio and the Day Temple abbot fought was only a gray mist. But there was a flash of light and shadow of magic inside, but the figures of the 2 could not be seen. At this time, the 2 sides on the battlefield were already fighting fiercely, and no one noticed the changes here. Only the abbot of Day Temple, Xinhe, who was fighting in the mist, felt something strange, and he also found something wrong when he looked at Elio's expression. However, his feeling was not obvious. Elio's attack with the heroic spirit was fierce, and Xinhe did not have much time to react. The field is unfolding, the Linka field. Suddenly, Xinhe heard a faint murmur, and then he was enveloped by Lu Feng's Linka field under the siege of Elio and the heroic spirit. Suddenly, the scenery in front of Xinhe changed drastically. A green spiritual tree that supported the sky rose from the ground, and the surrounding gray mist was replaced by endless green plants in an instant. Xinhe felt something was wrong, and he only had time to activate the spiritual realm in his body to support a defensive Buddha light, and countless attacks followed from the surrounding Linka field. Harvest of the God of Death. The death mantis hidden in Lu Feng's field was running at full power and delivering a fatal blow. Wrath of the Ocean. Elio was not to be outdone, and urged the power of the sea god to condense a terrifying attack. Wrath of the Red Dragon. The heroic spirit Barbatus released his spiritual power and urged the flaming sword to release a devastating blow. 5 elements reversal, annihilation. Lu Feng urged the spiritual realm, the 5 elements gathered, suddenly reversed, and the power of annihilation surged out. Boom. Lu Feng used all his trump cards, and the powerful attacks gathered at the position of the Heart Sea Master, impacting the Heart Sea Master and the Buddha's light. The Heart Sea Master has a spiritual realm to support him, and his strength is fierce, but Lu Feng is not weak now. With the power of the Death Mantis, Elio, and the heroic spirits, the power of many attacks has long exceeded the Heart Sea Master's tolerance. Suddenly, the defensive Buddha light on the body of the Heart Sea Master was destroyed by the terrifying attack, and then he used the Buddhist technique to temper to the extreme, like a body of flesh and blood made of gold and iron, and was dissolved inch by inch in the terrifying attack power. It's you. The president of the Red Leaf Society, why? Before his body perished, Master Xinhe finally saw Lu Feng's face while resisting with all his might. With deep doubt and unwillingness, his soul flew away. He couldn't understand why he, a well-known strong man in the world of earthly immortals, would die in the hands of a very weak enemy he had only seen once. No reason, weakness is the original sin. Lu Feng muttered, urging the Linka realm to absorb the power of many attacks, and then picked up the only remnant of Master Xinhe, the Day Temple Spirit Realm, from where Master Xinhe perished. This time, just taking down Master Xinhe is a huge profit, and the grudge between us is finally settled. Lu Feng exhaled lightly, and with the help of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling, he struggled to stuff the Day Temple Spirit Realm into his Kingmu Spirit Realm. Day Temple has been passed down for thousands of years and has a great foundation. The Day Temple Spirit Realm, which was built with the power of the entire temple, is far inferior to Lu Feng's current Kingmu Spirit Realm, but it is also a huge monster. Lu Feng looked into his spirit and found that the radius of the spirit realm was more than 10 kilometers. It was equivalent to 30 to 40% of the size of Kingmu Spirit Realm. It was not easy to fit such a large spirit realm into Kingmu Spirit Realm. Soon, Lu Feng swallowed a Day Temple Spirit Realm and then transformed into the appearance of Xinhe Mage. Although he could not simulate Xinhe Mage's skills, he simulated a very similar appearance. Then Lu Feng released the Linka domain and continued to imitate Xinhe Mage and Elio in Elio's water mist. They fought back and forth. While acting, Lu Feng was also observing the situation on the surrounding battlefield. Sister Elio, save us. But he saw Glida and Sulis besieging the leader of Piaomiao Xianzong and fighting very hard. Chapter 253, demonstrating divine power again to punish Piaomiao, killing 3 and 2 shocking everyone. Greta, the god of nature and trees, and Sulis, the god of springs and rivers. The 2 goddesses were not powerful gods. When they were in Elio's divine domain, they were beaten by Elio. Although they learned some methods of the earthly immortals and the witchcraft of the wizards after being subdued by Lu Feng these days, their 3rd level strength has not improved much, and there has been no qualitative change. Even if the 2 of them work together, plus the 3 heroes summoned through the White Bone Altar, 5 versus 1 is still very difficult. The leader of the Piaomiao Immortal sect inherited the Piaomiao Immortal Deo of the earthly immortal world. His strength is outstanding, with high burst and fast speed. Facing the siege of the 2 goddesses and 3 heroes, the leader of the Piaomiao Immortal sect moved between many attacks. His posture was ethereal and agile, and he could easily dodge most of the attacks. For the attacks that he really couldn't dodge, he could also bear them with his own strong strength. Moreover, relying on his own high burst ability and super fast speed, the leader of the Immortal sect launched an offensive against the two goddesses like a storm, which made them breathless. If they were not the bodies of gods, with strong defense and recovery capabilities, and if the newly born spiritual realm in their bodies did not provide continuous support, the two goddesses would have been defeated one by the leader of the Immortal sect. During the difficult defense and resistance, Greta received Lu Feng's message and was immediately delighted. Through Lu Feng's message, she knew that Master Lu Feng and Sister Elio had already captured the Heartsea Mage of Day Temple as planned and achieved a phased victory. It happened that they were also quite difficult to fight with the leader of the Immortal sect. Greta simply followed the plan and asked Elio for help in the water mist. By the way, she dragged Sulis directly into Elio's water mist as planned. She pretended to want to escape and seek Elio's help. Lu Feng had simulated most of the possibilities on the battlefield with his three goddesses before the battle, including the current escape plan. The two goddesses also simulated the process and conducted many simulation exercises. At this time, the two goddesses acted according to the plan, and their performances were so lifelike that even the leader of the Immortal sect, who was chasing them, did not notice anything wrong. However, he was quite disdainful of the two weak goddesses in his heart. Do you really think that the goddess named Elio can save you? I'm afraid that she is already under the attack of the Heartsea Mage, and she is already overwhelmed. If you rush up to ask for help now, you will probably be courting death. It just so happens that I am working together with the Heartsea Mage to take down the three of you gods. Hehe. As a friend of the same path, the leader of the Immortal sect knew the strength of the Heartsea Mage of the Day Temple very well. He had already determined in his heart that the goddess named Elio was definitely not a match for the Heartsea Mage. Now that he was chasing them, he could just work together with the Heartsea Mage to take down the goddess first and kill their spirit. The gods of the western regions were too good at escaping and surviving. It was very easy for him to defeat a god alone, but it was extremely difficult to kill and capture a god. The magic of the Immortal sect is good at attacking and escaping, but it is somewhat lacking in suppression and capture. However, the Buddhist Dharma practiced by the Xinhe Master of Day Temple is quite good at this. If the two work together, it will certainly be much easier to take down a god. In the years since they took root in the western regions, the 9 major sects have also conducted some research and exploration on the magic of the western regions and the gods that exist. In the eyes of the 9 major sects, the magic of the western regions is far inferior to the mystery and profoundness of the Earth Immortal Dao, except for the quick success and the special power of the Star Realm. Not to mention that the beginning of the spiritual realm of the Earth Immortal Dao is the endpoint that the western region's magicians have been pursuing in the labyrinth of the mind until the stage of the Great Magician. There is no surprise in the way of a magician, but in the research, the 9 major sects have discovered the specialness of the gods in the western regions. Gods also existed in the original history of the Earth Immortal world, but with the rise and growth of the Earth Immortal Dao, those gods really only exist in history and are no longer seen by people. Only 1 or 2 Shinto spiritual realms that occasionally appeared in the territory of the Great Zhuan dynasty could give people a glimpse of the power of the gods. However, the 9 major sects still retain a few words about the gods in their long-standing sect classics, telling the disciples of the 9 major sects about the power of the gods and the benefits of the gods. It is said that during the rise of the Earth Immortal Dao, there was a vigorous move of cutting down mountains and destroying temples, and knocking the gods off the altar, and those unfortunate gods mainly became the food for the growth and development of the Earth Immortal Dao in this process. This shows the benefits of the gods to the Earth Immortal Dao. Although the leader of the Immortal sect has never tasted the taste of the gods, it does not hinder his desire for the gods. In this battle, seeing so many gods appear on the battlefield, not only the leader of the Immortal sect, but also the heads of several other major sects were excited by the appearance of the gods. In their view, these gods with weak strength are much more useful than the great magicians who have nothing to chew. Following behind Glida and Sulis, the leader of the Immortal sect confidently ran into Elio's mist. Dao Xinhe, give me a hand. Let's take down these 3 gods together, just in time to taste the flavor of these western region gods. In the eyes of the leader of the Immortal sect, in the direction where Glida and Sulis fled, the Heartsea Mage was fighting with Elio, which was very lively. Seeing that the 3 gods were about to meet, the leader of the Immortal sect immediately shouted loudly to remind the Heartsea Mage who was fighting. He intended to attack together with the Heartsea Mage, Suppress a god first, break the current situation of equal strength, and use this as a breakthrough to take down these 3 Western region gods. That looked very delicious. Dao, don't worry, the old monk is here. Seeing the arrival of the leader of the Piaomio Immortal sect, Lu Feng, who had changed into the appearance of the Heartsea mage, was delighted. He looked at Elio tacitly and quickly imitated the voice and tone of the Heartsea mage to respond. After receiving the response from the Xinhe master, the leader of the Piaomio Immortal sect suddenly felt confident, and his speed increased a bit. He stepped through the mist and appeared in front of Lu Feng and Elio. The leader of the Piaomio Immortal sect was full of vigor and looked around. This sight made the leader of the Piaomio Immortal sect jump in his heart. The Xinhe master in front of him looked at him kindly, but he felt a creepy murderous intent coming at him. The leader of the Piaomio Immortal sect frowned and felt something was wrong. You, who are you? Where is the Xinhe master of Day Temple? While speaking, the leader of the Piaomio Immortal sect had pushed his best Piaomio fix and stepped to the extreme and suddenly retreated. In a flash, the leader of the Piaomio Immortal sect had realized the problem. This group of people was definitely not right. The Xinhe master in front of him was obviously fake. The appearance of the Xinhe master was easy to imitate and disguise, but the soul and magic power of the Xinhe master were not so easy to disguise. The leader of the Misty Immortal sect and the Heartsea mage of the Day Temple have worked together for many years. They are already familiar with each other's magical aura. They can detect something unusual in an instant. How could the leader of the Misty Immortal sect not react? He pretended to be shocked and spoke, intending to distract the enemy's attention, but in fact he had already retreated and was ready to withdraw. It had only been a short time since the god named Elio summoned the water mist, and the Heartsea mage of the Day Temple fell into the hands of this group of people quietly. With such strength, the leader of the Misty Immortal sect was really not sure that he could fight them and get out of it. So, he decisively chose to retreat. The area covered by the water mist was not big. As long as he escaped from this area, attracted the attention of others, and got 2 more helpers, this group of people would not be a threat. But Lu Feng, who was ambitious, had already prepared everything. How could he let go of the leader of the Misty Immortal sect, who had fallen into the trap? As early as the leader of the Misty Immortal sect entered Elio's mist, the fate of the leader of the Misty Immortal sect had already become a fait accompli. Lu Feng had already unfolded his Linky domain and hid in Elio's mist. The leader of the Misty Immortal sect crashed into Elio's mist, and crashed into Lu Feng's domain. After entering Lu Feng's domain, the leader of the Misty Immortal sect still wanted to run? It was too late. But when the mist dissipated, a verdant forest spirit tree rose up to the sky, followed by a sharp attack from Lu Feng and his men like a storm. The leader of the Misty Immortal sect pushed his own escape technique to the extreme in Lu Feng's domain, but it still had no effect. In Lu Feng's domain, all attacks were like unlocking a lock, directly hitting the leader of the Misty Immortal sect, submerging his figure in the effects and light and shadow of various attacks. In addition to the basic power, Lu Feng's domain also has a crucial effect, that is, absolute hit. As long as he was still in his domain, the leader of the Piao Miao Xian sect could not escape the attack from Lu Feng's domain, no matter how much he ran. No. After a few breaths, only a shrill scream was heard, and the leader of the Piao Miao Xian sect followed the old path of the Day Temple's Xinhe master. In one word, dead. Another sect leader. This time I really made a fortune. Elio, you are really my lucky star. After killing the leader of the Piao Miao Xian sect, Lu Feng picked up the spirit realm of the leader of the Piao Miao Xian sect, and stuffed it into the Qingmu spirit realm with difficulty, laughing. After this battle, the leaders of 2 of the 9 major sects in the earthly immortal world had fallen in his hands, and he also got the spirit realm that their sects had worked hard to refine, so he could be considered to have gained a lot. However, at this point, Lu Feng became more cautious. He directly dived into the spirit realm of Elio's body to temporarily avoid the sharp edge. As for the deaths of the leader of the Piao Miao Xian sect and the Day Temple's Xinhe master just now, they were all temporarily attributed to Elio's 3 gods. When Elio's mist dissipated, only Elio's 3 goddesses and their heroic spirits stood intact in the battlefield. The Day Temple's Xinhe mage and the Piaomio Immortal sect's patriarch who rushed into the mist disappeared in the mist. In the battlefield near the 3 goddesses, the god of steam and mage and the patriarch of Tai sect were fighting fiercely. During the battle, they had already left the battlefield. The people from the Western Alliance and the 9 major sects who stayed here were also fighting hard. How is it possible? How could the Xinhe mage and the patriarch of Pyomio immortal sect be so fragile? However, the outcome of a battle at this time immediately attracted the attention of the people around. The leader of the Xuanming sect was fighting with a great mage. When he noticed the change in the situation on the battlefield closest to him, he was so shocked that he froze for a few breaths. The leader of the Xuanming sect knew the abilities of the Xinhe mage and the patriarch of Pyomio immortal sect. How could 3 goddess spirits and a few ordinary heroic spirits kill 2 fellows? Could it be that they have some trump cards and tricks that they haven't shown yet? Can they decide the outcome with one strike and kill both of them? Distraction on the battlefield is a taboo. While the leader of the Xuanming sect was stunned, the Western Alliance Master Walter, who was fighting with him, immediately seized this opportunity, pushed his mind maze to the extreme, and launched a fierce attack on the leader of the Xuanming sect. A series of attacks directly beat the leader of the Xuanming sect back again and again, and blood gushed out of his mouth as his blood surged. Obviously, Walter's attack caused the leader of the Xuanming sect to suffer serious injuries. At the same time, Master Walter also knew about his teammate's fierce record of 3 kills and 2, and his spirit was greatly boosted. He immediately took advantage of the situation and pursued the leader of the Xuanming sect relentlessly, pressing step by step. The changes in the battlefield caused by Elio's fierce record were not limited to the battle between Walter and the leader of the Xuanming sect. In other battlefields, the morale of the members of the Western Alliance was greatly boosted, and the attacks they launched were several points faster. The 9 major sects were in a state of panic. The situation was originally evenly matched, but Helio's fierce performance immediately broke the balance of power on the battlefield. The balance of victory tilted towards the victory of the Western Alliance. At this time, the leaders of the remaining sects had to struggle to resist the morale-boosted members of the Western Alliance, while also paying attention to the movements of the 3 goddesses of Elio. They were afraid that the 3 goddesses would wait for an opportunity to join the battle at a critical moment and sneak attack these old cotters. However, what made the leaders of the remaining sects more relieved was that the 3 goddesses did not move. They looked weak and reminded the members of the Western Alliance, "Everyone wait a moment. The 3 of us have defeated the 2 strong men and used up all our trump cards. We need some time to recover our divine power. Please give us a little time." The recovery of the 3 goddesses of Elio disappointed the members of the Western Alliance, but it was also reasonable. The members of the Western Region Alliance already knew very well how capable the sect masters of the earthly immortal world were, after sacrificing the lives of several great wizards. At this time, the 3 goddesses revealed their trump cards and tried their best to defeat the 2 sect masters, which exceeded the expectations of the members of the Western Region Alliance city and reversed the situation on the battlefield. This was completely enough, and the members of the Western Region Alliance did not ask for too much. Anyway, after they delay the recovery time of the 3 goddesses, the victory of this battle will eventually be theirs. This battle must be won. Chapter 254. A brutal battle. Both sides suffered losses. After getting the support of the members of the Western Region Alliance, Elio took the 2 goddesses away from the battlefield and pretended to recover. Their heroic spirits, led by Barbatus, were concentrating on guarding against the increasingly fierce battles around them. They were afraid that someone would divert the trouble and drag them into the battle. Seeing the battles around them becoming more and more intense, Elio breathed a sigh of relief. Although they still had some strength to spare, after discussing with Feng, they unanimously decided to delay for a while, lest the intervention of the 3 of them, especially Elio, unbalance the battle on the entire battlefield. Feng took Elio and the 3 gods and knocked down 2 of the 9 sex masters at once, greatly weakening the combat effectiveness of the 9 sects in the earthly immortal world. If Elio, the new force, cooperated with the members of the Western Region Alliance and killed a few more sect masters, the situation on this battlefield would begin to lean towards the Western Region Alliance. This situation is not what Feng wants to see. He was just watching the fun and trying to fish in troubled waters to get some benefits for himself. The most suitable environment for a fishing in troubled waters is when the 9 major sects and the Western Alliance fight each other. Otherwise, if one side suffers too many casualties, the situation will turn to one side, and the spoils that Feng wants to get will be taken by the advantaged side. With 1 against many, Feng does not have the ability to take the risk of taking goods from other people's pockets. Fortunately, the situation on the battlefield is developing as Feng expected at Elio's request. The morale of the members of the Western Alliance, inspired by Elio's fierce performance, is greatly boosted, and the battle with the 9 major sects is becoming more and more intense. Of course, the remaining sects are not soft persimmons. After being suppressed by the sudden outbreak of the Western Alliance members, they have adapted and started a fierce counterattack. Elio and the 2 gods on the side are also eyeing them. Although they are still resting and recovering, they are also a sort of Damocles hanging over their heads. When the remaining sect leaders were fighting, they all understood that the short peace now is just the calm before the storm. If they don't play some trump cards, they will be dragged by the members of the Western Alliance until Elio and other gods recover their strength. When the new forces join them, they will definitely lose. Therefore, after a short period of adapting to the attack of the Western Alliance, the remaining masters of the several major sects began to fight back, and their trump cards emerged one by one, and the hidden power burst out, which caught the Western Alliance off guard. Some unlucky people were directly killed by the masters of the sects in this wave of outbreaks. The gods of nobles and rituals and the gods of hunting fell on the spot. The world mourned together, and the breath of sadness spread. The counterattack of the 2 gods before their death also caused some injuries to the masters of Shenji Temple and Wujinmen, and they vomited blood. Seeing this, other members of the Western Alliance hurriedly stepped up the siege of the 2 sect masters, wanting to kill them while they were sick. The death of the members made the battle more intense and the fight was unbearable. In the battlefield, the glory of magic and magic covered the sky, and magic weapons and artifacts came and went. This was originally a city of the Western Alliance. But in this battle between Feng and Feng, the huge city was destroyed. Except for a few lucky ones who escaped by chance, all the residents of the city were killed or injured in the aftermath of the battle. The city seemed to have undergone a huge change in the world. It was plowed over and over again in the aftermath of the battle. At this time, except for the ruins mixed with soil and rocks, the original appearance of the place could no longer be seen. Of course, no matter whether it was the members of the Western Region Alliance or the masters of the 9 major sects, no one cared about the lives of these mortals. As long as they could beat the opponent, it didn't matter how many mortals died. After all, mortals were like leeks in the field. After a wave of death, another crop would grow in 10 or 20 years. Standing by, Elio watched coldly, watching the increasingly fierce battle. Soon, the 9 sects also suffered casualties. The master of Shenji Temple was defeated by the 2 great wizards. Under the siege of the 2 great wizards, he was seriously injured and dying. He retreated in panic. Fortunately, he was taken into the spiritual realm by the head of Xian's sword sect and survived for the time being. Next, the heads of Changsheng Demon Sect, Lotus Temple, Zuanming Sect, and Wujin Sect were also injured one after another, and many members of the Western Region Alliance were also injured. At this point, the battle was about to reach a point where both sides were injured. However, at this time, Elio, Greta, and Sulis joined the battlefield with a completely victorious attitude under Lu Feng's instructions. Everyone rest assured, I'm here. The wrath of the sea god. Elio shouted softly, and took the 2 gods to directly stare at the head of Xian's sword sect. Blessing of the spring water. Natural domain. Sulis and Greta were not to be outdone. Sulis added buffs to the 3 of his own side, and Greta, with the support of Lu Feng, cast the spiritual green domain god of nature and trees version that covered the battlefield. After turning it in Greta's hand, Lu Feng's Lingqi realm still exerted its fierce power, covering the 3 gods of his side and the head of Xian's sword sect into the realm. As soon as the realm came out, the head of Xian's sword sect felt bad, but his condition was not good to begin with. How could he escape from Lu Feng's realm? With a blessing of the power of the realm, everyone died quickly under the attack. When the head of Xian's sword sect died, the master of Shenji Temple was trapped in his spiritual realm. Lu Feng hurriedly walked out of Greta's spiritual realm and picked up the spiritual realm of the head of Xian's sword sect. He didn't care that this was in the realm, and hurriedly cooperated with the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings to seize control of the spiritual realm of Xian's sword sect. Lu Feng's worries were right. Sure enough, after he seized a little control of the spiritual realm of Xian's sword sect, he saw that the master of Shenji Temple, who was recuperating in the spiritual realm, was also trying to seize control of the spiritual realm. When the head of Xian's sword sect died, the master of Shenji Temple who was in the spiritual realm also felt it. After thinking for a while, he knew that the only way out now was to seize the control of the spiritual realm of Xian's sword sect first, plunder the resources in the spiritual realm to recover from his injuries, and strengthen his own strength. Otherwise, When the enemy who killed the head of Xian's sword sect refined the spiritual realm, it would be the time for his Shenji temple to perish. However, the master of Shenji temple had good intentions, but he did not have the help of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, and the speed of seizing the control of the spiritual realm was slower than Lu Feng. One step away was the moment of the master of Shenji temple's death. As soon as Lu Feng seized control, he immediately urged the spiritual realm of Xian's sword sect to repel the master of Shenji temple. The master of Shenji temple, who was seriously injured, lost the initiative and was no match for Lu Feng. He could not resist for long before being repelled by the spiritual realm of Xian's sword sect. The heaven wants to kill me. Hey, who are you? After being driven out of the spiritual realm, the master of Shenji temple looked ashen and wailed to the sky. When he saw Lu Feng's face, he was stunned. Who is this person? We seem to be at war with the Western Region Alliance. He knows the members of the Western Region Alliance, but he has never seen this stranger before. Foreign aid invited by the Western Region Alliance? Or? Lu Feng and his men have no habit of responding to a dying person. They are not willing to waste even saliva. As soon as the master of Shenji temple appeared, continuous attacks followed. Master of Shenji temple, dead. Double kill. Lu Feng happily took the spiritual realms of the two sect masters into his pocket, and then continued to retreat into Greta's spiritual realm. Greta's divinity is particularly compatible with Lu Feng's Linka realm. With Greta's cover, Lu Feng's power can be displayed without scruples in this battle. Greta killed everyone, what does it have to do with me, Lu Feng? Relying on the cover of the domain, Elio and others hesitated for a while before walking out of the domain. In this half-minute, another werewolf god and a great wizard died on the battlefield of the Western Alliance. They forced the leader of the Lotus sect into a desperate situation, but the leader of the Lotus sect was also a ruthless person. In the desperate situation, he directly blew up his own spiritual realm. You can't get what I can't protect. The vigorous spiritual realm exploded and sent two enemies away. Even the leader of the Wujin sect who was nearby was affected by the aftermath of the explosion, and was attacked by others and seriously injured. So far, except for Elio's side, and the god of steam and wizards and the leader of Tai sect who were far away from here, the Western Alliance still had three gods left, the god of vampires, the god of warriors, and the god of light, as well as four great wizards. Among the 9 major sects, only the leaders of the Changsheng demon sect, the Zuanming sect, and the Wujin sect were left. Both sides suffered heavy casualties, and the originally fierce battlefield suddenly became much emptier. The only 3 remaining sect leaders huddled together, back to back, and were surrounded by the 3 gods and 4 mages of the Western Alliance with ugly faces. When Elio and his 3 companions came out, the 3 sect leaders immediately knew that they were doomed, and the members of the Western Alliance were overjoyed. However, they only surrounded the 3 sect leaders at this time and did not act rashly. The spiritual realm self-explosion of the leader of the Lotus sect made those who had experienced it personally feel lingering fear, fearing that they would force the remaining 3 sect leaders to self-explode. After a battle, their condition was not good, and they really couldn't withstand the powerful spiritual realm self-explosion. Don't force me, if you really force me, we will die together. When Elio and his companions came out, the leader of the Wujin sect screamed excitedly, and the sharp voice was directly transmitted to their ears. When he came to the members of the Western Alliance, Elio glanced around and did not rush to act rashly. Others were afraid that the 3 sect leaders would self-destruct, and Lu Feng was also a little afraid. It was not that they were afraid of the power of the spiritual realm self-destruction, but that they were afraid that the 3 sect leaders would self-destruct and destroy their spiritual realm. The spiritual realm was so valuable, and if it was destroyed by self-destruction, it would be like cutting off Lu Feng's heart. Lu Feng was very sorry that a Lotus sect spiritual realm was self-destructed, not to mention that there were 3 sect leaders in front of him. At the same time, the remaining strength of the Western Region Alliance was also a little excessive. There were still 7 in the Western Region Alliance, which was too many, and it was too risky for him to fight alone. Lu Feng was also thinking about how to create conflicts in this confrontation and reduce the number of people in the Western Region Alliance. In the brief confrontation and peace, both sides stared at each other quietly, and at the same time they were quickly recovering their strength and status. At the same time, they also divided a part of their minds to observe the battle between Steam and the god of Mage and the Tai sect master in the distance. The combat power of these two was a little excessive for everyone present. In some ways, The battle between the two strongest men is the decisive hammer of this battle between the two worlds. When the battle between the two men is decided, even if their side wins a great victory, it will not be able to stop the settlement of the winner between the two of them. In the battlefield, Lu Feng is sure to win easily against other people, but when facing the god of steam and mage and the leader of Tai's sect, Lu Feng has no confidence in winning. The two of them give Lu Feng a feeling very much like his teacher Tia. You know, Lu Feng's teacher Tia is a wizard at the peak of the 3rd level, and has embarked on the path of pursuing a 4th level wizard. The god of steam and mage, and the leader of Tai's sect, have also reached the peak of their respective cultivation paths. Lu Feng can fight and easily win against enemies at the 3rd level, but Lu Feng is lucky to escape from enemies at the peak of the 3rd level. When the cultivation reaches the 3rd level, the gap between each small realm becomes increasingly huge, and it becomes increasingly difficult to challenge the next level. Lu Feng never does things that he is not sure of, and naturally does not want to take the risk of facing these two people directly. In the distance, Lu Feng had arranged several fire dragon Taoist soldiers in advance, wandering outside the battlefield, observing the battle between the god of steam and mages and the master of Tai's sect. The battle between the two was even more intense than Lu Feng had imagined. They fought and ran directly out of the land and came to the ocean. The aftermath of the battle alone set off huge waves in the ocean, destroying countless sea creatures. When the waves rushed back to the ocean, it was a tsunami that reached the sky, bringing devastating blows to the coastal cities of the western region. Countless mortals and practitioners in the city died in the natural disaster. The god of steam and mages and the master of Tai's sect were both ruthless in the battle. Their eyes were glowing with scarlet light, staring straight at the opposite side. For the two strong men who had reached the end of their own cultivation path, the other party's cultivation and flesh and blood were their opportunity to find the way forward and go to the next level. The road ahead, the struggle of the way, did not allow them to retreat any step. The battle between the two became more and more fierce. Lu Feng's fire dragon Taoist soldiers could only watch from a distance. At the same time, Lu Feng also knew that the battle between the two strongest people would not end easily. Since those two are having fun fighting and have no time to care about other things, then I won't be polite. In Greta's spiritual realm, Lu Feng judged through the information sent back by the fire dragon Taoist soldiers and laughed. Elliot, Greta, soulless, we are ready to fight. Lu Feng's eyes flashed with cold light. A bloody storm is coming. Chapter 255, 5 consecutive Yangayan explosions, ending the battle. At Lu Feng's command, the 3 goddesses of Elio looked stern and prepared according to the plan. There were quite a few enemies in the field at this time. There were 7 on the Western Alliance side, and 3 on the 9 sects. With 9 enemies, Lu Feng's original sneak attack method was not very useful now. He was not sure that he could take all these enemies into the Linky domain to destroy them. However, such a situation was also in Lu Feng's plan. It was a lucky move to sneak attack the knife man. Lu Feng had never thought of using a pure sneak attack method to get rid of 2 world-class organizations. The enemy was not a fool, and this was an unrealistic fantasy. He was able to sneak attack and kill several people with one move of the field, and let the Western Alliance and the 9 sects fight to the current situation where both sides were injured. It was already a blessing that God stood on his side and strongly supported him. As for the remaining battles, Lu Feng had another solution. With Lu Feng's current strength, it was obviously unrealistic to want to single out the many remaining masters in the field. However, Lu Feng had the wizard world behind him, so he naturally had various ways to use the 3rd level witchcraft with the help of external forces to burst out powerful attacks. Before this war, Lu Feng had considered the current situation in his plan. Therefore, he used some magic stones in advance and purchased a batch of witchcraft scrolls from the Chamber of Commerce in the Botanical Garden. Witchcraft scrolls are a common alchemical item in the wizard world. Through specific production methods, various types of witchcraft can be injected into special scrolls and sealed, which is convenient for use at any time. Now Lu Feng has dozens of witchcraft scrolls in his hands, all of which are sealed with various 3rd level witchcraft. Compared with the witchcraft secret treasures that solidify the 3rd level witchcraft, the witchcraft scroll is disposable, and the requirements for production materials are very low, and the cost price is also within Lu Feng's acceptable range. A witchcraft scroll is much cheaper than a 3rd level death god puppet of the same level. Under Lu Feng's instructions, Elio and others carefully watched the members of the Western Alliance in front of them. Lu Feng shrank in the spiritual realm of Glitta's divine domain. In front of him, 5 witchcraft scrolls engraved with the 3rd level witchcraft Hongye explosion were ready to go. The 3rd level witchcraft scroll is also difficult to use. It requires a strong mental force to control it. Even a 2nd level wizard can only use one at most. However, Lu Feng has long been a 3rd level wizard, so it is much easier to use this kind of witchcraft scroll. At a time, up to 5 witchcraft scrolls with Hongye explosion can be used. 5. I didn't expect it to be in line with the name of the 5 fireballs cult. Lu Feng chuckled. The 3rd level witchcraft Hongye explosion is much more powerful than the 1st level witchcraft fireball. Use the technological creations of his previous life as an example. The 1st level fireball is equivalent to howitzer, while the 3rd level witchcraft Hongye explosion is basically equivalent to a small yield mushroom bomb. 5 consecutive Hongye explosions. Lu Feng believes that it will definitely give everyone on the field a big surprise. After all, the residents of the island back then happily went to see their ancestors with a farewell of the little boy and the fat man. On the activated Hongye explosion scroll, the fiery red lines flow with scorching fire elements. The slight fluctuation of the fire element caused the air temperature near Lu Feng to rise sharply, and the plants in the nearby divine realm withered in the high temperature. Just a glance at what Lu Feng was tinkering with in the divine realm, Greta felt like there was a bomb buried in her body that could explode at any time. Drops of cold sweat quietly appeared on Greta's forehead. If that thing explodes in my body, I guess there won't be even a dregs left. Greta once again realized the power of Master Lu Feng, and hurriedly looked around carefully, choosing the right attack angle and explosion position for Master Lu Feng, trying to release the terrifying thing in the divine realm in her body as soon as possible. Not long after, the right opportunity came quickly. Led by the leader of the Immortal Demon sect, the leader of the Zuanming sect and the leader of the Wujin sect took a short break and were unwilling to sit and wait for death. A temporary truce still had a chance to recover and turn the tables, but now the leader of the Tai sect, who was fighting the god of steam and mage in the distance, was in an unknown situation, and there were also ferocious Elio and others watching covetously. The 3 of them knew that if they waited any longer, they would probably be unable to escape. So, after a little recovery, the 3 sect leaders thought about finding an opportunity to break out. In order to prevent the last 3 sect leaders from escaping, the members of the Western Alliance gathered in groups of 3 and blocked the escape routes of the 3 sect leaders. Elio's side was too powerful and could not be chosen. The 3 Western gods were tough and durable. Once entangled, it would be difficult to get away. The other few Western masters were also injured. The attack power of the masters was okay, but their mobility and endurance were far inferior to those of the gods. If they fought, the 3 sect leaders would still have the chance to break through. After many battles with the Western regions, the 3 sect leaders knew the abilities of the Western region's great wizards very well. The 3 of them exchanged glances and decided on a breakthrough idea. Not long after Lu Feng activated the witchcraft scroll, the 3 sect leaders suddenly set out to rush towards the 4 Western region's great wizards in the west. The leader of the Changsheng demon sect turned around and turned into a black scale dragon. With a roar, he carried the black moon dharma image manifested by the leader of the Zuanming sect and rushed towards the 4 Western region's great wizards, while the leader of the Wujin sect turned into black mist and entangled the black scale dragon. As the black mist circulated, the speed of the black scale dragon suddenly increased. The 3 sect leaders made such a move, and the members of the Western Region Alliance who had been on guard against them all took action. The 4 Western Region Alliance great wizards who faced the 3 immediately manifested their own mind mazes, and united with each other to form a vast and boundless star space that blocked the way ahead of the 3 sect leaders. The 3 gods behind followed closely behind, each of them exerting their divine power to the extreme: vampires, werewolves, and lights, each showing their divine power. At this point in the battle, they all played their trump cards. It was a fight to the death. You really cooperated. God helps me, right now. Seeing the 3 sect masters of the earthly immortal world fighting with the remaining members of the Western Region Alliance, Lu Feng smiled grimly, and suddenly rushed out of Greta's divine realm. The 5 Hongye explosion scrolls in front of him that were ready to go broke one after another. 5 fist-sized incandescent fire meteors suddenly shot out from the broken witchcraft scrolls. Under Lu Feng's control, they surrounded all the enemies in the melee and blocked all their escape routes. As the fire meteors flew, Lu Feng quickly turned around and stuffed Elio and the other 2 into his King Mu spirit realm, and also activated a third-level witchcraft water curtain Qianhu protective spell to cover himself, and then quickly retreated. Staring at the landing point of the 5 fire meteors, Lu Feng muttered with a smile on his face, "Everyone, prepare to face the judgment of the sun." The appearance of Lu Feng made everyone on the battlefield find something wrong. Strangers, especially Lu Feng, have a good momentum, and there is something in front of them that makes them feel dangerous. The strong man there is afraid that he will take advantage of their chaos to reap the benefits. Before they can make more reactions, the dangerous thing in front of Lu Feng has suddenly shut out. They only saw 5 white lights, and then they felt that there was a small sun rising beside them. Boom! 5 huge mushroom clouds bloomed in the center of the battlefield. The terrifying light and heat and the impact of the explosion enveloped everyone in the field. The members of the Western Alliance and the 3 sect masters of the Earth Immortal world did not care about much at this time, and hurriedly tried their best to use various defensive means. In a short time, they had no way to rush out of the explosion range of the Yangayan explosion, so they could only show their magical powers and resist the power of this third-level witchcraft. However, as one of the most powerful third-level magics of the fire system, the power of the Yangayan explosion is not easy to resist, not to mention that most of the people in the field are in a state of disability with injuries. Although Lu Feng does not have the spell enhancements and expertise of various fire magics, the 5 consecutive Yangayan explosions at this time have made up for the quality with quantity. Being in the center of the 5 consecutive Yangayan explosions, the defenses of the members of the Western Region Alliance and the 3 sect leaders soon couldn't hold up. Lu Feng stared at the breath of the people in the center of the explosion, and clearly felt that several people immediately lost their breath in the explosion, and the breath of 4 others dropped rapidly in the aftermath of the explosion. The power of the Yangayan explosion really didn't disappoint me. Lu Feng laughed. After waiting for the power of the Yangayan explosion to dissipate, Lu Feng immediately rushed into the center of the 5 consecutive Yangayan explosions with various defensive spells. Domain expansion, link a domain. Activating the domain again, Lu Feng directly enveloped the 4 people who still had some breath in the center of the explosion into his domain. After a closer look, the 4 people in the domain were the leader of the Changsheng demon sect, the god of light, the god of werewolves, and the leader of the Wujin sect. They all looked miserable, and their flesh and blood were full of traces of burning into charcoal by the terrifying flames. In other words, they were slightly stronger and still had a breath left. The others were weaker and had long died in the Yangayan explosion. At this time, they had little power to resist. Lu Feng directly activated the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings to tie up the 4 people, seal their spirits, and drag them into the Qingmu spirit realm. After removing the domain, Lu Feng activated the energy-absorbing ancient tree to withstand the power of the Yangayan explosion and search for the bodies of the remaining people. Unfortunately, the vampire god was restrained by the Yangayan explosion, and his body was directly burned by the power of the Yangayan explosion, leaving only a vampire divinity full of blood. The leader of the Zuanming sect also died due to the attribute restrained, and the remaining spiritual realm was also destroyed and damaged in the high temperature and explosion, and its value plummeted. As for the 4 great mages of the Western Alliance, they were even more miserable. When the sun flame explosion exploded, they were unfolding their own mind labyrinths, which were linked together and occupied the largest area. When the 5 consecutive sun flame explosions exploded, these 4 great mages were the first to bear the brunt and directly received most of the power of the 5 consecutive sun flame explosions. The mind labyrinths they were proud of exploded directly in the shock wave and high temperature of the explosion. Once the mind labyrinth was shattered, these great mages who relied on the mind labyrinth to survive were like skinned lambs. Under the power of the sun flame explosion, they did not even last a breath and turned into ashes. No, there was not even ashes left. Under the high temperature of the sun flame explosion, it was difficult to leave ashes. The only pity was that their mind labyrinths were shattered very cleanly. Lu Feng wanted to find some fragments, but he could not find any. The countless years of accumulation of the 4 great mages were wasted in vain. What a pity. Although the Yangayan explosion is exciting, the spoils will also be lost in the explosion and high temperature. It can only be said that there are pros and cons. Lu Feng said with regret. After cleaning up the battlefield, Lu Feng wanted to let the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings clean up the mess. However, before the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings started heating, Lu Feng felt 2 powerful auras from a distance, charging towards this place at a very fast speed. Oh no, It's because the power of this Yangayan explosion is too great, disturbing the battle between the god of steam and mage and the leader of Taiyi sect, and attracting them. Lu Feng secretly said that it was not good, and quickly put away the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, and then activated a witchcraft scroll. Third level witchcraft anywhere door. This witchcraft can open a space portal leading to a designated location. Passing through the portal, you can reach the designated location. The silver-white portal appeared in the aftermath of the Yangayan explosion. Lu Feng flashed and walked directly in. During the transfer in the Anywhere Gate, Lu Feng opened his space gate and returned to the wizard world before he reached the designated location. As soon as Lu Feng left, the god of steam and mage and the Taiyi sect master rushed into the aftermath of the Yangayan explosion and came to the Anywhere Gate that had not yet been closed. The god of steam and mage hesitated for a moment and did not enter, but the Taiyi sect master did not hesitate and plunged directly into the Anywhere Gate. At first glance, the Taiyi sect master knew that this silver portal was composed of special forces and was used for special movement. Seeing that the Taiyi sect master was so decisive, the god of steam and mage was afraid of missing the opportunity, so he hurried to catch up and enter the Anywhere Gate before it disappeared. After passing through the Anywhere Gate, the two looked around in confusion. This is the deepest trench in the ocean, with high-pressure seawater everywhere, squeezing the two people a little uncomfortable. In the dark seawater, no abnormal things were found, let alone Lu Feng's traces. Obviously, the two were fooled by Lu Feng. It's really exciting and cool. However, the god of steam and mages and the leader of Taiyi sect are still too strong. I have no confidence in winning the battle. As long as they don't come out, I will never be able to control the western region. What a pity. I don't know if they like the gift I left for them. In the training room of the Verdant Tower, Lu Feng lay down directly, bathing in the rich energy of heaven and earth around him, with a happy face. As for the gift left for them, the arbitrary door opened by Lu Feng was directly located in the deepest part of the ocean in the western region. The high-pressure seawater there is estimated to cause no harm to them, but how to go back will probably disgust them. I don't know if they will fight again after they fail to find me. However, I'd better not go there for the time being. It's too dangerous to be targeted by people like them. If I make a mistake, I won't even have the chance to regret it. Chapter 256, Refining the Spoils. The Kingmu spiritual realm starry sky is initially formed. To be honest, Lu Feng was still quite afraid of the strength of the god of steam and mage and the leader of Taiyi sect. Lu Feng had also sent the fire dragon Taoist soldiers to watch the battle between the two from a distance, but with their strength, they couldn't even get close. If he were to be brought in, Lu Feng felt that he would not be able to last 3 or 5 rounds in the hands of the two. At the third level, the gap between each small realm became larger and larger, until reaching the fourth level, a qualitative transformation occurred. From then on, it was a world of difference. In the wizard world, Lu Feng had never heard of the legendary experience of a 4th-level Morning Star wizard being pulled down from the altar by an enemy of a lower realm. The gap can be imagined. Therefore, in the face of such an enemy, Lu Feng said that he would never show up, and would never take risks easily unless he was sure of a complete victory. The peak of the late 3rd level, with a strength similar to that of my teacher Tia, the gap is enough for me to catch up for a long time. Lu Feng shook his head. In the short term, Lu Feng did not plan to go to the Western Region world and the earthly immortal world again. If the two men found their tracks and caused a series of troubles, it would be more trouble than gain. Although this would cause Elio and the other 3 gods to lose the church and believers they had managed with great difficulty, affecting their development, compared with Lu Feng's life, these little things seemed insignificant. Coming to the wizard world, there are abundant resources here. Lu Feng has many ways to make the 3 gods progress, and there is no shortage of the support of the church believers. In this wave of battles, I also gained a lot of spoils. It's just right to take advantage of the free time now to digest these spoils and transform them into the foundation for the development of my Kingmu spirit realm. After I digest these spoils, it's time for me to announce to the Green Tower that I have been promoted to 3rd level wizard. Lu Feng smiled slightly. After he digests these spoils, when the Kingmu spirit realm grows, with the formation of the Linky realm, he can also be regarded as having the power to protect himself in the realm of the 3rd level wizard. It was time for him to show himself and get a resource income that matched his strength. At the 3rd level, the amount of resources needed for the earthly immortal Dao to cultivate the Kingmu spirit realm became increasingly terrifying, and the salary dividends of the Green Tower and the income from the alchemy factory gradually began to fail to satisfy the growing appetite of the King Mu spirit realm. Lu Feng was not surprised by this situation. Along the way, Lu Feng's strength relied on the tyranny of the King Mu spirit realm, and the terrifying speed of forcibly accumulating a large number of magic stones and various resources. Since he enjoyed the benefits of the earthly immortal Dao, he should also bear the terrifying consumption of the earthly immortal Dao. After all, the spiritual realm cultivation of the earthly immortal Dao is working towards cultivating a world. The world is so huge that compared with it, the resources consumed by Lu Feng's current King Mu spirit realm are not exaggerated. After making plans for the future, Lu Feng gathered his thoughts and focused his attention on the King Mu spirit realm, preparing to collect the spoils he had looted from the western region world these days. The battle between the two worlds destroyed most of the members of the 8 great sects and the Western Region Alliance. As a fisherman, Lu Feng also reaped a particularly rich harvest. Lu Feng had obtained 7 sects' spiritual realms alone. The abbot of Lotus Temple blew up his own spiritual realm when he was desperate. Taiyi sect was too powerful, and the remaining 7 sects were all taken by Lu Feng. Among them, the masters of Piaomia Ozianzong, Day Temple, Xian Sword Sect, and Shenji Temple all died in Lu Feng's domain. They died relatively cleanly in his fierce attack, and their sect's spiritual realms were also preserved relatively intact. Lu Feng checked and found that the spiritual realms of the 4 major sects were not seriously damaged. There were not many casualties among the mortals kept in captivity and the disciples of the sects living in them. Lu Feng pried open the sect's spiritual realms and moved all the creatures in them to King Mu spirit realm. The last time the 5-element spiritual veins were promoted and the spiritual realms were transformed, the land expanded a lot. These people were just sent to the empty and desolate areas in the spiritual realms, allowing them to reproduce and thrive here, contributing to the development of the spiritual realms. During this process, Lu Feng did not forget to search for the classics hidden in the sect's spiritual realms of the 4 major sects to enrich his own heritage. As for the remaining empty spiritual realm, Lu Feng directly threw it to the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling, preparing to let it help extract the spiritual veins in the sect's spiritual realm and integrate them into his King Mu spiritual realm. The Piaomio Immortal sect used the Roseate Clouds and light as its foundation, and sacrificed a Roseate Cloud spiritual vein in the sect's spiritual realm, which was very different from the 5-element spiritual veins that Lu Feng sacrificed. The Rosy Cloud is based on water vapor and is integrated with the sky light. It is a mixed spiritual vein. As for the specific power, it is not as good as the water spiritual vein that Lu Feng carefully sacrificed. Lu Feng temporarily extracted the spiritual veins in the sect's spiritual realm, refined them, and roughly placed them in the King Mu spiritual realm. Suddenly, with the integration of the Rosy Cloud spiritual vein, the water vapor in the King Mu spiritual realm rose to the sky, and under the shining of the scorching sun in the sky, brilliant clouds were born, reflecting the colorful rays of light. With the integration of this new spiritual vein, Lu Feng felt that there was also a bit of alternative flow and fusion between his fire and water spiritual veins. After all, water vapor comes from water, and the glow comes from fire. The glow cloud spirit vein is also a peculiar derivative and fusion of the fire and water spirit veins. Lu Feng experienced the changes, and his hands kept moving. The spirit veins in the spirit realms of the other 3 sects were also extracted. In the spirit realm of Day Temple, the Yangiant spirit vein was cultivated, which was mixed with the Buddha's light and incense and wish power of Buddhism, which made it a bit more complicated, which made Lu Feng very unhappy. Fortunately, he had the King Mu spirit realm in his hand. After swallowing and cleaning, the Buddha's light and incense and wish power in the spirit vein of Day Temple were washed away. The Yangiant spirit vein became hotter. After being refined into the spirit realm, the sun in the sky became hotter. In the spirit realm of Xian Sword Sect, a galaxy spirit vein was cultivated. It is recorded in the classics of Xian Sword Sect that there is a river in the sky formed by the gathering of stars outside the sky. The galaxy is vast and boundless. Xian Sword Sect takes this as the true meaning and uses the power of the galaxy in the sky to practice swordsmanship. The intention was to make his own sword energy and magic power as endless as the stars in the sky. However, the Xian Sword Sect was destroyed in one move, and the galaxy spiritual veins that they had gathered from the power of the stars from the sky for generations were given to Lu Feng. At this time, he was refined into the King Mu spiritual realm, and the stars in the sky of the spiritual realm suddenly flickered in the daytime. In the nourishment and strengthening of the galaxy's spiritual veins, the stars in the sky of the spiritual realm, which were originally made of star sand, began to slowly absorb the power of the stars and continue to grow and increase. Slowly, they had some of the flavor of the stars in the night sky. When Lu Feng integrated the spiritual vein called Diangsing in the Shenjiguan spiritual realm into the spiritual realm, the starry sky of the Qingmu spiritual realm underwent some mysterious changes. Between the shining stars, they gradually slowly rotated around the sun in the sky and had their own orbits. On the land of the spiritual realm, countless creatures looked up at the sky unconsciously. In the wonder of the sun and the stars appearing at the same time, they actually felt faintly that there seemed to be a star belonging to them in the sky, connecting themselves with the entire Qingmu spiritual realm. Shenji Temple is good at observing the stars and determining fate. It believes that everything in the world can be seen from the trajectory of the stars, and every living being can find a star that belongs to him in the starry sky. Pointing the star veins is the culmination of Shenji Temple's art of observing fate. Lu Feng experienced the changes derived from the movement of the stars in the spiritual realm, and countless insights floated in his mind. He felt that he seemed to understand a lot of things, but also seemed to understand nothing. Mysterious. However, in this, Lu Feng also felt that there was a little incoordination in the starry sky of his Qingmu spiritual realm. The stars orbited the sun, but there was no moon to balance the yin and yang. The sun, the moon, the stars, the three elements of heaven and earth, none of them can be missing. It should have been the Zuanming sex spiritual veins that were refined into the spiritual realm, and with the addition of the Wujin sex spiritual veins, perhaps the yin and yang could be balanced. Unfortunately, the Zuanming sex spiritual realm was too severely destroyed by the power of the Yangayan explosion. Not to mention the death of the spiritual realm's creatures, even the third-level Zuanming spiritual veins were degraded in quality due to the destruction of high temperature and flames, leaving only the personal level middle grade. Lu Feng took out a broken Zuanming spiritual veins from the Zuanming sex spiritual realm with regret and refined them into the Qingmu spiritual realm. The Wujin sex leader, who was already dying and suppressed under the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling, was also killed by Lu Feng, who moved the creatures, broke the spiritual realm, took out the spiritual veins and refined them into the Qingmu spiritual realm. The Changsheng demon sect was naturally the same. With the refining of these spiritual veins, the yin and yang in the Qingmu spiritual realm finally restored a balance, but it was a pity that there was no moon in the sky, and there were always some defects in the balanced yin and yang, which prevented the yin and yang from flowing and naturally producing and restraining each other. Speaking of the moon, I have a backup option. Thinking about a moon in the sky, Lu Feng thought of the Yin Jiu Eiling realm that he had placed in the Trandy secondary continent. Over the years, the Trandy secondary continent has never stopped offering sacrifices to the Yin Jiu Eiling realm. Countless undead materials collected from the secondary continent and its surrounding seas, as well as various undead ghosts and monsters on the secondary continent, have been sent to the Yin Jiu Eiling realm. In addition, the Yin Jiu Eiling realm is also rooted in the earth veins of the Trandy secondary continent. While circulating the power of the earth, it also serves as a transit station for collecting the incense and wishes of the secondary continent. Every time Lu Feng returns to the Trandy secondary continent, he also adds magic stones to it. After a long period of offering sacrifices, the Yinling vein in the Yin Jiu Eiling realm has transformed once and reached the middle level of human grade. The bright moon offered in the Yin Jiu Eiling realm has also developed well under the care of the Yinling vein, with a bit of the flavor of the bright moon. Although the Yin Jiu spirit realm has some shortcomings, the yin and yang in the Qingmu spirit realm are balanced at this time, and the Yin Jiu spirit realm is just enough. Lu Feng thought about it and felt that it was just right. So, he immediately returned to the Trandy secondary continent and replaced the Yin Jiu spirit realm, which was the energy center of the Red Leaf Tower, with an ordinary spiritual realm space dug out from the sex spiritual realm. After getting the Yin Jiu spirit realm, Lu Feng activated the Yin Jiu spirit realm and shattered everything in the Yin Jiu spirit realm, turning it into the purest Yin Qi, and then the entire Yin Jiu spirit realm and the spiritual veins in it were all sacrificed and refined into the full moon in the Yin Jiu spirit realm. Under this operation, the quality of the full moon, which was originally a low-grade magic weapon, increased rapidly, and the rune restrictions in it continued to split and derive. Not long after, it already had the aura of a high-grade magic weapon. When the Yin Jiu spirit realm completely disappeared, Lu Feng held a round of cold full moon in his hand, and the bright moonlight filled the entire training room. Just right. This full moon is just the right way to complete the last step of the yin and yang balance of King Mu's spirit realm. Lu Feng nodded with satisfaction, and the cold full moon disappeared from his hand. The next moment, the cold full moon that had just disappeared was hanging above the sky of King Mu's spirit realm, and under the brilliance of the scorching sun, it absorbed and reflected the brilliance of the scorching sun inconspicuously. Lu Feng connected the full moon in the sky with the water spirit vein, the star spirit vein, and the yin spirit vein. Slowly, as the stars in the sky turned away, the new full moon slowly merged into the starry sky of King Mu's spirit realm. With the appearance of the full moon, the scorching yang fire in King Mu's spirit realm finally found a place to vent. As the yin and yang flowed, King Mu's spirit realm seemed to have some inexplicable changes. Refining the spirit realm, stripping the spirit veins, and refining into the spirit realm are all painstaking efforts. Lu Feng was immersed in the changes of the King Mu spirit realm that were constantly getting stronger and stronger. Day by day, Lu Feng's aura in the training room became stronger and stronger. As he became stronger, his spirit became more harmonious. As the 5 elements moved and yin and yang circulated, the King Mu spirit realm was also digesting the spiritual realms of several major sects and growing slowly. Several major sects had been free and unrestrained in the earthly immortal world for nearly 1,000 years. Generation after generation had plundered the 9 states and invested all the accumulated resources into their own sect's spiritual realms, attempting to fight to the death and create a blessed space that could change the fate of their sects. All these spiritual realm resources and heritage are now all in the hands of Lu Feng and the King Mu spirit realm, which is still growing. There are many spiritual veins in the King Mu spirit realm. After digesting the spiritual realms of several major sects, the King Mu spirit realm has expanded to a radius of 53 kilometers, but Lu Feng still has not felt the limit of the King Mu spirit realm. The earthly immortal world is on the verge of the end of the law era, and resources are barren and scarce. When refining the spiritual realms of their own sects, the 9 major sects can only make a single bed and concentrate on cultivating a spiritual vein, and all resources are used to improve the quality of the spiritual veins. Lu Feng also collected some fragments of the promotion of the spiritual realm to the blessed land from the classics of various sects. All of them mention that the more spiritual veins there are in the spiritual realm, the larger the area of cultivation space, and the easier it is to upgrade to the blessed land. With the support of the wizard world, Lu Feng also boldly let the King Mu spiritual realm grow and develop. Eat hard. Only by eating more can you grow well. Just like watching his son, Lu Feng never spared his hard-earned magic stones in cultivating the King Mu spiritual realm. Time flies, and in a blink of an eye, it is the flowing fire month of the 4062nd year of the wizard era. 6 years have quietly passed through his fingers. During these years, Lu Feng has been nestled in the King Mu spiritual realm at ease, digesting the spoils of the war between the 2 worlds. Most of the time, in addition to the routine work of the Green Tower, is spent on conditioning the King Mu spiritual realm. There are many spoils. Although the King Mu spiritual realm digests quickly, there are also many flaws that Lu Feng needs to take care of and adjust slowly. That morning, in the training room, Lu Feng had just finished taking care of the King Mu spirit realm when he suddenly felt a strong and familiar aura suddenly appear in the verdant tower. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257 Teacher Tia returns, and the road ahead is confusing. What a strong aura. In the training room of the Green Tower, Lu Feng opened his eyes and immediately sensed the strong aura that had come to the Green Tower. This powerful person had a strange aura but also a familiar feeling. This feeling, it's Teacher Tia. After a short moment of daze, Lu Feng reacted and guessed the identity of the person, and his face suddenly lit up. This familiar aura was clearly the Tower Master of the Green Tower, the strongest person, and Lu Feng's Teacher Tia. Teacher is back. Counting the time, it's almost 30 or 40 years. Teacher and his team finally took down the Norton Plain. It's really not easy. Thinking about the reason why Teacher Tia had returned, Lu Feng walked out of the training room quickly and rushed to the hall of the Green Tower. Lu Feng was very fast, and when he arrived at the hall, he was the first person in the Green Tower to come here. Teacher. Welcome back. Looking at Teacher Tia, who had just walked out of the teleportation array, Lu Feng smiled and welcomed her sincerely. Going to fight in the Norton Plain, Lu Feng found that Teacher Tia was still the same as before, and her face had not changed for 30 or 40 years. However, in Lu Feng's perception, the momentum of Teacher Tia now seemed even more unfathomable. Standing opposite Teacher Tia, Lu Feng felt like he was facing an ancient golden tree that supported the sky and illuminated the universe, giving him a warmth like the morning sun in spring. Without asking in detail, Lu Feng knew that in the battles in the other planes over the past 30 or 40 years, his Teacher Tia should have gained a lot, and had reached a higher level in the realm of the late 3rd level wizard. The 4th level Morning Star wizard might be within reach. Lu Feng felt that he was a more terrifying strong man than the leader of the Taiyi sect in the earthly immortal world and the god of steam and mage in the western regions. As expected of my teacher, she is talented and progresses quickly. With Teacher Tia's current state, it won't be long before a legendary Morning Star wizard is born in our averted tower. Lu Feng muttered to himself. He was not jealous of his teacher's achievements. Instead, he felt that with Teacher Tia in front of him and a backer, he could get along better in the wizard world. Listening to Lu Feng's greetings, Teacher Tia smiled and nodded. Before Tia and Lu Feng could chatter, a large group of people quickly squeezed into the hall of the Verdant Tower, led by Ms. Natasha and the 1st level official wizards of the Verdant Tower. Tia, you are finally back. The Tower Master is back. Tower Master. Ms. Natasha was a little excited when she saw Tia's return. The two had a close relationship. After waiting for 30 or 40 years, they seemed to have a lot to say when they met again. However, under the watchful eyes of the public, Ms. Natasha did not show any extreme behavior. She led the people of the Green Tower to warmly welcome the arrival of the Tower Master and held a grand welcome party. At the party, Tower Master Tia gave an inspiring speech, announcing his return. After the speech, the entire Green Tower, from the official wizards to the wizard apprentices, was immersed in the joy of the Tower Master's return. Drinking, talking, dancing and playing music, the tower was full of joy. However, in this noisy environment, Tower Master Tia, Lu Feng and Ms. Natasha quietly left a lively party scene and came to the top floor of the Green Tower, a place exclusively for Wizard Tia. Here, away from the noise, quiet and elegant. Sit anywhere. I didn't expect that you gave me such a big surprise after only 34 years of absence. Wizard Tia sat at the table and greeted Lu Feng with a smile on her face. Lu Feng sat casually opposite Teacher Tia with a smile on his face. Teacher Tia's words were full of meaning. She must have seen Lu Feng's current strength at a glance. Looking at your sharp mind, strong body, and restrained eyes, it seems that you have not just been promoted to 3rd level wizard. How many years has it been? I remember that you were promoted to formal wizard before I went to the Norton Plain to fight. At that time, I took you to the Emerald Dream Space to receive the Green Spirit Wood meditation method. At that time, you were still a newbie who knew nothing. It has been so long, and you have been promoted. This speed is even faster than mine back then. Wizard Tia looked at Lu Feng's calm appearance, sipping tea and sighing. Lu Feng's promotion speed is decades faster than him, the Tower Master of the Green Tower who was promoted to 3rd level wizard early. This talent in cultivation made Wizard Tia call him a monster. Of course, such a talent for cultivation and promotion speed can only be regarded as a genius in the botanical garden, where talents are born in large numbers, and cannot be regarded as a monster. The wizard world has a long history. The descendants of powerful wizards, due to the talent inherited from their bloodline, are much more terrifying than late-blooming geniuses like Lu Feng. Some of them can start practicing meditation when they are born, when others are still babbling. They are promoted to wizards at the age of 2 or 3, and reach the end of the 3rd level wizard at the age of 4 or 5. At the age of 17 or 18, they become Morning Star wizards. There are many such terrifying and heaven-defying monsters. The young wizard Tia, who was full of vigor and vitality, was also hit and frustrated by these terrifying monsters. Looking back now, it is still a memory that Tia Wizard can't forget. It's a pity that Tia Wizard has no world's favor, the luck of the son of destiny, and no heaven-defying family. The powerful bloodline has been inherited all the way, and he has fought all the way to become a 3rd level wizard and build the Green Tower. Among most formal wizards, Tia Wizard's experience can be regarded as a legend. Facing Teacher Tia, Lu Feng was calm and composed, without any nervous feeling of guilty conscience. Teacher, I was promoted to 3rd level wizard about 3 or 4 years ago, and then completed the 3rd level wizard's innate witchcraft training. Lu Feng roughly reported some of his training progress to Wizard Tia. Of course, he subconsciously concealed some of the speed. Listening to Lu Feng's report, Wizard Tia's face did not show any strange color. After the initial surprise, Wizard Tia had completely accepted the fact that Lu Feng was promoted to 3rd level wizard. Anyway, there was nothing abnormal about Lu Feng's aura. He was not promoted by any means that violated the regulations of the botanical garden. Wizard Tia did not ask Lu Feng about it. For wizards, personal privacy and secrets are sacred and inviolable. If it is not revenge or treasure hunting, no one will ask too much. After understanding Lu Feng's current situation, Wizard Tia pondered for a moment and said to Lu Feng, "You said that after you were promoted to 3rd level wizard, you did not start practicing 3rd level wizardry except for the 3rd level innate wizardry. This is not okay. At this stage of the 3rd level wizard, combat ability will also become indispensable. The 3rd level wizard, to the 4th level morning star wizard, this stage is far and long, and it is absolutely impossible to just stay in the laboratory during this period." Listening to Teacher Di's story, Lu Feng frowned. The future path of cultivation, there is no way to stay at home, to go out and adventure. This is not what Lu Feng expected. "Teacher, can you tell me in detail how to go on the rest of the way? I have been practicing step by step all the way ahead, but there are not many classics about the 3rd level wizard stage in the Green Tower, and I am a little confused." Lu Feng thought about it and asked. This sentence is not Lu Feng's nonsense, but the problem he is facing now. Not only the wizard method, but also the earth immortal way that he has been spending a lot of energy on, has such a problem. The green forest meditation method, inherited by Lu Feng from the botanical garden, came to an end after Lu Feng cultivated the 3rd level innate witchcraft and built his own domain. The remaining part of the green forest meditation method only talked about the normal meditation practice and the method of accumulating spiritual power in the 3rd level wizard stage. As for the transformation from the 3rd level late stage to the 4th level morning star wizard, there was no mention of it. If there were no subsequent cultivation methods, Lu Feng would at most become a 3rd level late stage wizard by practicing step by step, and there would be no more. The wizard method has such troubles, and Lu Feng's earth immortal way also has such troubles. Among the classics that Lu Feng plundered from the earth immortal world, the most talked about was how to build spirit veins and improve the quality of spirit veins. As for how to further transform into the earth level after improving the quality of quinoa to the upper human level, and how to transform the spirit realm into a blessed land, it was vague. Over the years, Lu Feng also read and sorted out the classics plundered from the spirit realms of several major sects he had conquered. However, the more Lu Feng read the classics of these sects, the more confused he became. The classics of these sects never recorded in detail the detailed steps and methods of the transformation of the spiritual realm into a blessed land. There were only vague and ambiguous words that seemed like guesses. The whole text was filled with words like speculation, probably, perhaps, estimate, and should. These were all speculations and conjectures made by the predecessors of these sects based on their experience. Lu Feng felt that the key path for the transformation of the spiritual realm of the earthly immortal world into a blessed land was cut off by an invisible black hand, cutting off the way for later generations to catch up with their predecessors. Is it really so extreme? Is it because of the end of the world in the earthly immortal world that the earthly immortal world can't bear it and will not leave a way for later generations to go? Recalling the miserable situation when his subordinate King Muguan's ancestors, the Five Elements sect, attempted to advance to the blessed land, Lu Feng felt that the earthly immortal world might be darker than he imagined. Not only is there a monopoly on cultivation knowledge, but there may also be active external interference. Perhaps those predecessors who monopolized the upper-level knowledge and promotion channels of the earthly immortal world regarded the current earthly immortal world as a chicken farm. The cultivators who could struggle to grow in the current earthly immortal world were all the leeks they raised. In the earthly immortal world, it is estimated that it is a dead end to want to advance to the blessed land. I don't know if the Taiyai sect master knows about this dead end, Lu Feng speculated secretly. Over the years, he also secretly contacted some of his subordinates who stayed in the earthly immortal world and the western region world, and kept an eye on the progress of the two worlds. He also knew that the Taiyai sect master and the god of steam and mage did not perish together or both suffered losses in the original battle, but secretly reached an unknown agreement and peacefully ceased the war. The Taiyue sect master unified the earthly immortal world, and the god of steam mage took over the western region world. The two of them each held a world and fought against each other. However, when they ruled their own worlds, they did not close the space channel between the two worlds. Instead, they strongly encouraged the earthly immortal world and the western region world to communicate and fight and develop together. At the same time, Feng also collected information that the leader of Taiyue sect and the god of steam mage were both trying their best to plunder the resources of the two worlds in preparation for completing the final step of their transformation. The topic has gone off topic. Compared with the earthly immortal method, Feng found that with his current conditions, it is easier to obtain the inheritance and direction of the future road with the support of the botanical garden. Teacher Tia was not surprised to hear this, but instead smiled more. His disciple cultivated quickly, but the inheritance was limited. At least his teacher still had something to teach him, which was not bad. Rester, your question is not difficult to explain. In fact, the cultivation from the third level to the fourth level is still the pursuit of an essential change. In the formal wizard stage, from the first level to the third level, we are all pursuing stronger mental power, higher quality mana and energy accumulation in the process of cultivation. Wizard Tia looked at Feng, who was listening carefully, and continued to add, however, you know that for the world that gave birth to us and raised us, the impact of this little bit of spirit and energy in our third level wizards is extremely insignificant. Even if there are countless third level wizards constantly bombarding our wizard world with Hongye explosion, at most they can kill all the creatures on the surface of the world, but they can't affect the world at all. Do you understand this truth? Although Feng didn't know why Teacher Tia gave this example, the truth behind it was very easy to understand. After listening, Feng nodded seriously. Feng had used Hongye explosion a lot a few years ago, and he knew this fire witchcraft, which was ranked at the top of the third level in terms of power, in detail. Hongye explosion can be used to blast mountains and rocks, destroy and strike, and create artificial lakes, but it is impossible to destroy the world. Just like the nuclear bombs in his previous life, even if all the nuclear bombs in the world were detonated, only the humans living on the surface of the world would be destroyed, and the materials that make up the world would still exist. After countless years, new life and civilization can be derived. The energy stored in the human body is limited, and the energy of heaven and earth gathered by spiritual communication is also limited. The limited spirit and energy of the third level wizard can never change the world. But wizards of our generation are on the road of exploration, learning about the world, and have discovered something that can allow us to change the world. This is also the path that the third level wizards pursue in the later stage. Wizard Tia stopped abruptly at the most critical point. What is it? Feng was fascinated and asked quickly. Seeing Feng's thirst for knowledge, the wizard Tia, who likes to teach others, picked up a cup of tea, took a sip, and slowly spit out 2 words. Law. Chapter 258 The Secret of the Law, the Golden Law. Laws. Feng hummed softly, chewing on the 2 key words that Teacher Tia just said. Speaking of laws, Feng is not unfamiliar. In the western regions, he first killed the sea god and cultivated Elio with the sea god's divinity. Then he subdued Glida and Soulless, and refined and absorbed the divinity of the god of nature and trees and the god of springs and rivers. Finally, in the war between the two worlds, he almost wiped out all the gods in the western regions. The god of werewolves, the god of vampires, the god of nobility and rituals, the god of warriors, the god of hunting, and the god of light. Some of these gods were killed by the 9 major sects, and the rest were killed by Feng. Now, in Feng's Kingmu spirit realm, the branches of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings are still hanging with the divine fruits condensed by the divinity of these gods. If Feng wants, he can have 6 more gods in his Kingmu spirit realm. However, last time Feng offended the leader of Taiyue sect and the god of steam and mage too badly, and he was afraid of the strength of these 2 strong men and did not go to the earthly immortal world and the western region world again in recent years. Without the population of the 2 worlds to contribute the power of faith, relying on the mortals raised in Feng's spiritual realm alone to maintain the 3 gods of Elio, Soulless and Greta is almost at its limit. In other words, the spiritual energy in Kingmu's spiritual realm is abundant, and the mortals living in it are nourished by sufficient spiritual energy. With strong spirits and full spirits, one person can match 5 or 6 people in the earthly immortal world and the western region world. It is under such circumstances that Lu Feng's small Qingmu spiritual realm can barely supply the 3 gods. So, it is not that Lu Feng does not want to cultivate more gods in Qingmu spiritual realm, but that his Qingmu spiritual realm cannot afford it now. It's a pity that the wizard world prohibits gods from surviving and spreading faith. Otherwise, Lu Feng still has a trendy subcontinent in his hands. The faith power contributed by the population on the trendy subcontinent is more than enough to support 7 or 8 gods like Elio. Lu Feng has experienced a process of understanding knowledge from the divinity of the gods in the western regions. With the help of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings and the Qingmu spirit realm, he should be considered to have come into contact with the laws. The laws of the ocean, the laws of nature and trees, the laws of springs and rivers. I don't know if these laws in the western regions are of the same level as the laws described by Teacher Tia. Lu Feng still has some doubts in his heart. Listening to Wizard Tia's explanation of some things about the laws, Lu Feng asked the most critical question in his heart. Then how can I approach, comprehend the so-called laws in my current state? Do I need to plan for the future in advance? Well, the laws are neither difficult nor simple, they are just a little mysterious and difficult to approach. Wizard Tia smiled and explained to Lu Feng, in fact, generally speaking, approaching and comprehending the laws is something that you only start to consider when you have reached the end of the 3rd level wizard's realm and can no longer make progress. This requires a lot of energy, time, and wealth. For a 3rd level wizard who has just been promoted and has a promising future, it is not a good thing to approach the laws too early. It's like a wizard apprentice who tries to learn 1st level witchcraft. Not only is there no possibility of learning it, but he will also hurt himself in the learning process. Lu Feng also thought it made sense. This is normal. Lu Feng has comprehended several divinities through the Qingmu spirit realm. Every time, he was shocked by the huge amount of information contained in the divinity, and his head hurt. After a comprehension, he would often feel depressed for a while. Compared to the information contained in the construction of the world's laws, the mental power of the 3rd level wizard can only bear limited information. The 3rd level wizard is a powerful person, but not a god, and there are limits after all. Having said that, Lu Feng still wants to learn more about the laws from Teacher Tia, especially how to contact, comprehend, and practice the laws. For Lu Feng, the practice of the 3rd level wizard at this stage is just a matter of time. With the support of the Qingmu spirit realm, as long as there are sufficient resources, Lu Feng can upgrade to the late 3rd level wizard while lying down. Tia looked at Lu Feng's moving eyes, knowing the desire in Lu Feng's heart, and suddenly changed the subject, smiling and said, however, for you, rest, you can start to understand the future practice in advance. After all, with your unparalleled practice speed in the Green Tower, it is estimated that it will not take long before you can catch up with me. Tia the wizard sighed. How is this possible? I feel like you have gained a lot from your return from the Norton Plain this time. It's estimated that you should be able to advance to the 4th level wizard in a few years. I have only been promoted to the 3rd level wizard for a few years, so there is no such possibility. Lu Feng laughed and laughed. Even if he felt that there was such a possibility, Lu Feng would never admit it to Teacher Tia on the surface. That was too exaggerated, and his teacher also had to save face. Ahem, let's not talk about this, let's continue to talk about the topic of laws. Wizard Tia did not get entangled in Lu Feng's training speed. Although Lu Feng practiced quickly in the first few stages, it is not so easy to practice to the 3rd level late stage wizard, not to mention that Lu Feng still needs to contact the laws from scratch and comprehend the laws. These require a long time to accumulate. If Lu Feng can still catch up, then he, the Tower Master of the Green Tower, should just abdicate. It would be embarrassing to be surpassed by his own disciples. Laws are indeed something that is difficult for ordinary humans like us to reach. However, since the development of wizard civilization, countless predecessors have paved a smoother road for us. When saying this, Wizard Tia's voice was slightly higher. He paid the highest respect to those pioneers of wizard civilization. Wizard Tia's words confused Lu Feng, but after a few breaths, Lu Feng reacted and asked Teacher Tia with some surprise, the road to heaven you mentioned, is it the meditation method that every formal wizard needs to start practicing? The 3 innate witchcrafts are linked together, and finally form a domain of their own. If I were to say what can help the wizard's future along the way, I think it must be the domain cultivated by meditation. Hearing Lu Feng's guess, Teacher Tia raised her eyebrows, smiled and applauded. Yes, For us formal wizards, the domain constructed by practicing meditation and using the 3 innate witchcrafts is the foundation for us to contact and comprehend the laws in the future, in the process of advancing to the 3rd level to cultivate a domain, and then to the late 3rd level. In addition to tempering the mental power, the 3rd level wizard must cultivate the innate domain we have cultivated. After the domains and other fields are strong, we can start from comprehending the basic structure of the domain, and slowly approach the comprehending the laws, step by step, and finally begin to comprehend the laws. After we comprehend the laws to a certain extent, our domain and the soul core that carries the domain will also change accordingly, growing stronger and stronger. Finally, a transformation will occur, pushing us to the 4th level Morning Star Wizard. Generally speaking, we only need to get started with one law and comprehend 1% of it, which is enough for the soul core of our 3rd level wizard to transform and successfully advance to the 4th level wizard. Listening to the explanation of the Tia wizard, Lu Feng finally had a clear impression of the future cultivation path of the wizard world. The cultivation behind the wizard's path, in the final analysis, is all about comprehending the laws. He has the Kingmu spirit realm and the energy-absorbing ancient tree, so comprehending and practicing should be much easier. Moreover, he also got a few gods from the western regions. With their laws as reference, the difficulty of comprehending the laws should be smaller. In the preaching and answering of the Tia wizard, Lu Feng also learned more about the cultivation methods and various cultivation tips for comprehending the laws. The domain of the natal is one aspect, and learning various witchcrafts that are consistent with one's own domain path can also improve one's understanding of one's own path. After all, from the beginning of the wizard civilization to now, all the witchcraft is the condensation of the precious experience of the ancestors, the condensation of civilization, and the crystallization of knowledge. Lu Feng was very happy to learn a lot from the wizard Tia. At least after such a chat tonight, Lu Feng felt that his future on the wizard path was clear. In the future, even if the Kingmu spirit realm lacks methods and it is not easy to be promoted to the blessed land, he will rely on the talent and foundation brought by the Kingmu spirit realm to stride forward on the wizard path. When his wizard realm is high, Lu Feng will also give back to the earth immortal path. Whether he goes to the earth immortal world to toss around and find the way forward on the earth immortal path, or innovates and finds the way forward on his own, there is a reliable guarantee. Teacher Tia, you are worthy of being Teacher Tia, you are knowledgeable. Lu Feng gave the teacher a big thumbs up in his heart. Lu Feng also took this opportunity to communicate more with Teacher Tia. He asked some questions that he had accumulated when he was practicing the wizard path alone. Lu Feng benefited a lot from Teacher Tia's explanation. When they were chatting enthusiastically, Lu Feng suddenly remembered that his teacher had gained a lot in the Norton Plain this time, and then he asked Teacher Tia what kind of laws she had comprehended in the Norton Plain this time, and whether she could show him some to broaden his horizons. When she was happy, Teacher Tia did not hide it and said happily, "Speaking of the gains from the Norton Plain, I have made a fortune this time. In the center of the world of the Norton Plain where we are going to conquer, there is a giant golden tree that stands tall, and the civilization of the Norton Plain also regards the golden tree as the mother goddess who gave birth to them, and worships it. In the civilization of the Norton Plain, every generation of kings who rule the world are the sons of the golden tree and the spokespersons of the golden law. And in the battle of the Norton Plain, I came into contact with a giant golden tree of the Norton Plain, and fortunately seized a small golden tree incarnation from the Norton Plain. Through the relationship between the small golden tree incarnation and the golden tree, I, teacher, touched the shadow of a law called the Golden Law of the Norton Plain." Wizard Tia happily told Lu Feng about his great achievements in the Norton Plain. At the critical moment, he took out a secret treasure for taking pictures and played some pictures and scenery of his time in the Norton Plain to Lu Feng. Lu Feng had a very intuitive feeling about the Norton Plain. The Norton Plain sounds good, but it is actually a dark and depressing world. The plain environment is worse than the Western region world and the earthly immortal world, and the entire plain is filled with all kinds of strange monsters. After watching the video, Lu Feng was not very interested in the Norton Plain. After telling the background story of the Norton Plain, Wizard Tia straightened his body and moved slightly. Suddenly, a golden light emerged from the center of Wizard Tia's eyebrows, and slowly outlined a vigorous and twisted golden tree behind him. Suddenly, a warm and vital breath dissipated, making Lu Feng feel like he saw the morning sun rising from the dark land on the horizon. In this breath, Lu Feng clearly felt a higher level of quality crushing. His proud mental power and magic power, in front of this warm and vital breath, were as fragile as tofu hitting a stone, and were shattered at the touch and could not withstand a single blow. This has already involved a fundamental law, which cannot be solved by ordinary energy. To put it bluntly, it is the gap between humans and gods, and it is not the fake gods like Elio and Glida, but the existence of other planes in the wizard world that can rise up the kingdom of God in the starry sky and can be called the true God. The gap between them is as big as heaven and earth. Is this the golden law you are talking about? It is really a powerful law. Lu Feng exclaimed as he appreciated the power of teacher Tia. Hearing Lu Feng's praise, Tia the wizard smiled and put away the power of the golden law. When she put it away, a paleness appeared on Wizard Tia's face. When Lu Feng opened his mouth to speak, Wizard Tia explained, "I have not yet comprehended the golden law to a shallow extent, and I am not yet able to use it freely. However, as long as I continue to comprehend it slowly, it will not be long before our verdant tower can enter the upper level of the botanical garden. The 4th level Morning Star Wizard has a promising future. Teacher, keep up the good work," Lu Feng encouraged with a smile. After chatting with teacher Tia about the development of the verdant tower in the years since he left, Lu Feng said goodbye to Wizard Tia. Walking out of teacher Tia's room, Lu Feng caught a glimpse of Ms. Natasha walking into teacher Tia's room. It seems that after not seeing her for a long time, Ms. Natasha should still have a lot to say to teacher Tia. Lu Feng estimated that Wizard Tia should not be able to rest tonight. Good night. In the following days, with the return of the Tower Master, Wizard Tia, and the return of several official wizards he brought with him on the expedition to the Norton Plain, the Green Tower became lively again. With the return of several official wizards who had been minors for a long time, Ms. Natasha was directly freed from the heavy daily work. Lu Ok and others were also much more relaxed. Lu Feng's medicine factory also developed more with the assistance of another official wizard. Chapter 259, The Happiness of the Third Order, the Spiritual Realm Industrial Park Project. After Wizard Tia led his men to the Norton Plain, the Verdant Tower has been in a state of lack of staff. Many areas of the huge Verdant Tower cannot be traveled far. Now that everyone has returned, the Verdant Tower has finally returned to normal. These days, Lu Feng clearly felt the changes in the Verdant Tower. The Verdant Tower is the foundation of Wizard Tia. Now that he is back, he naturally has to restore the Verdant Tower to operation. The cultivation of wizards is not created out of nothing, and it also requires the support of resources. Without money, there is no progress. With a Tower Master, a powerful third-level wizard, sitting in charge, Lu Feng clearly felt that the Verdant Tower has become more vibrant, and the magic stones that fall into the pockets of everyone who stays in the tower have begun to increase. And as Lu Feng made his third-level wizard cultivation public, the strength of the Verdant Tower has greatly increased. With 2 third-level wizards sitting in charge, the Verdant Tower has become famous in the surrounding area. As the reputation spreads, the Verdant Tower naturally also received more business cooperation and profits from magic stones. Wizard Tia also talked to Lu Feng in detail, and directly and generously agreed to give Lu Feng half of the rights and dividends of the Verdant Tower. Lu Feng wanted to decline this. Verdant Tower is a standard 3rd-tier wizard tower, not the rubbish Great Wizard Tower in the western regions, or the rubbish wizard tower built by Lu Feng himself. When Wizard Tia built the Verdant Tower, all the wizard tower facilities used were of good quality at the 3rd-tier wizard stage. The 3rd-tier element pool, the high-quality tower spirit Irene, and various witchcraft arrays. There are 108 attack and defense arrays alone, with both ironclad defense and devastating attack power. There is also a powerful space array used in the entire wizard tower, which gives the wizard a wide space inside. The secret garden for cultivating medicinal magic plants, the void ranch for raising extraordinary magic beasts, the death cage for imprisoning witchcraft experiments, the factory for making potions and medicines, the furnace for smelting and processing metals, the guard factory for making golem puppets. All the modules of the wizard tower have made the Verdant Tower into a perfect defensive barrier, which is qualified for plain conquest. If the Wizard Tia is promoted to the 4th level, and then gets a powerful energy source such as a Nesser Core, a void furnace, and a virtual godhead to replace the current energy pool of the Verdant Tower, the Verdant Tower can be upgraded to a powerful floating city, walk out of the wizard world, and travel in the endless void to start plain conquest. In short, the magic stones that the Wizard Tia spent on the Verdant Tower are huge. If Lu Feng came, it would probably take him 30 or 40 years without eating or drinking to earn them. That is to say, Wizard Tia was gifted. Not long after being promoted to the 3rd level wizard, she passed the 3rd level pharmacist qualification certificate. Taking advantage of the scarcity of high-level potions, she devoted herself to refining and earned a large amount of magic stones to build the Verdant Tower. You know, wizard towers like the Verdant Tower near them are generally passed down from generation to generation by wizards, slowly accumulating magic stones to build a powerful wizard tower. Building the Verdant Tower, like Wizard Tia, can be regarded as a big legend in the nearby area. It is precisely because he knows the value of the Verdant Tower that Lu Feng dares not accept the kindness of Teacher Tia. He has just been promoted to the 3rd level wizard. How can he be worth half of the magic stones of the Verdant Tower? He is really not worthy. However, Wizard Tia's attitude is extremely firm. She directly pressed Lu Feng's hand and made him sign the contract to become the 2nd in command of the Verdant Tower. After the Wizard Tia comprehended the law called the Golden Law, his cultivation was close to that of a 4th level wizard. Lu Feng wanted to resist, but he finally gave in. Forget it, even if Teacher Tia wants to beat me up, this half of the magic stone of the Verdant Tower is enough. Since he couldn't refuse, Lu Feng had to accept the kindness from the Wizard Tia. He was directly promoted to the 2nd in command of the Verdant Tower. With such a promotion in status, coupled with his promotion to the 3rd level wizard, Lu Feng and the Verdant Tower became famous in the nearby area. At the party celebrating Lu Feng's promotion alone, a large number of members from various organizations came to present him with gifts, just to get Lu Feng's favor. A new 3rd level wizard, no matter where he is the absolute core that countless people and forces revolve around. Although Lu Feng was a little annoyed by these lively scenes, seeing the gifts sent by one force after another, Lu Feng, who was so overwhelmed by the gifts, adjusted his mentality and blended into the celebration banquet casually. During the banquet, many wizard families asked Lu Feng indirectly whether he would accept apprentices or maids, and also offered various benefits. These wizard families obviously wanted to use this method to tactfully get close to Lu Feng, a new 3rd level wizard. It was the first time that Lu Feng encountered such a situation, so he cautiously asked Teacher Tia for her opinion. Teacher Tia told him directly, "Don't worry too much. What apprentices and maids? Just accept them. After accepting them, just send them to the Green Tower to receive wizard education. Let them start from wizard apprentices and climb up step by step. If they are really gifted, you can also teach them yourself and train an assistant for yourself." As for the benefits they offered, of course, I accepted them all. These are all their sincerity. If you don't accept them, they will probably be so scared that they can't sleep after leaving the banquet today and going home. After listening to Teacher Tia's explanation, Lu Feng suddenly became enlightened and understood immediately. These benefits from the wizard families are not only their sincerity, but also a tribute to Lu Feng, a new 3rd level wizard. In the future, they will make a living within Lu Feng's sphere of influence. If they don't pay tribute to Lu Feng, wouldn't it mean that they look down on him and don't take Lu Feng, a 3rd level wizard, seriously? Who would be disgusted by this attitude? Lu Feng won't take it, but they can't not give it. After understanding this truth, Lu Feng also put his mind at ease and took all the benefits sent by these people. Lu Feng counted the resources collected from these forces and organizations and found that the amount was not small, which was equivalent to the magic stone income of 2 or 3 years after he took charge of the medicine factory. Seeing this rich tribute, Lu Feng couldn't help but sigh. The wizard world is still rich. The Earth Fairy world and the Western region world are really poor. Except for some special items and skills, there is really nothing to squeeze out. With half of the Green Tower in the tributes from these wizard organizations every month, Lu Feng's magic stone income began to soar. Now 1 month's income can already match the magic stone income of the past 2.5 years. However, while the income increased, Lu Feng sadly discovered that the consumption of Kingmu Spirit Realm was also increasing day by day. The magic stones he earned every month were like being thrown into the water when he filled the booming Kingmu Spirit Realm. It was just a noise. His strength and cultivation were constantly improving, but the resources consumed were about 7 or 8 times that of a wizard of the same level 3. I am not a genius. My current achievements are all supported by the earthly immortal method. There are gains and losses, and I never regret it. Lu Feng understood his own ability and said with a firm look, Kingmu Spirit Realm has become a major consumer of magic stones, and Lu Feng is not a person who sits and waits for death. On the one hand, he and Tia Wizard actively discussed how to develop the industry of the Green Tower, expand production capacity, make it bigger and stronger, and strive to create more glory. However, Tia Wizard came back this time mainly because he comprehended the laws in the Norton Plane, and after returning, he planned to go into seclusion to continue studying the Golden Law. At this stage of Tia Wizard, his mental strength and physique have been improved to the limit, and there is no need to spend resources to polish it. All that was left was to spend a lot of time and energy to slowly comprehend the laws. The resources for auxiliary cultivation were enough for Tia Wizard to use with the output of the Verdant Tower. Therefore, Tia Wizard regretfully told Lu Feng that he had no motivation or energy to think about these things now. This also meant that if Lu Feng wanted to increase his income now, he could only rely on himself to find a way. However, Wizard Tia also saw Lu Feng's need for magic stones and gave him some suggestions. Rester, I see that you have also passed the first-level pharmacist qualification certificate. If you have time, you can also prepare for the second-level and third-level pharmacist qualification certificates. I also got the certificate back then. If you plan to prepare for the exam, I can also give you some advice and guidance. Second, although I have returned from the Norton Plane this time, the extra-dimensional conquest against the Norton Plane has not yet ended, and the Morning Star Wizard has not completely taken over the Norton Plane. If you have the idea of participating in the extra-dimensional conquest, I can show you a way to enter the Norton Plane directly. If you go now, maybe you can fill my vacancy in the Novi Plane. If you don't want to go to the Norton Plane, you can also go to the Plane Square of the Botanical Garden, and find some extra-dimensional planes suitable for you to plunder. The third one is that you can take some tasks in the Botanical Garden. When you reach the third-level wizard stage, you can work for the Botanical Garden. Generally, the task rewards are quite rich. You can also get good results if you spend some time on this. I understand, teacher. I will think about it again. The 3 suggestions of Tia Wizard were very pertinent. Lu Feng thought about it seriously after listening to them. The first one is the pharmacist qualification certificate. If you can pass the third-level pharmacist qualification certificate, you can make a lot of money, but the process is a bit long. Lu Feng thought about his experience of preparing for the first-level pharmacist qualification certificate in order to make money, and estimated the time and energy consumption of obtaining the third-level pharmacist qualification certificate. The first-level pharmacist qualification certificate is more difficult than the first level. With his background and strength, Lu Feng estimated that he would need to prepare for the third-level pharmacist qualification for about 18 hours a day and continue for 16 years before he had a chance. This will take too long. It's better to plan for the long term. I should add the plan of preparing for the third-level pharmacist qualification certificate to my daily life. Lu Feng thought about it and decided to make the third-level pharmacist qualification certificate his long-term goal. At the same time, his mind turned, and he suddenly thought of his King Mu Lingjing. It is unrealistic for him to devote himself to the preparation for the pharmacist qualification certificate now, but in his King Mu Lingjing, there are many villagers who rely on the Earth Fairy method to practice and have the strength of first-level formal wizards. These people have been staying in King Mu Lingjing, consuming the resources in King Mu Lingjing, but Lu Feng does not need such a group of first-level thugs in normal battles, which makes Lu Feng feel that he is supporting a group of freeloaders. Now think about it, these people are not good at fighting, but let them develop a side business. Isn't it the best use of them? Refining potions, making wizard secret treasures, cultivating magic plants, creating steel golems, and taming extraordinary magic beasts. If these people in King Mu Lingjing were trained to be qualified workers, and then his King Mu Lingjing was built into an efficient industrial park and a raw material processing plant, wouldn't he be able to automatically earn magic stones just by lying in the Verdant Tower? This idea is really possible. The more Lu Feng thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed, and his thoughts became clearer. In the early stages, King Mu Lingjing may still need some time to develop, but once the industrial park has taken shape and is running smoothly, the group of people raised in the spiritual realm can continuously earn magic stones for King Mu Lingjing. Part of the magic stones earned will be used to pay them wages, and the rest will be used to cultivate the spiritual realm. Even the magic stones used as wages will return to the world of King Mu Lingjing during their daily consumption and use, cultivating the Ling Mu Lingjing in disguise. Although I am more arrogant than a government, my lovely villagers have worked hard and earned a lot of magic stones in the process. They are happy. Lu Feng said with a firm look. Villagers. After his thoughts became clear, Lu Feng regarded the industrial park of Kingmu Spirit Realm as his primary goal. Now it is not convenient to go to the earthly immortal world and the western region world, and Lu Feng's mind is full of earning magic stones to cultivate the spiritual realm. As for the other two suggestions of Tia Wizard, Lu Feng also thought about it seriously. With the precedent of the western region world and the earthly immortal world, Lu Feng is not very interested in the plane conquest now. His current strength is indeed very strong, but if he encounters a late-stage third-level strongman in the plane conquest, it will be very troublesome. Almost all of them have no power to resist and can only run away. For example, the conquest of the Norton Plain in which Tia Wizard participated was a violent invasion of the entire world, and the fourth-level Morning Star Wizard was involved in the same level of strongmen in the Norton Plain. The Tia Wizards pushed forward all the way, implementing a violent clearing strategy for the Norton Plain. While advancing step by step, they were also prone to surprise attacks by strong people. Although there were fellow third-level people to take care of each other, the battles were extremely frequent, and it was easy to encounter stronger people than themselves, which was quite dangerous. Although the harvest was rich, it was not suitable for Lu Feng at present. However, if he could encounter a different plane with a low upper limit, Lu Feng felt that he would not mind digging 3 feet into the ground and hollowing out a different plane to cultivate his Kingmu Spirit Realm. With the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, Lu Feng was confident that he had the ability to do so. However, this kind of different plane with a low upper limit and no danger is also a rare resource, and generally does not appear in the plane square. For the wizard organization, this kind of different plane is more suitable for controlling and taking it down, and making it the base camp of its own forces. Chapter 260 Industrialization begins to take effect, Plane Expedition. Therefore, it is not easy to find a different plane that meets Lu Feng's idea. But if he has time, Lu Feng certainly doesn't mind going to the plane square to look for some different planes that are suitable for his own strategy and plunder. He also wants to try to see if his golden finger, Space Gate, can use the world coordinates of these different planes to shuttle through space. But now, just like the pharmacist qualification certificate, Lu Feng has no idea of in-depth research for the time being. He is now preparing to build his own Kingmu Lingjing first. If it were before, it would be a bit troublesome for him to transform Kingmu Lingjing into an industrial park. But now Lu Feng is the second in command of the Green Tower, holding great power, and can call up the collection and inventory of the Green Tower at will. If it were not inconvenient for Lu Feng to show the Greenwood Lingjing to everyone in the Green Tower, he could directly recruit a group of wizard apprentices from the Green Tower, take them into the Greenwood Lingjing to work and take apprentices, and quickly establish a large-scale industrial park. Unfortunately, there are too many secrets of Lu Feng in the Wood Lingjing, and this shortcut cannot be taken, so he can only use the most primitive and simple method. Lu Feng directly copied many basic wizard skills books from the Green Tower. Magic plant cultivation, detailed explanation of magic plant processing, complete collection of basic alchemy potion formulas. Although Lu Feng is ambitious, he is not ready to be greedy now. He plans to start cultivating the villagers in Kingmu Spirit Realm from his best alchemy medicine. Start with small industries and cultivate them slowly, step by step. After a group of skilled or useful talents are cultivated in Kingmu Spirit Realm, Lu Feng will slowly upgrade his own industry. Otherwise, if the step is too big, even a third-level wizard like Lu Feng will be in trouble. As Lu Feng's requirements and orders were issued to Kingmu Spirit Realm, the villages in the spirit space took action. Lu Feng's orders were almost equivalent to imperial decrees and oracles for them. As soon as the order came, the villagers in each village immediately began to learn various wizard skills enthusiastically. These villagers have lived in Lu Feng's Kingmu Spirit Realm for a long time, and almost all of them grew up immersed in the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The unique environment and various secret methods that can be comprehended at will. There are Earth Immortal methods, Wizard methods, and the Wizard methods of the Western regions. There are no natural disasters, cruel and bloody competition. The quality of life of the villagers living in Kingmu Lingjing is much higher than that of the Earth Immortal world and the Western regions. Every villager living in it is very happy. The only thing that makes them feel a little uncomfortable is that the development of Kingmu Lingjing is limited, and there are many basic buildings at the lower level, which makes the villagers lack some entertainment. Although the villagers are also spontaneously creating and restoring the previous life and entertainment in the outside world, it is still a little worse. However, now that Lu Feng's order has been issued, the villagers have begun to get busy, and there is no need to continue wasting time on entertainment. In the past few years since returning to the wizard world, the three goddesses have nowhere to go and can only stay in the space of Kingmu Lingjing. They have been bored and have spread their beliefs to every corner of Kingmu Lingjing. The place is too small and there is no challenge for them at all. However, in the process of spreading the faith of the three gods, Elio and the other three girls did not take over Lu Feng's position in the Kingmu spirit realm. They worshipped Lu Feng as the main god, considered themselves to be Lu Feng's subordinate gods, established a pantheon, and unified the spread of faith. After Lu Feng knew about it, he also felt that Elio and the others were sensible, so now he directly handed over the management of the villagers in the Kingmu spirit realm to Elio and the other three goddesses. Under their management, the Kingmu spirit realm was thriving. As soon as Lu Feng's idea came out this time, Elio and the others seemed to have found a fun toy, and immediately actively cooperated with Lu Feng to implement his goal of spiritual realm industrial park construction in the Kingmu spirit realm. With their active cooperation, after only 2 months, the Kingmu spirit realm was completely new. On this day, Lu Feng delivered a batch of freshly baked ordinary potions to the person in charge of the Dongmu Chamber of Commerce, and earned the first batch of magic stones after the construction of the Kingmu spirit realm. In the past, Lu Feng worked hard to earn magic stones to feed Kingmu Lingjing. Today, Kingmu Lingjing has finally grown up and can earn magic stones. At this moment, Lu Feng inexplicably felt like an old father watching his son grow up. Lu Feng sent this batch of magic stones directly to Kingmu Lingjing and gave them to the three goddesses of Elio to distribute as wages. Reward to the villagers who worked hard for him. This is a reward, but also an incentive. It is the 1,000 gold that Lu Feng used to buy horse bones. Although Lu Feng can make the villagers in the spirit realm work for him just by giving orders and threats. But such a method of exploitation is undoubtedly inferior and inefficient. Anyway, the magic stones that entered as Kingmu Lingjing will never come out again, and they are all used in Kingmu Lingjing. Lu Feng doesn't mind giving them to the villagers who work hard for him to satisfy his desire first. At the same time, if they are paid enough wages, those villagers who work hard will get satisfactory benefits, and they will be more supportive and work actively. Lu Feng remembered a famous saying in the workplace in his previous life, with a monthly salary of 100,000, the boss is the worker's grandfather. If the salary is enough, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. The spirit of dedication is difficult to cultivate, but Lu Feng is good at using rich materials to impress the bodies of these villagers, making every piece of their flesh and blood remember Lu Feng's kindness. The magic stones that Lu Feng had few of were distributed by the three goddesses. The villagers who got the magic stones were overjoyed and excited. These magic stones are not only the reward for his labor, but also the favor from the main god, a kind of honor. Under the stimulation of the generous salary, the villagers in Kingmu Lingjing began to roll inward. If you put 10 efforts in the cultivation of magic plants, I will put 20 efforts. If he learns to refine one more basic potion, I will learn 2. There are also various other industries. Under the gaze of Elio and the three gods, the villagers of Kingmu Lingjing happily rolled inward, rapidly advancing the overall industrialization level of Kingmu Lingjing. The most obvious thing Lu Feng felt was that the products supplied to Dongmu Chamber of Commerce were increasing every month, and the income from magic stones was becoming more and more considerable. With the development of the industrialization of Kingmu Lingjing, Lu Feng also found some unexpected surprises. In addition to working hard, the villagers of Kingmu Lingjing frequently consumed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, emotional fluctuations, and mental exhaustion. The daily consumption of these creatures has subtly generated a force that promotes the development of Kingmu Lingjing, making the efficiency of Kingmu Lingjing's daily refining of magic stones higher and higher. Living creatures seem to be of great benefit to heaven and earth. This move of mine has not only expanded the efficacy of Kingmu Lingjing, but also promoted the development of Kingmu Lingjing. It seems that I made the right move. Lu Feng looked at the development of Kingmu Lingjing with joy. Another 6 months passed, and it was the flower month of the year 4063 of the wizard era. After a few months, the industrialization of Kingmu Lingjing gradually got on the right track. After many villagers with first-level strength worked hard, they finally mastered the refining methods of many first-level potions and could mass-produce some commonly used first-level potions. Although there is no pharmaceutical factory in Kingmu Lingjing, there are still many villagers in Kingmu Lingjing who have broken through to the first level through the shortcut of the way of mage. With the advantage of human resources, King Mu Lingjing relies on the production of small manual workshops, and the amount of medicine produced in a month is not small. It barely reaches 1/10 of the monthly output of the medicine factory under Lu Feng. Excluding the cost of medicine, it can also earn a lot of magic stones from selling it. However, the development of King Mu Lingjing will not be too fast in the future. The technical breakthrough from the first-level potion to the second-level potion requires not only superb pharmaceutical skills, but also matching second-level strength. There are still many first-level villagers in King Mu Lingjing, but there are very few second-level villagers now. The remaining few are all Western magicians captured by Lu Feng when he was plundering from the Western world. They are said to be second-level, but their skills are simply weak compared to the second-level wizards, and the progress in learning the skills of refining potions is also slow. Lu Feng didn't expect them to learn any alchemy skills. He was more hoping that the villagers would improve their strength and produce several villagers who practiced earth immortals and wizards and had complete second-level strength to fill the middle level of King Mu's spirit realm. However, the second level is not a piece of cake, nor can it be achieved overnight. It takes time to accumulate and wait. Lu Feng never worried about these trivial matters. Anyway, his life is quite comfortable now. With Teacher Tia on his head, he won't encounter any major crisis. Why worry? Just wait slowly. However, with only these magic stones, it is estimated that it will take another 80 or 90 years for King Mu's spirit realm to develop to the peak of the third level. After all, it is still a bit long. Lu Feng is only in the early stage of the third-level wizard. To be honest, it is not slow to practice to the peak of the third-level wizard in 80 or 90 years. His teacher Tia also spent 160 years to complete this process. When it comes to the third-level wizard stage, 180 years is insignificant compared to the lifespan of wizards, who often live for thousands of years. Compared with this, Lu Feng is already very fast. Of course, Lu Feng still has a little ambition in his heart. He also wants to become stronger. He has not forgotten that there are two old immortals waiting for him in the earthly immortal world and the western region world. 180 years is too long, and it is hard to say what the god of steam and mage and the leader of Tai sect will do. If one of them breaks through the realm in these 180 years, Lu Feng can't think of returning to the earthly immortal world and the western region world. It is not a big problem that he can't go back to the western region world, but Lu Feng is unwilling to give up the earthly immortal world. He can have today's achievements, but he can't do without the mysterious earthly immortal method of the earthly immortal world. With the help of the King Mu spirit realm cultivated by the earthly immortal method, Lu Feng got rid of the talent limitation of the wizard world, made full use of the resources of the wizard world, and stepped up to the current height step by step. Lu Feng dare not forget that the earthly immortal method he is practicing now is incomplete, lacking the methods of cultivating the blessed land and the cave heaven later. Without the assistance of these methods, Lu Feng's future will not be bright if he can't cultivate the blessed land and the cave heaven. I can't guarantee that I can continue to make rapid progress in the way of wizards in the future. So the short-term goal is to work hard to earn magic stones, improve my cultivation, and reach the late third stage as soon as possible. Then find a way to return to the earthly immortal world to deal with the leader of Tai sect and the god of steam and mage, and find a subsequent cultivation method of earthly immortals. Lu Feng thought for a long time and set his short-term small goals. Now King Mu's spirit realm needs to develop and slowly upgrade the villagers' wizard skills and strength. The magic stone income from King Mu's spirit realm will not change much in a short period of time. The same is true for the Green Tower. Although Teacher Tia has returned, after dealing with the sundries of the Green Tower, Wizard Tia went into seclusion again. The magic stone income provided by the Green Tower will not fluctuate much in a short period of time. The rest is plain expeditions and quests. Doing quests is mainly stable and busy, and plain expeditions are purely based on luck. After thinking about it, Lu Feng only had these two choices: doing quests and plain expeditions. After thinking about it, Lu Feng decided to go and see both. There is not much to say about helping the botanical garden with tasks. When he was a wizard apprentice, Lu Feng had done many tasks for a living, so he was familiar with the task system of the botanical garden. As a large-scale organization, the botanical garden is also a platform. Where there are people, there are various needs, and naturally many tasks that cannot be issued are derived. In general, the tasks of the botanical garden are all kinds of strange, and the task evaluation system and reward system are relatively fair. Basically, if you pay a sweat, you can get a harvest. However, compared with a plain expedition, simply doing the task seems as plain as water, without any waves. Especially the plain expedition in the wizard world. Feng has always heard the legend of the plain expedition, but has never seen or experienced it with his own eyes. It must be said that because of the strategy of the earthly immortal world, Feng stayed in the Green Tower for too long, and missed a lot of scenery along the way during the practice process. Since the development of the artifact, Plain Gate, the wizard civilization has flourished in the plain expedition. Plain trading and violent plunder are often the fastest ways to get rich. Although the risks are not small, the extremely high profits are enough to make brave wizards rush forward despite the risk of falling. In this era, plain expeditions have become common. If you follow the expedition team of a reliable high-level wizard, even a first-level wizard who has just been promoted can have a taste of the plain expedition soup. Of course, if something unexpected happens, these first-level wizards who overestimate their abilities will pay with their lives. After all, in the process of plain expeditions, battles, natural disasters, and monsters are topics that can never be avoided. Feng is also curious about the plain expedition and is also a little tempted. Anyway, let's go and take a look first. After a simple packing, Feng left the verdant tower. Flying all the way, Feng once again climbed the trunk of the supergiant energy-absorbing ancient tree and headed towards the plain square. Not long after, in the center of the crown of the supergiant tender ancient tree, a huge square like a star appeared in front of Feng. Chapter 261, Plain Square, First Exploration of the Terrestrial Plane. A plain gate shines with brilliant light, suspended in the void, like the most dazzling nebula in the night sky. The plain square is called a square, but after generations of construction in the botanical garden, it has long been built into a bridgehead for conquering other planes. Standing in it, Feng only felt his own insignificance. Compared with the armies of countless high-level wizards who conquer other planes and come and go here, Feng, a third-level wizard, is not a very conspicuous existence on the plain square. Feng just looked a few more times, and then, under the guidance of a guide elf that appeared beside him, he came to the magnificent hall next to the plain square. The plain square is strictly managed and is not a place that can be entered and exited at will. The other plane is full of various dangers. Traveling through the world through the plain gate is likely to bring danger back to the wizard world. The erosion of demons, the temptation of devils, the parasitism of Zerg, strange curses, infectious diseases. After repeated painful lessons, major wizard organizations began to unify the management of the plain gates in the organization and formulate various emergency plans for dangers and disasters. By asking the elves who led the way and combining the information he had collected before, Feng quickly understood the role of the plain square. For example, the plain square is like a modern port that was prosperous in Feng's memory of his previous life, responsible for the circulation and transportation of a large amount of goods. However, in the current wizard world, it is not cargo ships that move on the plain square, but starships that carry a large number of soldiers to fight in other planes. During the conversation, Feng also knew that the plain gates opened on the plain square are now divided into two categories. One is the plain gate leading to the other plane in the war period. The other planes led by this plain gate are often discovered not long ago, and the high-level wizards who discovered it are still plundering the other planes in war. For example, the Nord plane the Tia wizard just returned to belongs to this category. This type of plain gate depends on the mood and needs of the high-level wizards, and whether it is open to other wizards in the botanical garden. Some have no entry requirements, some require a plain invitation letter to enter, and some require a certain entrance fee. Another type of plain gate does not require any entry requirements and is completely open to other wizards in the botanical garden. This type of plain gate is mostly abandoned planes that have been plundered by high-level wizards and nothing is left. There are also some planes that are officially open to the botanical garden, for free, which is considered to be a benefit for wizards in the organization. So, I can choose some planes that I can get for free, or apply for an official welfare plane to plunder. Feng pondered for a while and found that the benefits of this plain square exceeded his imagination. If he could find an abandoned plane or get a non-dangerous plane for free, with his energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, Feng could get more benefits than doing the tasks of the botanical garden. Feng was very excited and made a decision immediately. Doing tasks, only ghosts would do tasks, He also wants to go to the other plane to make a fortune. In the hall of the plane square, he found an empty place, directly communicated with a guide elf beside him, and inquired about the other plane that could meet his requirements. Introductions of the other planes kept floating on the light screen in front of the elf. Lu Feng read 10 lines at a glance, quickly browsed, took in the information one by one, and while gaining a lot of knowledge, he was also quickly screening the other planes that met his requirements. Lu Feng's requirements are not high, just 2 points. One is a little bit of money, and the other is no danger. A plane with a little money can speed up his resource collection speed. A plane without danger is more suitable for him to show his skills. Otherwise, it will be like the Western region world and the Earth Immortal world. He planned to the end, and the ordinary strong men in the two worlds were harvested by him, but because of the existence of two strong men he couldn't beat, Lu Feng couldn't plunder the biggest benefit of the two worlds, the world itself. In fact, for the energy-absorbing ancient tree, even the oil and water sources everywhere in the western regions can be squeezed out of it. As long as he is given some time, the energy-absorbing ancient tree can devour 1 or 2 continents and oceans in the western regions, and the harvest is definitely not less than the magic stones earned by Lu Feng's medicine factory. However, this process requires a certain amount of time and a stable environment. With the god of steam and mage and the leader of Taiyi sect, Lu Feng has no chance to realize his plan to wipe out his family. However, this time, the plain square of the Botanical Garden opened up a new world for Lu Feng. The Botanical Garden organization has accumulated different planes for countless years of battles. If Lu Feng empties any one of them, it will be enough for him to make a fortune and quickly accumulate resources to advance to the late stage of the 3rd level wizard. This alternate dimension is good. The internal environment is a lot of volcanoes and red soil. It is an alternate dimension infected by the abyss. There are some inferior demon creatures living there. The danger level is low. This dimension is also good. It is a world plundered by the wizards of the School of Undead. The breath of death is too heavy. The whole world is dying. And this one, which is in the low period of the elemental tide and cursed by strange creatures. It is the place where a morning star wizard experiments with a path of cultivation. Forget it, it's not suitable. Lu Feng was dazzled by the information of alternate dimensions. After reading so much, Lu Feng calmed down from his initial excitement. Anyway, these alternate dimensions will not collapse immediately. They were here before and will be here in the future. They will not run away. Lu Feng can choose whatever he wants. After thinking about it, Lu Feng no longer wasted time to continue choosing. Instead, he chose 2 alternate dimensions that he liked at the beginning, and then communicated with the guide elves to apply for entry permits for these 2 alternate dimensions from the Botanical Garden. The Botanical Garden is very efficient. Lu Feng applied for 2 second-class plane gates. So, 3 minutes later, Lu Feng got the permission to enter 2 planes. Yes, it's really fast. I'll go to these 2 planes to have a look. The first one is the volcanic lava world called Tarius, and the second one is the undead world called Alice. Lu was happy in his heart. Under the guidance of the guide elf, he came to a gorgeous teleportation array in the center of the plane hall. Botanical Garden, a directional teleportation array was arranged in the plane hall, which is convenient for solitary or small team wizards to directly reach the plane gate they want to go to through the teleportation array. Go to the other plane Tarius. Standing on the directional teleportation array, Lu Feng instructed the guide elf beside him. The teleportation to the plane gate Tarius is ready. I wish you a happy journey, wizard. The guide elf gave a sincere blessing and then activated the directional teleportation array. The light of the directional teleportation array enveloped Lu Feng's body. After a slight trance, the scenery in front of Lu Feng suddenly changed. Lu Feng looked around. A wide plane gate that could be hugged by 3 people appeared in front of him. The plane gate with black and red lines on it exuded a sulfurous smell. The surface of the plane gate also showed the scene inside the Tithias plane, showing Lu Feng the harsh environment inside the Tithias plane. Crash! When Lu Feng was observing and studying the plane gate of the Tithias plane, a strange sound came from the plane gate, and then a fiery red demon with 2 horns on its head and a hideous face emerged from the plane gate. Flame Demon. Looking at the monster that emerged on the plane gate, Lu Feng's heart moved, and he recalled the knowledge he had seen in the classics of the Verdant Tower. The hideous-looking demon in front of him had scorching magma flowing all over his body, and the terrifying high temperature was emitted between his breaths. At a glance, Lu Feng recognized the origin of this demon. It was clearly a fire demon that was notorious in the abyss. The flame demon is a well-known high-level demon in the endless abyss. It has the strength of a third-level wizard at birth and has the innate ability to control fire. With a demon's naturally powerful body, it is basically a hegemon in the endless abyss. If you work hard, you can become a powerful demon lord with terrifying strength comparable to that of the Morning Star Wizard. However, the flame demon in front of him is obviously not as unrestrained and free as his relatives in the endless abyss. He was directly refined into the plane gate of the Tithias plane by the powerful wizard in the botanical garden, and became the guardian spirit of the plane gate. The flame demon who becomes the guardian spirit of the plane gate can still retain his strength, but he will be trapped in the plane gate for the rest of his life. As long as the Tithias plane is not destroyed and the plane gate is not revoked, this flame demon will always be the guardian spirit. The appearance of Lu Feng gave the fire demon, who had been guarding the plane gate for more than 10 years, a glimmer of hope. He quickly emerged from the plane gate, not caring whether it would arouse Lu Feng's vigilance, and quickly began to tempt. "Respected wizard, may I ask if your subordinates need a powerful and fierce fire demon to charge for you, or guard the house, or even serve tea and water? I can do it." Lu Feng sneered as he listened to the fire demon's words, trying to promote himself. This fire demon's brain is really rough, and his eloquence is not a little bit worse than the devil in the hell. The words of promoting himself are completely unattractive to Lu Feng. The demons in the endless abyss are notoriously chaotic and evil. Whether they are ordinary little demons or the high and mighty demon princes, they are all notoriously chaotic and funny, and never abide by contracts or promises. The Balrog in front of him promised all kinds of tempting benefits in order to escape, but once it escaped, it would immediately turn its face and ignore people. At that time, the first person it would attack would be Lu Feng, who rescued it. Lu Feng had no intention of touching this time bomb. Lu Feng directly ignored the Balrog's devilish whispers and showed the entry permit he had just applied for in front of the Balrog. The Balrog, who was still beeping a second ago, immediately lost his eyes and looked stiff. He replied to Lu Feng mechanically, "Entry permit confirmed. I wish Master Wizard rest a happy trip in the Tyrian plane." After completing the entry procedure, Lu Feng smiled at a Balrog who had regained his consciousness and was stunned for a long time, and then strode out and stepped into the Tyrian plane gate. Only the Balrog, who was crying in front of the plane gate, was left, and was forced to shrink back into the plane gate unwillingly. Entering the plane gate, a familiar feeling came again. Perhaps it was because the Tyrian plane was too far away from the wizard world. The strange feeling of teleportation this time was hundreds of times stronger than when Lu Feng usually sat in the teleportation array, and he also stayed in the special space distortion domain for an unusually long time. Even though Lu Feng was now a third-level wizard, he felt like he was about to be vomited during the teleportation process of this plane gate. Fortunately, this special dizziness only lasted for a moment, and Lu Feng walked out of the plane gate and came to the Tyrian plane. The negative state brought by this plane gate is too strong. If compared with my Golden Finger space gate, this plane gate is simply weak. Lu Feng complained in his heart, and by the way, he compared the artifact plane gate of the wizard world with his own Golden Finger. Whether in terms of stability or speed, the plane gate is far inferior to his treasure, space gate. While complaining in his heart, the scenery in front of Lu Feng changed. As soon as he left the plane gate, a gloomy sky filled with dark red smoke came into view. The air was filled with a choking smell of sulfur. As far as the eye could see, a large number of active volcanoes with billowing smoke and dust were spewing magma and poisonous gas wantonly. The rolling heat waves made people feel as if they were in the flaming mountain in Journey to the West. Lu Feng looked at the surrounding environment, and the spiritual light of the fire dragon magic spell on his body automatically rose, isolating him from the high temperature and poisonous smoke and dust. Not bad. It is indeed as described. There are active volcanoes everywhere, and the most important thing is that there are no other people here, which is just right for my energy-absorbing ancient tree to show its power here. Lu Feng did not forget his purpose and commented with a smile. The plane gate connecting the wizard world and the Tyrian plane stands in the air in this active volcanic area, or to be more precise, embedded in the space. Wizards who are not from the wizard world cannot see it or attack it. Lu Feng checked and confirmed that the plane gate was unobstructed, then he flew down from the air with confidence and followed the active volcano on the earth. At the same time, the treasure space gate deep in Lu Feng's soul also recorded the coordinates of the Tyrian plane. If he wants, he can also freely travel back and forth between many places. Lu Feng came here for the rich active volcanic resources of the Tailius Plain. How could he run around before the goal was achieved? Flying down from the sky, Lu Feng spread his mental power to scan the surrounding area, looking for possible creatures. Unfortunately, the high temperature in this area is not something that ordinary creatures can survive, which saves Lu Feng the trouble of covering up, and he can act with confidence. Carrying a towering volcanic smoke column, he fell into the largest crater in this area. Suddenly, a huge magma pool appeared in front of Lu Feng. The scorching, terrifying heat swept over, scorching the surrounding air and distorting it. It's great, the energy-absorbing ancient tree is out to work. Lu Feng chuckled and immediately summoned the energy-absorbing ancient tree from the Kingmu spirit realm. Chapter 262 Plundering the Tailius Plain, the Will of the Endless Abyss. The environment of the Tailius Plain is harsh, and the concentration of spiritual energy is also very average. It is the active volcanoes everywhere that aroused Lu Feng's interest. Ordinary wizards would never come to such a plain unless they have special needs. It's poor and hot, so why come here to eat earth and steam sauna? Under Lu Feng's call, the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling walked out of the Kingmu spirit realm, swaying its green branches and leaves to explore the surrounding environment. Although fire overcomes wood, the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling is of high nature. The ordinary fire magma in the active volcano can't hurt the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling at all. On the contrary, the energy contained in the hot magma in the active volcano can also become the nutrient for the growth of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling. With a bang, the energy-absorbing ancient tree fell into the active volcano, and the thick trunk smashed a large piece of magma. The white roots immediately squirmed and joined the hot magma, deep into the interior of the active volcano. Goo goo goo. Like water pumping through a pipe, the scorching hot energy flowed into the interior of the energy-absorbing ancient tree along the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling, and was absorbed by the energy-absorbing ancient tree. The energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling grew up with Lu Feng, and its essence was no weaker than that of the Kingmu spirit realm. An active volcano in an ordinary plain was not enough in front of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling. Lu Feng stood in midair, watching the process of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling absorbing volcanic energy. The hot and high-temperature volcanic lava in the active volcano where the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling took root began to cool down at a speed visible to the naked eye. The bright color of the volcanic lava exposed to the air quickly dimmed and slowly turned into pitch-black obsidian. In less than 2 hours, the lava on the surface of the active volcano under Lu Feng's feet had all cooled and solidified, forming a hard stone cover. The energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling took root on the rock, gently swaying its branches and leaves. Lu Feng could already feel a clear stream of scorching hot energy gathering in the branches of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling. Lu Feng communicated with the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling, transferring the scorching energy stored in its branches to the Kingmu spirit realm. Not bad, in 2 hours, it absorbed about 10,000 magic stones of energy. However, this is just the beginning. When the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling completely spreads its roots, branches and leaves, this high-temperature active volcanic area will probably become a desert in no time. The scorching high-temperature volcanic energy fell into the Kingmu spirit realm and merged into the lava at the bottom of the land of the spirit realm. With the flow of the underground lava, the land of the spirit realm was strengthened. Lu Feng knew that the volcanic energy of 10,000 magic stones was just an appetizer. In the Kingmu spirit realm, the figure of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling was not the petite one it is now. It was a sacred tree that stood tall and upright. The radius of the Kingmu spirit realm alone is now 75 kilometers, and the size of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling is not much smaller. When the Kingmu spirit realm spreads its roots and limbs, everything Lu Feng saw would probably be covered by the shade of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling. So Lu Feng was not in a hurry at all. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. During these days, the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings have grown into giant trees that stand tall on the land of the Tailius Plain. The active volcano area near the plain gate has been transformed from an active volcano into a barren desert under the exploitation of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. In addition to the lack of devoured substances, all the absorbable energy in this area has been plundered by the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. Lacking the basic energy to maintain the nutrition of the land, this area is estimated to be barren and lifeless within 100 or 80 years. As the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings exert their power, the energy plundered from the earth is injected into the Qingmu spirit realm. Lu Feng also devotes himself to the Qingmu spirit realm, controlling the digestion and absorption of the Qingmu spirit realm and adjusting the growth and development of the spirit realm. With the demise of the active volcano in the area under his feet, the sky of the Talius plain filled with volcanic smoke and dust also appeared. However, unlike the bright sunshine that Lu Feng expected, the one hanging in the sky of the Talius plain was actually a dark red sun. Ominous sun, it seems that the Talius plain has been deeply invaded by the endless abyss. I hope this annoying endless abyss will not bring me trouble. Lu Feng stood under the shade of the energy-absorbing ancient tree with seedlings, staring at the dark sun in the sky with a frown. The dark red sun in the sky was dim, and a stream of disgusting light scattered on the land of the Talius plain. In the area where Lu Feng was, the sky was no longer protected by volcanic smoke and dust, and the light of the dark sun fell down, shining on the barren desert where no grass grew. Looking at the desert illuminated by the dark sun, Lu Feng smacked his lips and sneered, "Fortunately, my little sapling absorbed the energy of this area very cleanly. Now even the roots of plants cannot grow here. Otherwise, the plants would mutate under the light of the dark sun, and the blood and genes of the demons would be integrated into the organisms, continuing the pollution of the endless abyss." Lu Feng recalled the relevant knowledge of the endless abyss. There were many studies on the endless abyss in the classics of the botanical garden. After a little research on the nature of the endless abyss, he knew that this plain called Tithias was marked by the will of the endless abyss. The dark sun in the sky is an obvious sign of the will of the endless abyss. It is estimated that there are many places and other places in the Tithias plain where various demons have been born. The goal of these born demons is to destroy and pollute, and spread the will of the abyss to the entire Tithias plain. When the endless abyss erodes the Tithias plain to a certain extent, this plain will completely fall into the abyss and become part of the endless abyss. If that's the case, then the unlucky flame demon on the gate of the Tithias plain is the leader of the demon army in the Tithias plain. He was captured by the wizard who took down this plain and refined into the guardian spirit of the plain gate. The active volcano in the Tithias plain is also a barrier against the demon army. Based on the existing information, Lu Feng probably thought of the current situation of the Tithias plain, and suddenly felt a little bit of a toothache. The endless abyss wants to swallow the Tithias plain. And the botanical garden obviously wants to protect the Tithias plain. However, Lu Feng's unintentional move now is to slowly push the Tithias plain into the endless abyss. It's really a bit troublesome. But forget it. At worst, I will just clean up the demons on the Tithias plain and purify the erosion of the endless abyss for Tithias. Just think of it as my reward for taking the volcanic energy of the Tithias plain. Lu Feng thought about it and didn't plan to give up the huge volcanic energy of the Tithias plain. Anyway, the demon leader of the Tyrian plain has become the mascot of the plain gate, so Lu Feng is not very afraid of the remaining demon army in the Tyrian plain. Besides, with the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, the demon army is also a good nutrient for Lu Feng. Another important point is that this Tyrian plain is a public asset of the botanical garden. If Lu Feng messes around in it, whether it destroys the Tyrian plain or pushes the Tyrian plain into the abyss, the impact will not be eliminated. If it causes an official investigation and punishment from the botanical garden, it will be a loss. After the active volcano died, the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings went deep into the ground for dozens of kilometers and could not extract energy. At this moment, Lu Feng did not stay here, and urged the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings to pull up their roots, turning into a pair of big feet with roots, and moved to the periphery with his feet like a tree man. Due to its size, the root of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling does not move frequently, but its steps are exceptionally long, covering several miles in one step, and its moving speed is not slow. Lu Feng observed the surroundings and found that the energy of the flame in the east was rising, and the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling also moved directly to the east. After moving more than 200 kilometers, this place is not on the area covered by the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling just now, and there are still many active volcanoes here. However, compared with the place just now, the number of active volcanoes here has obviously decreased a little. Lu Feng accepted everyone and continued to instruct the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling to take root and absorb. A large amount of volcanic energy was poured into the Qingmu spirit realm again, and Lu Feng was in a good mood. The Qingmu spirit realm pursues the balance of the 5 elements. Lu Feng did not dare to let too much volcanic energy affect the balance of the Qingmu spirit realm. Excessive volcanic energy circulated in the five-element formation formed by the five color flags of the five directions, and then turned into the spiritual energy of heaven and earth of other elements, integrated into the Qingmu spirit realm, and became the nourishment for the growth of the spiritual space. In this way, Lu Feng controlled the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings to move constantly, take root, and absorb the volcanic energy that devoured the Tailius plane. Every day, a large amount of volcanic energy was accounted for. In addition to the busy villagers of Qingmu Lingjing and his verted tower, there was an additional energy income that did not require capital. It greatly increased the energy accumulation required for the growth of Qingmu Lingjing. Lu Feng roughly calculated that his efficiency was increased by about 30%. If Lu Feng were to do the task of the botanical garden, he might still be exploring ruins in some dangerous place, or working hard to help some wizard. The life of a worker is not free, nor is it easy. How can he live a comfortable leisurely life now? However, as the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings crossed the land of the Tailius plain like a large eraser on a drawing board, the number of volcanoes passed by became fewer and fewer. The Tailius plain is not large, and it really can't withstand Lu Feng's wanton tossing. As Lu Feng demanded without restraint, the volcanic energy of the Tailius plain began to decline significantly. At the same time, without the volcanic energy of the Tarian plain to maintain the balance, the will of the endless abyss of the Tarian plain became stronger and stronger, and the erosion from the depths became more and more severe. The most obvious change is that this time, the place where Lu Feng let the energy-absorbing ancient tree take root actually attracted the attack of the demon army. From the distance covered by the light of the dark sun, a group of dark clouds flew from the horizon. Lu Feng stood on the branch of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling and looked into the distance, and immediately saw the composition of the dark clouds. The composition of the dark clouds was a group of red-skinned little demons with pointed noses and fangs, about 1.4 meters tall, thin torsos, two slender sharp claws, and a pair of bat wings on their backs. This is a low-level demon from the endless abyss, a little demon. Lu Feng recalled the records of the little demon in the botanical garden. They are the most common cannon fodder in the demon army, with weak flying ability, body strength comparable to that of an ordinary wizard apprentice, and low-level ability to drive fire. Although the little demons are cannon fodder in the demon army, their strength is enough to defeat ordinary wizard apprentices, especially the terrifying number of little demons, flying and wreaking havoc in groups. When there are more than 1,000 of them, even first-level wizards will have a headache when they encounter them. What is even more terrifying is the number of little demons. If there are enough resources, it only takes an hour for the most basic abyss worms to evolve into little demons, and a large army of little demons can be raised in a short time. It is most suitable to use them as cannon fodder to consume the enemy's manpower. Seeing the swarms of little demons attacking, Lu Feng did not need to do it himself, and a large number of fire dragon soldiers immediately flew down from the branches of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. Lu Feng has been practicing the fire dragon divine weapon curse for a long time. Now Lu Feng has trained 3,600 fire dragon soldiers, and each fire dragon soldier has the strength of a first-level formal wizard. At this time, the fire dragon Taoist soldiers swooped down from the branches of the energy-absorbing ancient tree saplings, forming a scorching cloud of fire, and crashed into the group of little demons like a meteorite falling from the sky. The flames flew, and the skin of the little demons had a certain degree of fire resistance, but it was not enough in front of the long-trained fire dragon Taoist soldiers. Crackling. In the crisp sound, hundreds of little demons turned into balls of fire and fell from the sky in the scorching flames of the fire dragon Taoist soldiers. The dark cloud-like little demons pounced on the fire dragon Taoist soldiers like moths to a flame, but they kept dying tragically under the flames of the fire dragon Taoist soldiers, being roasted and crackling, causing a rain of fire to fall from the sky. Master, your Taoist soldiers are so powerful. I really envy you, Master. I wonder when we can get some such powerful Taoist soldiers to raise. Beside Lu Feng, Elio and the two sisters of the gods looked at the mighty fire dragon Taoist soldiers on the battlefield from afar. They all showed envy and shock in their eyes and whispered, "This is nothing. When there is a chance in the future, we will go to the earthly immortal world to find some similar skills for you to practice." Lu Feng did not watch the fire dragon Taoist soldiers mowing the grass for a long time. From the first time he saw the army of little demons, he knew that these little demons were no match for the fire dragon Taoist soldiers. Cannon fodder demons are cannon fodder demons after all. Without the advantage in strength and numbers, the army of little demons will only become the grass to be mowed. The days ahead won't be easy. All hands over the leadership of the fire dragon Taoist soldiers to you. Elliot, take them and clear out the demon army that appears around us. Lu Feng was not one to sit and wait for death. Since the demon army had started to attack, Lu Feng also took the initiative to attack. Yes, sir. We will definitely complete your mission. Elliot and the two sisters responded sweetly. Chapter 263, The Fire-Making Natives of the Talius Plain. The battle is still going on. After receiving Lu Feng's order, the three goddesses of Elio immediately led their own subordinates trained in the Kingmu spirit realm and flew down from the branches of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. When the three goddesses of Elio lived in the Kingmu spirit realm, they were not just beautiful vases and spent their days. In their spare time, they also trained some of their own teams. As the goddess of the sea, Elio has a group of mermaids with good strength. As the god of nature and plants, Glitta has trained a group of petite and cute grass and wood fairies. Sulis used his authority as the god of springs and rivers to enlighten a group of spring water elves. At this time, the three gods attacked and led their subordinates, which was also a large group. In addition to the fire dragon soldiers who had already fought with the army of little demons, Lu Feng's side was in an absolute advantage. The group of demons attacked Lu Feng's army like moths to a flame for a long time. Under the defense of the three goddesses and many soldiers, after losing tens of thousands of demons, a strange demon voice came from the distant mountains. The dense demon army, like a dark cloud, paused immediately, suddenly pulled away, and dispersed into small groups of scattered soldiers. Using their not-so-strong flying ability and ability to throw flames, they constantly harassed the armies of the three goddesses. The demon army that suddenly became light flies harassed Elio's army for a while. The demon army obviously had a commander. The loss of fighting cannon fodder was too great, so they immediately adjusted their combat methods. Interesting, there is actually a commander. In the army, Elio showed a smile on his face, staring at the place where the strange demon voice came from just now, looking for the commander of the demon army. Sister, I found it. It's right there. Should we play with it or just kill them? A water divination plate appeared in front of Sulis. Using the newly learned second-level water magic, Sulis quickly found the commander of the army of little demons. On the slightly blurry water divination plate, a demon that was more than 2 meters tall, with knotted muscles and shaped like an enlarged version of a little demon was commanding the army of little demons in the distance surrounded by a group of little demons. The number of little demons around it was no less than that of the little demons it commanded to besiege Elio's army. The chaotic breath and life force field of the densely packed little demons completely covered the life force field of the little demon commander, which was about the second level. Generally, a formal second-level wizard would not be able to lock the second-level little demon commander in the chaotic life force field of the huge number of little demons without mental scanning. Naturally, it was impossible to carry out a decapitation operation and kill the little demon commander of the second-level wizard level. However, in front of the three goddesses, the little demon commander's tricks were not even worth the effort. Sulis's witchcraft, combined with Elio's powerful divine power, quickly locked onto the little demon commander in the dense army of little demons. Nothing fun, kill them. Although these little demons look ugly, they are also good food. Elio's eyes were straightened, and he directly commanded the army to ignore the harassing little demon squad next to him, and aimed directly at the little demon commander in the distant army of little demons. The fire dragon Taoist soldiers were burning with divine fire, and they instantly threw out flaming spears, accurately hitting the little demons one by one, tearing apart the little demon cloud that was like a dark cloud in front of the army. Then, Elio's devastating ocean wrath followed, and a brilliant sea blue light flashed, bombarding the second-level little demon commander. The second-level little demon commander was blasted to pieces in an instant, and his huge body was broken into countless debris and sprinkled from the sky. In front of Elio's powerful divine power, this second-level demon commander even had no hope of escaping. As soon as this second-level demon commander died, tens of thousands of demons in the sky immediately fell into chaos, and scattered from the dense demon teams. Some launched a mindless charge towards Elio's army, some retreated quickly in an attempt to escape, some fell to the ground and fought on their own, and some even attacked the demons beside them, trying to devour the flesh and blood of their teammates. It was a chaotic and mindless scene. Elio's army took advantage of the situation and attacked with flaming spears, water frying, and vines. One demon after another was killed as soon as they approached the army, and blood was spilled on the spot. Elio's army gained an advantage, but did not stop. Instead, a part of the fire dragon Taoist soldiers, led by Soulless, began to clean up the battlefield with several broken spirit realms. Kill the undead little demons, the escaped and scattered little demons, and collect the bodies of the little demons, and bring back all the useful materials as nutrients for the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. The little demons are the product of the endless abyss eroding the world of Tylus, but in essence they are still the product of the gathering of flesh and energy. For the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, it is at most a spicy food. The rest of the army, under the leadership of Elio and Greta, constantly swept the demons that gathered around the radiation range of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. Although the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings plundered the volcanic energy of the Tylus plain, the life breath it unintentionally emitted was a bright light and torch in the dark night in the eyes of the demons on the Tylus plain. The bright and vast breath exuded an extremely tempting smell that attracted demons to gather towards the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. Lu Feng sat leisurely on the branches of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, watching Elio and his army sweeping the attracted demons, and nodded with satisfaction. This is the correct way to use Elio's men. With such a small number and strength of demons, there is no need for Lu Feng to take action. Lu Feng has provided food and water for these armies for so many years, and they rarely play a role. Now that they encounter some weak demons, it is time for them to shine and devote themselves. Under the sweep of Elio's army, Lu Feng no longer has to worry about the safety of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. Although the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings also have the ability to resist the demon army, once fighting, it will inevitably affect the efficiency of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings in plundering the energy of the Tylus Plain volcano. Lu Feng naturally does not want to lose sight of the main goal. In this way, he spent a few days of peace and leisure. On this day, Soulless suddenly found Lu Feng with a group of local natives who can play with fire. These natives of the Tylus Plain built their gathering place underground next to the active volcano, relying on the energy of the volcano to survive. In the process of fighting against the demons, they have mastered some abilities to use fire. Lu Feng listened to Soulless's introduction and looked at the more than a dozen Tylus Plain natives who came behind Soulless. These 10 or so natives of the Tithius Plain are relatively young, about 18 to 25 years old, both men and women. The young natives still have some immaturity on their faces, but their eyes have a determination that does not match their age. At first glance, they have experienced a lot of stories. They are wearing black bloated leather armor with bright logos, and the style is somewhat similar to the firefighting fireproof clothing that Lu Feng had seen in his previous life. Lu Feng could tell at a glance that the material of the leather armor was made from the skin of the devil. Obviously, these natives of the Tithius Plain have found some ways of their own in the process of fighting the devil. Lu Feng also felt an unstable flame force from the bodies of these 10 people. The strength varies, but it can also fight against the demons of the Tithius Plain. When Soulless brought them to meet Lu Feng for the first time, these 10 or so natives of the Tithius Plain felt like they had seen the sun they had not seen for a long time. Lu Feng just sat there lazily, and the invisible power he exuded made the more than 10 natives of the Tithius Plain feel uneasy, and they couldn't help but want to worship Lu Feng. Great Sun, may you lower your eyes and have mercy on us firewood living in the darkness. Latum. Before Lu Feng could say anything more, the more than 10 natives of the Tithius Plain put their hands together in front of their chests and prayed to Lu Feng. Although Lu Feng didn't understand their native language, he could sense what they were thinking with his mind. They clearly regarded him as the sun in the sky, praying to him and begging for his mercy. In other words, these natives of the Tithius Plain were impressed by Lu Feng's divine power and bowed down to him, wanting to become Lu Feng's subordinates. I agree. Soulless, you go and arrange it. Lu Feng thought about it and directly agreed to their begging. After all, it's better to refuse the subordinates who came to the door. Looking at these natives of Tithius who have the power of fire in their bodies, if they can practice the fire dragon magic spell, they will definitely be able to train a group of good warriors. Yes, master. Follow me. Hearing Lu Feng's kind words, Soulless's beautiful eyes lit up and he quickly responded, then turned around and left with more than a dozen natives of the Tithius Plain. As the god of springs and rivers, Soulless has a kind and compassionate heart, and he also has some compassion for the warriors of the Tithius Plain who are determined to fight against the devil. This is also the reason why Sulis is willing to bring these natives of the Tailius plane to see Lu Feng. Otherwise, some natives of other planes are no different from devils in Sulis' eyes, and they are just nutrients for the growth of energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. Away from Lu Feng, Sulis restored her aloofness as a goddess in front of more than 10 natives of the Tailius plane, and said to them in a deep voice, "The Lord is compassionate and pitying you, so she is willing to accept your clan and give you a hope to survive. Don't think that this is the Lord's favor, and do whatever you want. If I find that you are disrespectful to the Lord, you know the consequences." Hearing Sulis's warning, more than 10 natives of the Tailius plane who received Lu Feng's mercy and were immersed in the joy of seeing hope suddenly felt like being poured from head to toe by a basin of cold water. They woke up and shouted, "Don't dare, don't dare." Thinking back to the majesty of the goddess when they first met Sulis, more than 10 of them broke out in cold sweat. With the help of Sulis, batches of natives of the Tailius plane were transported to the Kingmu spirit realm on the ruined spirit realm. The natives of the Tailius plane used 9 active volcanoes as their bases and established 9 underground gathering points. Each gathering point had only 20,000 to 30,000 people, which was not a large number. It was already a blessing for the natives of the Tailius plane to be able to survive the invasion of the demon army. In the process of their civilization, they seemed to have been influenced by the last wizard who came here. They had some unique talents in metallurgy and machinery, and their civilization could be said to have entered the steam age. However, the population in these Tailius plains indigenous gathering places was also decreasing every year. If Lu Feng had not come, these 9 indigenous gathering places would probably have disappeared one by one in more than 10 years. Even if they had some skills to deal with demons, the demons of the Tailius plain were never a small number, and demons were never a race that simply relied on individual strength to fight. After all, not all the natives of the Tailius plain were gifted with the ability to play with fire. If the loss of the fire-gifted people who blocked the demon army one day was too great, their gathering places would eventually fall. This unprecedented sense of crisis and bleak future made the people in these indigenous gathering places know what to choose after seeing the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings that suddenly rose from the ground. In fact, their choice was correct. The 9 gathering places of the indigenous people in the Tailius plain have a total of 200,000 people, which is not a small number. Since they came in late, they can only temporarily live on the edge of the Kingmu spirit realm. The population is not small, and the land allocated is not very large, but for the Tailius natives who are used to living in the underground gathering places like pigeon cages, the world where they can see the sun and the green grass plants is already a paradise. In the Kingmu spirit realm, the land is relatively small, so they used local materials and built a series of small handshake buildings on the edge of the Kingmu spirit realm with soil and stones, and forcibly crammed 200,000 people. Their excellent spirit of hard work and perseverance made Lu Feng look at them sideways. Although he did not take extra care of them, he directly allowed them to practice the Fire Dragon Divine Weapon spell and a series of other fire-related skills. These natives moved almost everything from the gathering place to Lu Feng's Kingmu spirit realm. Although it was difficult at the beginning, in the special environment of Kingmu spirit realm, they at least didn't have to worry too much about food, and they could chew on earthworms and dried insects that smelled of earth every day. The crops planted in the land of Kingmu spirit realm grew very fast. With enough manpower to open up a piece of land, it would take less than a month to harvest the first batch of food. The natives of the Tailius plain, who were used to hard times, said, "The sweet green grass around, the fresh leaves mixed with earthworms and dried insects were enough for them to have a good meal. Everything else was a piece of cake. As long as you endure a little hardship, good days will come." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264, Advancement to Level 3 Intermediate Wizard, Alice Plane. The current Kingmu spirit realm has a radius of 75 kilometers, and the land area alone is more than 17,000 square kilometers. This area is already 2 or 3 times larger than the big cities in Lu Feng's previous life. With urbanization and dense population, it is more than enough to accommodate several million people. With the steam technology introduced from the western regions, some industrial production concepts pointed out by Lu Feng, and the unique natural environment of Kingmu spirit realm, King Mu's spirit realm is still very accommodating. The natives from the Talius plane may have some difficulties in entering King Mu's spirit realm at the beginning, but after a hard time, they adapt to the environment of King Mu's spirit realm, and their lives are definitely more comfortable than living in the barren Talius plane. After accepting these miserable natives from the Talius plane, Elio led the army to clean up all the demons that could be seen nearby. The energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings continued to move forward, sweeping across the nearby active volcanoes, plundering the energy of the Talius plane to strengthen themselves. Time passed, and another 2.5 months passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Feng stood on the branch of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling, his eyes swept over the dying active volcano under the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling. The area under the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling is the last active volcano area in the Tyrian plane. When the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling absorbs this active volcano, Lu Feng's plan to attack the Tyrian plane will end here. The Tyrian plane is about 6 million square kilometers, which is not very big. The original land was full of scorching volcanoes, and the sky was full of volcanic dust. Now after Lu Feng's plunder, there is no volcano still spewing magma in the Tyrian plain, only a barren desertified land. The volcanic dust in the sky also disappeared in the filtration and purification of the leaves of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling, and the sky finally returned to its azure blue. Unfortunately, the Tyrian plain is too dry and lacks water vapor. Even in a clean sky, it is difficult to see white clouds. Master, we are back. Now we have dealt with all the demons that can be seen on the Tithius plane. The only trouble is the strange dark sun in the sky of this plane. It is the source of the demons on the Tithius plane. As long as the dark sun exists for one day, even if we clear all the demons on the Tithius plane, it is estimated that it will not take long for the next batch of demons to be born under the power of the endless abyss. After Elio cleared the demons on the Tithius plane, he brought the army back to report to Lu Feng. It doesn't matter, we are not here to save the Tithius plane, our purpose is to plunder. Now we have eaten enough from the Tithius plane, and we don't need to care about the future of this plane. Lu Feng shook his head and said bluntly. His purpose has always been very simple. Clearing the demons is just to prevent accidents, and the flesh and blood of the demons are also good food. Moreover, after the Tyrian plane was swept by Elio's army, and there were no demons on the earth, Lu Feng clearly felt that the strange dark sun in the sky had subsided a lot. Without the anchoring and infection of the demon army, it would be much more difficult to infect the entire Tyrian plane with a strange dark sun in the sky. Moreover, now that the land of the Tyrian plane has been plundered by Lu Feng, without the soil for ordinary creatures to survive, even if the strange dark sun wants to infect creatures and breed demons again, it will be difficult to continue. In some ways, Lu Feng's plunder has helped the Tyrian plane improve its ability to resist the erosion of the endless abyss. According to the current situation, it is estimated that the Tyrian plane can at least remain safe and sound under the erosion of the strange dark sun for hundreds of years. This time is quite short for the plane, but it is completely enough for Lu Feng. After hundreds of years, whether the Tyrian plane is dragged into the endless abyss has nothing to do with him, Lu Feng. After the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings absorbed all the volcanic energy in the area under their roots, Lu Feng let the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings and Elio's army return to the King Mu spirit realm. Thanks to nature's gift. Looking around, looking at the almost brand new Talius plane, Lu Feng chuckled and then flew towards the plane gate of the Talius plane. Although the Talius plane lost a lot of energy and the group of natives, in this process, the Talius plane gained a brief freedom under the erosion of the endless abyss. Killing two birds with one stone. The scenery changed, and the familiar dizziness came. When he opened his eyes again, Lu Feng had already walked out of the plane gate of the Talius plane. The unlucky flame demon, the guardian spirit of the plane gate, drilled out of the plane gate as soon as Lu Feng came out. But this time, the flame demon was not as rebellious as last time. Instead, it stared at Lu Feng with horror and screamed, What did you do in the Tyrian plane? Why did my power disappear so seriously?" The flame demon's reaction slightly attracted Lu Feng's attention. What surprised Lu Feng was that the changes in the Tyrian plane could actually affect the power of this flame demon. It was really interesting, but this had nothing to do with Lu Feng, and he was not interested at all. Ignoring the flame demon on the plane gate, Lu Feng disappeared in front of the plane gate of the Tyrian plane, leaving the unlucky flame demon unwillingly being pulled back into the plane gate by the restrictions on the plane again, sinking into the endless darkness. It is said that the flame demon has been trained to be the guardian spirit of the plane gate, but in fact, the plane gate of the Tyrian plane is now more like a steel cage that imprisons the unlucky flame demon. After leaving the plane gate of the Tyrian plane, Lu Feng did not continue to explore another permitted alternate plane, but first returned to the Verdant Tower through the teleportation array. During the 2 or 3 months he was away, the Verdant Tower operated smoothly without much change. Lu Feng took the magic stone dividends of the Verdant Tower from Natasha, and then traded the products produced by the Kingmu Spirit Realm during this period at the Chamber of Commerce for magic stones and sent them into the Spirit Realm space. Compared with the first month, the output of the Kingmu Spirit Realm has increased slightly in the past 2 months. Especially now that the more than 200,000 natives of the Tyrian Plain are still in the running-in period, once they are fully integrated into the industrialized system of the Kingmu Spirit Realm, the monthly output of the Kingmu Spirit Realm can be further improved. After staying in the Verdant Tower for half a month, Lu Feng digested the gains from plundering the Tyrian Plain and the magic stone income from the two. In the training room, Lu Feng's aura suddenly increased, and the invisible energy spread out, blowing the furnishings in the training room to the ground. Lu Feng opened his eyes during this change. Divine light shone in his black and white eyes, and his mouth curled up slightly. Lu Feng's Kingmu Spirit Realm digested the spiritual realms of several major sects and the bodies of several gods harvested from the cleansing of the western regions. With the accumulation of these resources, Kingmu Spirit Realm has accumulated a lot. In addition to the harvest from the Talius Plain this time, and the magic stones from these monthly incomes, under the catalysis of a large wave of energy, Kingmu Spirit Realm once again broke through a small level. In the transformation of Kingmu Spirit Realm, Lu Feng's wizard cultivation naturally rose, from the early 3rd stage to the middle 3rd stage. Another step forward, not bad. It turns out that going out to plunder is the fastest way to advance. Farming is still too slow after all. At this point, Lu Feng calculated that it would take about 60 to 70 years for him to advance to the late 3rd stage. Although he didn't have to work hard like other wizards, the road to collecting the resources for the growth of Kingmu Spirit Realm was still a long way to go. After the promotion, Lu Feng got familiar with his own power and returned to the plain square of the Botanical Garden. This time, his target was another permitted plane. This plane was called Alice, and it was a plane that had been ravaged by the undead scourge. The original human civilization in the plane had been completely destroyed in the ravages of the undead scourge, leaving only the undead creatures everywhere. Riding on the teleportation array, Lu Feng came to the plane gate of Alice's plane. Unlike the burning sulfur smell of the Tithias plane, the plane gate of Alice's plane gave Lu Feng a cold and chilly feeling. That's right, this is the smell of the undead. Are you here to clean up the undead creatures in Alice's plane as well? Before Lu Feng walked into the plane gate of Alice's plane, a light of the teleportation array flashed behind him, and then a 3-person wizard team consisting of 1 woman and 2 men appeared behind Lu Feng. Seeing Lu Feng staying in front of the plane gate, the female wizard in the 3-person wizard team asked tentatively, "Who are you?" Lu Feng turned around and looked at the 3 people, a little surprised. He didn't expect that he would meet people in the same industry when he went to sweep an ordinary plane. "Hello, my name is Alicia, and I am a 2nd-level wizard of the Natural School. These 2 are my younger brothers, Leela and Jeton, both 2nd-level wizards. We accepted the task of the Botanical Garden, and came here to clean up the undead creatures in Alice's plane." Alicia asked gently. She has a pretty face, holding a metal wizard staff, and a white female wizard robe with gold edges. It is a bit loose, but it can't hide her proud figure. However, the 2 younger brothers behind her are more ferocious than each other. The older brother Leela has grown to a height of more than 2.5 meters, and his knotted muscles emit a faint metallic luster, like a bronze statue walking out of a temple. The other younger brother Jeton is also as tall as Leela, and his body is as strong as an extraordinary monster. Lu Feng could tell at a glance that Alicia's 2 brothers were not from the most exquisite natural school of the Botanical Garden, but from the blood school. As for the specific blood of the 2, Lu Feng did not scan their bodies with his mind without authorization, so it was difficult to judge. Alicia and the other 2 stood together, giving the impression of a young lady with 2 beast bodyguards. Lu Feng's aura was obviously stronger, and it was obvious that he was also going to enter the Alice plane. They were all strangers, but Alicia didn't know why she felt a gentle breath of life from Lu Feng, and boldly stepped forward to greet him. Lu Feng listened to Alicia's self-introduction and immediately understood their origins. However, Lu Feng did not have the intention to learn more about them, but felt that it was a bit troublesome. These 3 people entering the Alice plane to do the task would be a hindrance, and it would inevitably affect his plundering of the Alice plane. It would be great if they could not enter. Lu Feng had such an idea in his mind, and it was out of control. Hello, I'm Walter, a 3rd-level wizard. I'm about to go to the Alice plane to do something. I suggest that if you're not in a hurry, you should wait outside the gate of this plane for a while. I'm afraid that I'll accidentally affect you while I'm doing things, which would be bad. Lu Feng said coldly, hoping that Alicia and the other 2 would give up. Ah! Alicia screamed, and her pretty face suddenly fell. She thought she could still invite a strong teammate, but now it seems that there is no hope. Okay. Mr. Walter, please go in first. We'll just wait outside. Alicia knew how powerful the 3rd-level wizards were. The 3 of them might not be enough to beat Lu Feng alone. If they were really affected by the battle of the 3rd-level wizards, the 3 of them would really regret it for the rest of their lives. Alicia looked at her 2 brothers and said from the heart, "Don't worry, it won't take long, I'm very powerful." Lu Feng chuckled and stepped into the gate of the Alice plane. As soon as Lu Feng left, Alicia and her brother sat down in front of the plane gate without any image, waiting for Lu Feng's action in Alice's plane. By the way, sister, we didn't seem to mention our mission to Mr. Walter just now. What if Mr. Walter accidentally raised our mission target? What should we do if we fail to complete the mission? The 3 of them sat for a while, and Alicia's brother Jeton suddenly asked a question. Alicia and the other 2 were immediately confused. Thinking of this, looking at the plane gate of Alice's plane, it was not right to enter or not to enter, and they looked tangled. The familiar dizziness came over Lu Feng, and the scenery in front of him changed. Ignoring the episode that happened at the plane gate, Lu Feng entered Alice's plane. Unlike the previous plane, this time Alice's plane has a gloomy style. The plane gate connecting to the wizard world was placed directly on the central square of an abandoned city. At this time, it was night in Alice's plane. There was no moon in the sky. The ruined city without lights was pitch black. With the omnipresent gloomy wind, it was really a bit creepy. However, Lu Feng was already a 3rd-level wizard. His physical and mental strength was strong. He already had dark vision. The ruined city in front of him was as bright as day in his eyes. With Lu Feng's arrival, the breath of life that he inadvertently exuded from his body was like a light in the dark night in Alice's plane full of undead. As soon as it appeared, it attracted the sleeping undead creatures in the ruined city where the plane gate was located. Snap! Waves of bone friction sounded in the dark night, which was particularly clear in the silent Alice plane. One by one, the oily green soul fires of the undead lit up from all directions of the ruined city, surrounding Lu Feng. Chapter 265, Enslaving the Undead, the Yin and Yang of the Spiritual Realm. Undead, familiar things. Surrounded by the army of undead, Lu Feng was not panicked at all. They were just a group of undead creatures. He had fought demons before, so why should he be afraid of these undead creatures? More importantly, Lu Feng had not seen anyone stronger than him among these undead creatures. He was naturally not afraid of using the strong to defeat the weak. Come out to work. Lu Feng shouted into the Kingmu spirit realm, and Elio led the army of fire dragon Taoist soldiers directly into the Alice plane. The fire spirit Bane had long acted as a little son in the Kingmu spirit realm. In addition, Lu Feng had comprehended the divinity of the god of light that he defeated in the western regions. Lu Feng's fire dragon divine weapon curse had now been cultivated to perfection. At this time, as soon as the fire dragon divine weapon curse was cast, the scorching divine fire rose up and shone in all directions like the sun. Light and heat are naturally incompatible with darkness and death. As soon as the blazing sunlight formed by the fire dragon divine weapon spell appeared, the positive energy that was as powerful as the power of heaven immediately brought pain to the undead creatures hidden in the surrounding ruins. The undead creatures were condensed with death and a lot of negative auras. In this extreme opposition between positive and negative, the most violent conflict broke out. Suddenly, the undead creatures in the ruins of the entire city covered by the divine fire roared miserably. For a time, the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling was endless. At the same time, Elio led the army to attack everywhere with Lu Feng as the center. Unlike the last time when he killed all the demons in the Tithias plane, this time in the Alice plane, Lu Feng took another approach to the undead army. The demon army in the Tithius plane was the demon creatures that were polluted by the will of the endless abyss invading the Tithius plane. Their flesh and blood contain countless wills and powers of the endless abyss. If they are sent into the Kingmu spirit realm without being processed by the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, the essence of the Kingmu spirit realm will only be polluted by the endless abyss. Lu Feng and the Kingmu spirit realm are originally one. If the Kingmu spirit realm is polluted, he, the master of the Kingmu spirit realm, will definitely not be able to get away with it. The undead army of Alice's plane is the native creatures that once died in Alice's plane. They were affected by the breath left by the undead army and resurrected. As for the undead creatures, Lu Feng had just returned to the Trendy secondary continent and encountered quite a few when he was practicing in the Red Leaf territory. At that time, he also learned the zero-level witchcraft, Mark of the Dead, for enslaving undead creatures from an undead wizard apprentice in the Red Leaf territory. There are also various methods of enslaving undead creatures learned from the earthly immortal world, and now they have been practiced in the Yin Gui spirit realm of the Kingmu spirit realm. With all these methods, it is still relatively easy for Lu Feng to deal with undead creatures. At this time, Elio's army attacked and encountered a large number of undead creatures such as skeletons, zombies, and ghosts in the surrounding ruins. These undead creatures, weakened by Lu Feng's divine fire, hid in the dark places where the divine fire could not reach, trying to avoid the light. However, under Elio's army's carpet search, these undead creatures had nowhere to hide. Encountering an enemy full of life, these undead creatures who hated fresh life immediately shook their bodies and launched a mindless charge towards Elio's army. However, before these undead creatures approached Elio's army, the fire dragon soldiers in the army raised a long white bone banner. Knowing that the Alice plane was an alien plane with a large number of undead creatures, Lu Feng was well prepared. Before coming, he used some remaining undead materials in the Kingmu spirit realm and ordered the villagers in the spirit realm to refine a batch of thousands of white bone soul-catching banners. The bone soul-snatching banner is the most commonly used low-grade magic weapon by practitioners in the world of earthly immortals to enslave ghosts, zombies and other creatures. It is simple to refine and easy to use. The more ghosts and zombies it enslaves, the stronger the power of the bone soul-snatching banner will be. The only drawback is that the powerful bone soul-snatching banner can easily backfire on the master who controls it. However, this little trouble of the bone soul-snatching banner does not affect Lu Feng's plan at all. The bone soul-snatching banners in the army are shining under the pure magic power of the fire dragon Taoist soldiers, and their role is brought to the extreme. The undead creatures rushing towards the army are enslaved by the bone soul-snatching banners before they get close to the army. The undead creatures rushing towards them have only walked halfway, and the companions who are rushing in front have already surrendered to the enemy and changed camps. The undead creatures don't have much brains and can't understand such changes at all. The undead creatures behind them can't react at all, rushing forward all the way, and then slowly all of them are enslaved by Elio's army using the bone soul-snatching banners. Under the control of the fire dragon Taoist soldiers, the enslaved undead creatures walked directly into Elio's army, and then lined up, sorted, and neatly walked into the broken spiritual realms. Enslaved, sorted, and packed, Sulis took the broken spiritual realms full of undead creatures back to Lu Feng and sent them one by one into the Kingmu spirit realm. In the Kingmu spirit realm, there was another group of villagers who had received the same order from Lu Feng. They also held the white bone soul-catching banners. The undead creatures in the broken spiritual realms were driven out like cattle and horses, and then enslaved, led, and sent into the Yin Qi space under the Kingmu spirit realm. When Lu Feng was refining the Yin ghost spirit realm, he extracted the Yin spirit veins that had been sacrificed for a long time in the Yin ghost spirit realm. However, since there were many undead creatures in the Yin ghost spirit realm that were collected by the wizards in the Red Leaf Tower on the Trendy secondary continent, according to Lu Feng's orders, Lu Feng did not completely smash and refine the Yin ghost spirit realm and completely integrate it into the Kingmu spirit realm. After all, the undead creatures are incompatible with the vibrant environment and the creatures everywhere in the Kingmu spirit realm, and the two opposing creatures are forced together. Under the instincts of the undead creatures to hate the living beings, the undead creatures will eventually conflict with the villagers living in the Kingmu spirit realm. Once the fight starts, it will be a fight to the death. Therefore, Lu Feng combined the accumulation of the Yin ghost spirit realm, the Western Star realm, the Yin soldier barracks, etc., and refined a special space similar to the underworld and the netherworld under the ground of the Kingmu spirit realm. Lu Feng believed that he did not have the ability to create the underworld and the underworld, so he named this special space dedicated to breeding undead creatures and storing yin qi and death as the small yin realm. It is distinguished from the normal area on the land of the Kingmu spirit realm. Now, the undead creatures captured by Lu Feng in the Alice Plane have all been stuffed into the small yin realm under the drive of the villagers of the Kingmu spirit realm. Together with the white bone soul-grabbing penance that enslaved them, they were also sent into the small underworld and became the foundation of the small underworld. Therefore, Lu Feng did not have to worry about the riots and rebellions of the undead creatures that entered the small underworld, and what troubles they would cause him. With a set of smooth and easy-to-use methods of subjugating them, the number of undead creatures in the ruined cities around Lu Feng dropped sharply. During this process, 1 or 2 powerful undead elite monsters with formal wizard power would occasionally appear in the ruined cities. But their appearance, at most, gave Elliot a chance to move his body and not fall asleep from boredom. Basically, as soon as they jumped out, they were taken down by Elliot, and then they were treated specially, marked with the mark of the undead, controlled and enslaved, and sent to the Kingmu spirit realm. With Elliot's strength and ability, if you don't have a strong intermediate third-level wizard, don't even think about getting away with her. While Elio was clearing the undead creatures in the ruined city, Lu Feng also summoned the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings from the Kingmu spirit realm and once again started the domineering plunder. Although the Alice Plane is full of undead breath and there are a large number of undead creatures, the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings are not picky eaters. The Alice Plane is not as obvious and direct as the active volcanoes in the Talius Plane, but a lot of energy can still be plundered from the plunder of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. One night passed. The sky at dawn was still gloomy, and no trace of the sun could be seen. The weak light was only enough to see a range of more than 10 meters. Such a plain environment, it must be said, is really suitable for the survival and development of undead creatures. During this night, the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings stretched their bodies and stood on the land of Alice's Plane. The ruined city under the tree roots was also being cleaned up by Elio and his army, and no undead creatures could be seen anymore. A ruined city enslaved more than 10,000 undead creatures, a good number. Lu Feng smiled as he glanced at the densely packed undead creatures in the small yin realm in the Kingmu spirit realm. After a night of adaptation, the newly introduced undead creatures also got used to the environment of the small yin realm. For undead creatures, they don't have too many thoughts and emotions. Wherever there is a strong breath of death and undead, they will go there and stay there quietly and comfortably. With the introduction of a large number of undead creatures, Lu Feng clearly felt that the small yin realm was growing slowly in this process. In the sky of the small yin realm, the bright moon representing the yin phase in the Kingmu spirit realm also became brighter and brighter under the blessing of the small yin realm. As the sun and the moon moved, more moonlight was scattered on the land of the Kingmu spirit realm to balance the overly strong yang energy in the Kingmu spirit realm. Balance of yin and yang, such a change is not bad. Lu Feng experienced the changes of yin and yang in the Kingmu spirit realm, and observed the slightly enhanced mental power in the mental space, with a happy face. Whether it was Lu Feng's previous life or the earthly immortal world he came into contact with, the most fundamental theoretical thought in the study of the world was that the yin and yang and the 5 elements were balanced and circulated, and they were endless. All along, Lu Feng had invested a lot in the fire dragon divine weapon curse and the fire spirit bane, and the vigorous wood element will of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings stimulated the operation of the fire spirit vein. The Kingmu spirit realm as a whole has been in a state of excessive wood and blazing fire, and the yang is strong and the yin is weak. Although there are reliefs from the 5 elements array and the yin spirit bane, there is still no cure. Now that many undead creatures have been subdued in the Kingmu spirit realm, the huge breath of death brought by them has impacted the yin and yang of the Kingmu spirit realm, and the changes brought about have made Lu Feng experience something different. Originally, he just wanted to come to the Alice Plane to plunder roughly and collect some energy to cultivate the Kingmu spirit realm, but now it seems that Lu Feng really made the right choice in the Alice Plane. The undead creatures in Alice's Plane can contribute to the yin-yang balance of Kingmu spirit realm, and the energy plundered from the earth by the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings is a supplement to Kingmu spirit realm. Give orders, the army will set out, continue to capture undead creatures, and plunder resources. After thinking about these things clearly, Lu Feng's eyes flashed, and he ordered Elio and others. The ruined city under the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings had been plundered, and Lu Feng immediately used the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings as a base to explore other areas of Alice's plane step by step. Before leaving, Lu Feng did not forget to leave 2 worthless undead creatures in front of the plane gate to guard the plane gate. Outside the plane gate of Alice's plane, there were 3 wizards who wanted to enter Alice's plane to do tasks. At that time, Lu Feng dissuaded them. After a night, what if they thought about it again and planned to enter Alice's plane to take risks? Lu Feng didn't want his precious energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling to be seen by the 3 wizards outside, so he deliberately left some arrangements in front of the plane gate. If the 3 wizards entered rashly, with these undead creatures, Lu Feng would have time to react and put away the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling. Deep into Alice's plane, Elio's army swept the undead creatures on the earth all the way. Batches of undead creatures were sent into Lu Feng's Kingmu spirit realm like pigs. Only more than 10 days had passed, and the small underworld in Lu Feng's Kingmu spirit realm was already full of undead creatures. Skeletons and zombies squeezed each other, and ghosts and resentful spirits, which could float in the air, could only float in the sky of the small underworld. Looking at the small underworld filled with undead creatures, Lu Feng had to devote some of his thoughts to investing some materials in the small underworld to expand the space of the small underworld. Alice's plane had been plagued by undead creatures for a long time, and the world was filled with the breath of the undead and the energy of death. Over time, some materials filled with the breath of the undead were born. It was too wasteful for these materials to be directly absorbed by the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. When Elio's army subdued the undead creatures, they collected these materials and transported them back to the Kingmu spirit realm. Lu Feng was just using these materials to refine the small yin realm. Of course, these materials looted from Alice's plane were definitely not enough. Lu Feng also invested some materials looted from the 9 major sects in the Earth Immortal world, as well as some idle broken spirit stones. With Lu Feng's efforts, the area of the small yin realm in the Kingmu spirit realm expanded a lot, reaching a radius of 7 or 8 kilometers, second only to the small star realm that Lu Feng had plundered in the western regions. With the expansion of the small yin realm, the undead creatures that were almost squeezed to death finally had space to move freely, wandering in groups on the bones-covered land of the small yin realm. In this process, Kingmu's spiritual realm also benefited a lot, and the yin and yang gradually balanced. The whole spiritual realm was less dry and more balanced. Although Lu Feng's cultivation did not improve much, with the changes of yin and yang in Kingmu's spiritual realm, his control over Kingmu's spiritual realm was significantly improved. Chapter 266, Sky of the Dead, Altar of Bones. The plunder of Alice's plane is still going on. Lu Feng's energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings carry the army wherever it passes, and all the benefits of Alice's plane will be eaten up. For ordinary planes, too heavy undead breath and death power are deadly poisons to living creatures. Ordinary people who are attacked by undead breath and death power will either weaken their yang energy and become weak and sick, or die. Even for practitioners with a certain level of cultivation, if they are in an environment full of undead breath and death power for a long time, their bodies and flesh will be affected, dragging down their cultivation progress. However, the undead breath and death power of Alice's plane are just right for Lu Feng's Kingmu spirit realm. Lu Feng will not directly infuse the undead breath and death power he has plundered into the land of Kingmu spirit realm, allowing the villagers in the spirit realm to directly contact the undead breath and death power. Instead, it uses the small yin realm as a medium, and after the transformation of the sun and moon in the spiritual realm, it transforms the overly strong yin energy into gentle moonlight, which falls on the earth and nourishes everything in the Kingmu spiritual realm. With a balance of the 5 elements and the circulation of yin and yang, everything in the Kingmu spiritual realm continues to grow and strengthen its foundation. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, another month has passed. In the 4064th year of the wizard era, the month of winter. At this time, the wizard world is estimated to have reached the season of winter. However, the sky on Alice's plane is not bright, and the 4 seasons are not distinguished. The earth has always been covered by a cold and cold climate. On this day, Alice's plane has been explored by Lu Feng for the most part, and Lu Feng is adjusting the yin and yang in the Kingmu spiritual realm on the branches of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. Sulis descended from the sky on a white snake with a length of 100 meters and green wings on its back. She stepped down from the white-winged snake, came to Lu Feng respectfully, and reported, "Master, we found a special place in the north of Alice's plane that is suspected to be the source of the undead creatures in this plane." A large amount of undead breath and death power gathered in that place and even formed an undead sky that blocked vision and mental scanning. Now Elio is leading a large army to surround that special place. I wonder if you want to go and take a look. The source of the undead creatures. Listening to Sulis's report, Lu Feng raised his eyebrows. Just like there is no love without reason in the world, the undead creatures in Alice's plane are not out of nothing, jumping out of stones. From the exploration of these days, the former Alice plane was also a plane with a prosperous civilization. Why did it become like this now? This special place discovered by his men explained the doubts in Lu Feng's heart. Let's go. Just in case, I'd better go and take a look. A special place like this probably contains a lot of energy, enough for my energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings and King Mu spirit realm to have a good meal. Although he was very confident in Elio, Lu Feng still planned to bring the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings to the scene in person, just in case. Besides, a special place like this, a place that can affect a plane, probably contains a lot of high-quality undead materials. Lu Feng thought that it would be a good opportunity to catch them all and use them to upgrade the small yin world in his King Mu spirit realm. After catching so many undead creatures in Alice's plane, Lu Feng didn't want these undead creatures to have 2 crowded days. Sulis rode the winged white snake to lead the way, and Lu Feng followed closely on the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. In less than an hour, Lu Feng and his team saw a special place that was still dark under the divine fire of Elio's fire dragon Taoist army. The undead creatures near this special dark place had been cleared out by Alice and her army. On the empty land, Elio led the army and waited in front of the special black land. Seeing Lu Feng coming with the energy-absorbing ancient tree sapling, Elio floated up to Lu Feng. Master, you are here. According to my observation, this special place gathers a powerful force of death. This force affects the surrounding environment and forms a canopy of undead that covers the sky and the sun. There should be a powerful undead creature sitting inside. When I came with the army, the nearby undead creatures formed a neatly lined undead army and attacked our army. It is obvious that there is a commander. After attacking our army several times without success, the undead army quickly fled and retracted into the turtle shell. Listening to Elio's explanation, Lu Feng was quite interested in this special place in front of him. Lu Feng spread the powerful mental power of a 3rd-level wizard and scanned away. As soon as he came into contact with a black undead canopy that covered the sky and the sun, he felt a strong resistance mixed with the extreme cold and death power eroding his mental power. Under such obstacles, even Lu Feng's powerful spiritual power could not penetrate deep into this special area. Lu Feng's spiritual power forcibly invaded several miles despite the obstacles. He only saw a group of undead creatures huddled in the dark undead sky, and a building with sharp edges and corners built with white bones and rotten flesh. Looking at its shape, it looks like an unshakable wall. After forcibly using spiritual power to explore, Lu Feng did not find the core of this special place, and withdrew his spiritual power with some disappointment. However, after this exploration, Lu Feng also had some understanding of this special place. It was a bone they could chew. Elliot, go back to the army and pass on my order, prepare to attack. Lu Feng's eyes flashed, and he ordered. Yes, sir. After receiving the order, Elliot floated down from the branch of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling and returned to the army. All troops, attack. With a command, Elio's army set out, heading straight for the special place covered by the dark undead sky. Fiery sun. However, in front of Elio's army was a bright light from Lu Feng. The bright light flew out from Lu Feng's hand, and when it came to the top of Elio's army, it had already turned into a solar furnace full of flames. This was the solar furnace projected by Lu Feng from the King Mu spirit realm. The solar furnace had been hanging in the sky of the King Mu spirit realm, and had been refined by the fire and yang veins in the King Mu spirit realm, and it already had a lot of the power of the sun. Its brilliance was so strong that it immediately made the land of Alice's plane feel the long-lost sunlight. In just a few breaths, the power of death in the black and hard land under the feet of Elio's army melted like ice meeting fire. Bathed in the light of the sun furnace, the fire dragon Taoist soldiers were all ablaze with divine fire, scorching and full of the power of light. Moving hand in hand, the army ablaze with divine fire was like a high-spirited red fire dragon, charging towards a special place in pitch black. In front of the army, the dazzling light of Lu Feng's sun furnace had already shone on the dark undead sky. Light and darkness are incompatible, and as soon as they come into contact, there is a thunderous explosion, vast and continuous. Lu Feng's face is normal. It can be seen that where light and darkness collided, Lu Feng's sun furnace was even better. The scorching divine light directly dispelled the indissoluble darkness in the undead sky, exposing the undead creatures and the white bones under the undead sky. Suddenly exposed to the glory of the sun furnace, the undead creatures on the white bones uncomfortably urged the power of death in their bodies to resist the glory of the sun furnace. Roaring. The undead creatures screamed and their breath dropped under the burning of the sun furnace. After the light, the fire dragon soldiers led by Elio followed closely. The long white bone banners rose again, and they took the undead creatures for their own use. Everything was in order and easy. Neither the army led by Elio nor Lu Feng, who controlled the sun furnace, felt any pressure. Next, under the guidance of the sun furnace, Elio's army was like a hot knife cutting into butter, accurately cutting off and digesting the darkness shrouded by the undead sky, constantly eroding this special area. Very patient. Aren't you coming out yet? Lu Feng jumped and came to the sun furnace. Bathed in the glory of the sun furnace, Lu Feng urged the sun furnace again, increased the release power of the sun furnace, and went all out to attack the dark undead sky under his feet. Since you like to hide, I will tear down your house and leave you nowhere to escape. Let's see what you are. Lu Feng thought that there was still some big guy hidden in this special place, but after the test just now, the old thing hidden here did not seem to be a powerful undead creature. Otherwise, after being bullied by Lu Feng, the undead strongmen inside should have come out to kill Lu Feng. Since the enemy was not strong, Lu Feng began to act recklessly. Not only did he control the sun furnace, but the towering energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings behind him also followed Lu Feng's orders. The white roots surged out of the land, like countless agile long snakes, besieging this special place. After the test, Lu Feng went all out as soon as he started. As if sensing Lu Feng's determination, the existence deep in this special place suddenly panicked. Unpleasant roars came from the depths of the darkness, attracting countless undead creatures to attack Lu Feng desperately. This area is extremely special. It is almost the source of the undead creatures in Alice's plane. At this time, Lu Feng forced them into a hurry. The existence in it immediately attracted countless undead creatures in this area. The rioting undead creatures gathered into a fierce attack like a tide, rolling in, with a fierce momentum, like a tsunami. Oh my god, so many undead creatures. Seeing this scene, Elio in the army also changed his color slightly, and his face showed a rare serious expression. The long white bone banner in his hand disappeared out of thin air, and with a flick of his right hand, the trident of the sea god with surging ocean power appeared in Elio's hand. Behind her, the fire dragon Taoist soldiers did the same thing. The long white bone banner disappeared, and the divine fire on the bodies of the fire dragon Taoist soldiers surged. They all put on the fire dragon battle armor made by Lu Feng for them, and the fire dragon demon slayer spear in their hands was also hot and dazzling. After wearing the equipment, the momentum of the fire dragon Taoist soldiers changed. Now they are really serious, and they have truly become complete fire dragon Taoist soldiers. The Taoist soldiers are not only the fire dragon Taoist soldiers themselves, but also their life magic weapons that they have spent a lot of spiritual materials and treasures, and have spent countless time and effort to create. After the fire dragon Taoist soldiers changed their clothes, they immediately bathed in the glory of the sun furnace and collided with the rolling tide of the undead. When the two armies collided, the fire dragon Taoist army was like a reef on the coast, standing firm in the wave of bones formed by the undead army. Every time the spear was swung and the flames flashed, a piece of undead creatures fell at the feet of the fire dragon Taoist soldiers. Even if there were elite undead creature leaders hiding in the undead army to launch a sneak attack, they were no match for the fire dragon Taoist soldiers and died tragically under the fire dragon Taoist soldiers' spears. Not bad, not bad. It's worth it that I have trained you for so many years, and you have not embarrassed me. Lu Feng looked at the performance of the fire dragon Taoist soldiers, with a happy face, and nodded with satisfaction. However, the number of fire dragon Taoist soldiers is still a little different from the undead army that is like a tide. It was simply unrealistic to expect the fire dragon Taoist soldiers to completely wipe out the undead army. However, behind the fire dragon Taoist soldiers, the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings were already following closely, with agile white tree roots winding their way. The undead army, which had passed the fire dragon Taoist army, bravely attacked the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, and then fell one by one on the roots of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. The attacks of the undead army were just a tickle to the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, and they could not even cut off the thinnest roots, while every attack of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings' roots could strangle a group of undead creatures. The gap between undead creatures and energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings was too great. On the other side, Lu Feng also spared no effort to activate the sun furnace. The sun furnace tilted slightly, and the raging flames poured down from the sun furnace like a stream of water, turning directly into large, scorching fireballs in the air, falling like a meteor shower. Since the third-level spell Yangayan Explosion was used in the Western region world last time, Lu Feng has been quite interested in the powerful fire witchcraft. In his spare time, he also asked for some fire witchcraft from the Verdant Tower to study. Although he has not learned the most powerful third-level witchcraft Yangayan Explosion in the fire witchcraft, Lu Feng has studied the first-level witchcraft Fireball and the second-level Great Fireball thoroughly. At this time, Lu Feng used the divine fire cultivated by the Fire Dragon Divine Weapon Curse as the base, and cast the second-level Great Fireball. He cast thousands of Great Fireballs at once, forming a rain of fire that was almost equivalent to the third-level fire witchcraft. Thousands of Great Fireballs fell, and the hot Great Fireballs of divine fire exploded in the waves of the undead army. The rumbling sound of the explosion was endless, and the smoke and dust rolled. Each great fireball of divine fire could clear the undead creatures on the land of hundreds of meters. For a moment, the wave of undead creatures was directly cut off by Lu Feng's rain of fire, clearing out a wide expanse of land. For a moment, the surging army of undead stopped for a moment. The smoke and dust dissipated, revealing a special building made of white bones under the undead sky. It was not a bone wall that Lu Feng had seen for the first time, but an angular bone altar. Bone Altar. Chapter 267, Holy Bone Altar, Conquer the Golden Skeleton King. Bone Altar. Under Lu Feng's full-strength attack, the undead sky curtain covering the entire area could not hold up and shattered. Without the cover of the undead sky curtain, the original appearance of this special area finally appeared in front of Lu Feng. Unlike what was discovered during the initial exploration, what was covered under the undead sky curtain was not a bone wall, but a bone altar built of countless bones and charred flesh. The altar had 9 floors, each of which was 10 to 20 meters high. Countless corpses piled up to form a pyramid-shaped bone altar. At this time, at the top of the pyramid-shaped bone altar, a golden skeleton king with only half of his body left was suspended in front of a several-meter-long black crack. Black air rose from the bone altar, and the rich power of death gathered through the altar and condensed on the half-body golden skeleton king. Seeing Lu Feng break through the defense he had painstakingly arranged, the golden soul fire in the golden skeleton king's skull leaped and showed panic. He never thought that Lu Feng was so strong. No, I have to escape from here quickly and go to the Styx plane. Only by going back there can I get rid of this terrifying enemy. The half-body golden skeleton king forcibly suppressed the panic in his heart and tried his best to activate the white bone altar under him, pouring endless death power into the dark crack in front of him. This dark crack is actually a space channel leading to the Styx plane. The Styx plane is a famous and powerful plane in the Plane Sea. Legend has it that in the endless Plane Sea, there is an endless Styx that runs through all the planes. Where the Styx flows, the souls of living beings will fall into the Styx after death, cleanse all memories in the endless water of the Styx, look back to the purest soul origin, and then return to the plane to reincarnate as new living beings. The Styx plane is the endless Styx that manifests in the Plane Sea, attracting the breath of the undead, and the power of death gathers to form a plane. There are countless undead creatures in the Styx plane, which are born from the souls washed ashore by the Styx and the power of death. In a sense, the Styx plane can be said to be the birthplace of undead creatures in the Plane Sea. This Alice plane was just swept by the breath of the Styx plane, and the undead disaster that exterminated civilization was derived. The entire plane was destroyed, which shows the power of the Styx plane. The half-body golden skeleton king was once the strongest among the natives of the Alice plane. His name was Dulu, and he had reached the level of a third-level wizard. However, with his strength, he still died tragically under the siege of the undead army. After being unwilling to die, he was resurrected in the undead disaster with resentment and became a golden skeleton king. Relying on the knowledge and classics accumulated before him, Dulu, who became the golden skeleton king, quickly recognized his current situation. He originally wanted to rely on his own strength to become the undead who ruled the Alice plane. As a result, not long after becoming the Skeleton King, A powerful wizard from the wizard plane discovered the Alice plane that was attacked by the undead scourge, and then built a plane gate on the Alice plane. After cleaning up the Alice plane, it was used as an ordinary resource plane for producing undead materials and undead creatures. During the cleaning process, Doru, the Golden Skeleton King, was directly beaten half of his body, which led to his current appearance. However, the wizard made a casual attack and did not intend to completely kill Doru, who became the Skeleton King, so he survived in the Alice plane. Doru, who survived, was unwilling to live a captive life. According to some undead heritage in his mind, after becoming the Golden Skeleton King, Doru collected bones and built a holy bone altar here, trying to restore his strength and hold a sacrifice ceremony to completely dedicate the Alice plane to the Styx plane. Unfortunately, as the Golden Skeleton King, Doru really failed to live up to his golden skin, without any golden light. His plan was just halfway through, and he barely communicated with the Styx plane through the holy bone altar. Alice's plane entered a robber like Lu Feng. Then, the Golden Skeleton King Doru was unlucky again. After a little peek at Lu Feng's strength, the Golden Skeleton King Doru recalled the fear of being dominated by a powerful wizard, and retreated to the holy bone altar very sincerely. When the enemy attacked, the Golden Skeleton King Doru thought about it and directly changed his original plan. He gave up the idea of surrendering to the Styx plane with the Alice plane, and instead communicated with the Styx plane to send himself to the Styx plane. However, this new plan was just halfway through, and Lu Feng had already broken the undead sky curtain he had arranged in advance, cleared the undead army he had carefully cultivated, and completely exposed the current situation of the Golden Skeleton King under Lu Feng's eyes. Seeing the Golden Skeleton King on the sacred bone altar, Lu Feng raised his eyebrows and realized that this special skeleton with golden skin was obviously performing some special ritual. He felt a high-quality death force from the dark crack in front of the Golden Skeleton King, and even felt a terrifying breath of the undead. It seems that the ritual that this Golden Skeleton King is performing now is either to escape or to make a big one and give him a fatal blow. Lu Feng personally prefers the latter. Immediately, Lu Feng felt a sense of crisis in his heart, and he did not dare to delay. Without saying a word, he directly urged the sun furnace under his feet to smash towards the Golden Skeleton King on the top of the sacred bone altar like a falling meteorite. The scorching sun furnace smashed down, and in the eyes of the Golden Skeleton King, it was as if the sun in the sky had fallen. From a distance, Doolu could feel the terrifying high temperature and scorching energy in it. If this attack lands on my head, my golden skeleton will probably be shattered by the explosion. But fortunately, I still have the holy bone altar, so I should be able to hold on for a while. The Golden Skeleton King quickly judged the situation in his mind, and quickly separated a trace of his spirit to communicate with the holy bone altar below him. Before the sun furnace fell, he made the holy bone altar support a bone cage with complicated golden runes, which tightly wrapped himself and the dark crack in front of him. Boom! The sun furnace fell on the top of the holy bone altar, and the terrifying high temperature and strong explosion broke out on the golden bone cage on the top of the altar. In an instant, a small sun rose on the spot, directly illuminating the surrounding world. In the terrifying explosion, the entire towering holy bone altar was in danger of the explosion, and a mushroom cloud rose from the altar. Countless undead creatures attached to the holy bone altar collapsed and died when the holy bone altar trembled before the explosion affected them. The death of this group of undead creatures seemed to have a different meaning. They seemed to be using their own deaths to share the attack on the sacred bone altar, causing the sacred bone altar to bear more damage. Before the smoke dissipated, Lu Feng, who was staring at the point where the sun furnace landed, frowned. In his perception, although the breath of the Golden Skeleton King was a little weaker, it was not seriously injured or killed in this terrifying attack. It seems that this Skeleton King is still quite capable. Lu Feng praised lightly, and then attacked again. Under Lu Feng's command, the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling rushed directly to the sacred bone altar against the aftermath of the sun furnace explosion. The endless white roots twisted violently and savagely pierced into the sacred bone altar made of corpses. Huel. Lu Feng followed closely behind, rushing into the aftermath of the explosion of the sun furnace, and came to the bone cage on top of the holy bone altar. The 5 elements of energy in his hand reversed, and directly evolved the power of annihilation. The gray power of annihilation condensed into the sharpest spear in Lu Feng's hand, and under Lu Feng's control, it accurately pierced the rune energy nodes visible to the naked eye on the bone cage. Bang! 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 Suddenly, The originally indestructible golden bone cage was shattered under Lu Feng's attack, slowly revealing the golden skeleton king wrapped in it with a face full of fear. The golden skeleton king still wanted to resist, but Lu Feng didn't want to give him any chance. The field is unfolded, the Linka field. In an instant, the golden skeleton king was pulled into his home field by Lu Feng. The scene changed, Lu Feng was everywhere, and the golden skeleton king was in Lu Feng's field, isolated from the inside and outside, unable to communicate. With the help of the power of the holy bone altar, his aura was weakened again. Facing the powerful Lu Feng, the golden skeleton king once again recalled the fear of being dominated by a powerful wizard. "My lord, spare my life." Seeing that he had no chance to defeat Lu Feng, the golden skeleton king simply crawled on the ground and begged for mercy from Lu Feng very straightforwardly. Although Du Lu had no flesh and blood, he used his spirit to transmit his consciousness and begged for mercy, which was the most direct and true feeling, without any pretense. Facing such a decisive golden skeleton king, the attack that Lu Feng had condensed in his hands suddenly stopped in front of the skull of the golden skeleton king Du Lu. If he had begged for mercy a breath later, Lu Feng, who attacked seriously, would have taken Du Lu's life. "You are fast. Since you want to be my dog, take this fruit." Lu Feng held the life and death of the golden skeleton king Du Lu in his left hand, and took out a golden fruit from the King Mu spirit realm with his right hand. The fruit in Lu Feng's hand was a divine fruit. Last time in the Western region, Lu Feng almost captured all the gods from the Western region alliance, and the corpses of several gods fell into his hands. During the years of digestion, the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings also extracted the divinity from the souls of several gods' corpses, and gave birth to a number of divine fruits. Needless to say, the effect of the divine fruit, as long as you eat it, although you will inherit the divinity of the Western region gods, you will also be controlled by the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings and Lu Feng, and completely become a dog under Lu Feng's hands. Although the golden skeleton king is a little disabled and a little weak, his strength and cultivation are essentially at the beginning of the third level. Lu Feng was not very reassured by just using the soul lamp method of restraining ordinary cultivation. After thinking about it, he decided to use a divine fruit to feel at ease. After picking and choosing, Lu Feng handed one of the divine fruits condensed with the divinity of the warrior god to the golden skeleton king. The situation was stronger than the person. The golden skeleton king Lu, who had no way out, took the divine fruit from Lu Feng without hesitation and stuffed it directly into his skull, burning with golden soul fire. Hesitating for one more second would be disrespectful to Lu Feng. However, to be honest, Lu was not very resistant to the divine fruit that Lu Feng took out. As soon as the divine fruit appeared, Lu's bones and soul fire trembled, and a strong soul instinct drove him to get the divine fruit. The divine fruit is not a physical fruit, so even undead creatures can eat the divine fruit. As soon as it touched Lu's bones, the divine fruit turned into golden color and merged into Lu's bones and soul fire. Snap! During the fusion transformation of the divine fruit, Lu stretched out his hands, and the whole skull spread out. If it weren't for the soul fire in his skull still burning, most people would think that Lu's soul was annihilated. Lu Feng knew that this was a normal phenomenon of absorbing the divine fruit, so he was not panicked. He directly threw the golden bones on the ground, including Lu's golden skull, into the small yin realm in the King Mu spirit realm. Let this golden skeleton king quietly wait for the transformation of life in the place with the strongest death power in the small yin realm. After cleaning up the golden skeleton king, Lu Feng released the Linka realm and returned to the holy bone altar. He was standing at the top of the holy bone altar. Originally, there was a dark crack with a terrifying aura. However, at this time, this crack was no longer guided by the golden skeleton king, and the energy of the holy bone altar was not maintained. It had shrunk to the length of an arm. The divine light on it was also chaotic, and it seemed that it would break in front of Lu Feng in the next moment. Lu Feng asked the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling to stop harming the holy bone altar. Lu was about to become a general under his command. It was too wasteful for the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling to devour this holy bone altar. Lu Feng planned to move the whole thing into the small yin realm of King Mu spirit realm to lay a solid foundation for the small yin realm. The energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling reluctantly left the holy bone altar. After just a while, Lu Feng felt that the source of the holy bone altar had been hollowed out by the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling by 1/3. The power of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling was so terrifying. Lu Feng did not take the risk to explore the dark crack on the top of the holy bone altar, and watched the dark crack collapse and disappear in front of his eyes. This crack made Lu Feng feel too dangerous, and there was no information about it. What's more, the Golden Skeleton King was about to become Lu Feng's younger brother. It would be safer to ask him directly about the information of this dark crack. If there is a need, the holy bone altar is still there, and it is completely in time for the Golden Skeleton King to surface this dark crack again and explore it. There is no need to take risks that are not sure. After the fight, the rest is to deal with the aftermath. Elio and his army once again took out the Bone Soul Captivating banner, subdued the undead creatures around the holy bone altar, and introduced talents to the small underworld. Chapter 268, The Altar enters the small underworld, the Phantom Yama Sutra. Without the leadership of the Golden Skeleton King, the army of undead around the sacred bone altar suddenly became a mess. Elio led the army and remained motionless despite the harassment of the undead creatures. He used the white bone soul capturing banner to enslave the undead creatures one by one and then transported them into the Kingmu spirit realm. Lu Feng looked at Elio and his army's steady actions, so he stopped caring about them. Looking at the sacred bone altar under his feet, Lu Feng spread his mental power and studied it. This sacred bone altar is not simple. It looks simple, but it contains many refining methods that Lu Feng has never learned. In addition, the sacred bone altar is located on the land of Alice's plane, connected to the earth veins, and integrated with a nearby heaven and earth. Although Lu Feng is 100% sure to dismantle this sacred bone altar, it will take a lot of effort to move it into his own Kingmu spirit realm. Lu Feng checked the evolution progress of the Skeleton King and found that it would take 3 days to complete the transformation. When the Golden Skeleton King absorbed the divine fruit, he was already at the 3rd level, much stronger than Elio, who was still an octopus monster at the time. He also absorbed and digested a divine fruit much faster. Elio spent nearly 20 to 30 days at the beginning, but now the Golden Skeleton King only needs 2 or 3 days. 2 or 3 days, such a short time, Lu Feng can afford to wait. He commanded the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings to clean up some of the remaining land in Alice's plane. 2 or 3 days passed in a flash. Due to Lu Feng's harm, the number of undead and the power of death in Alice's plane decreased sharply. This morning, Lu Feng sat on the branches of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings and saw the sun in Alice's plane for the first time in a long time. Although it was still very dark, it also brought long-lost sunshine and warmth to the land of Alice's plane. At the moment when the sun rose, the soul fire in the skull of the Golden Skeleton King in the small yin world of Kingmu spirit realm burned fiercely, and Jolo's consciousness woke up from his slumber. The pile of golden bones was quickly assembled, and in a breath of time, the Golden Skeleton King Doro made a brilliant appearance again. Unfortunately, without the lower half of his body, Doro could only float half in the air, which was less majestic and domineering. The moment Doro woke up, Lu Feng noticed his awakening. After confirming that the Golden Skeleton King had completely become his subordinate, Lu Feng summoned him out of the Kingmu spirit realm with confidence. Bringing the Golden Skeleton King Doro back to the top of the sacred bone altar, Lu Feng asked about the origin of the sacred bone altar. From the communication with Doro, Lu Feng knew that this sacred bone altar was a treasure that Doro spent nearly 200 years and countless hard work and sweat to create after becoming the Golden Skeleton King. Just to build the foundation of the sacred bone altar, millions of corpses were consumed. Alice's world was originally a plane, and the number of living creatures living in it was naturally not small, but during the exploration process, the number of enslaved undeads by Lu Feng was not exaggerated, only about a few 100,000. Even if countless undead died in Alice's plane, the number would not be so exaggerated. It turned out that the Golden Skeleton King Doro had already consumed the corpses and undead in Alice's plane, greatly reducing the number of undead creatures. So, everything is traceable. According to Doro, the drawings for building this bone altar came from the favor of the Styx plane after he became the Golden Skeleton King and was given the inheritance of the undead monarch. According to the undead inheritance from the Styx plane, as long as the Golden Skeleton King Doro can build a complete undead city of his own and own a piece of territory of his own, he can communicate with the Styx through rituals and be promoted to the undead monarch. The undead monarch is equivalent to the existence of the 4th level Morning Star Wizard. Building an undead city and becoming an undead monarch is a tangible path for 3rd level undead creatures. However, the difficulty of this path is not small, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is as difficult as ascending to heaven. The Holy Bone Altar that Doru worked so hard to build is only a semi-finished product, and it is also just a core building in the undead city. It took Julu more than 200 years to build a semi-finished core building. To build a city of the dead, it would take at least thousands of years. Not to mention the disasters encountered in the process of building the city of the dead. This time will only continue to lengthen. That is, the longer the undead creatures live, the more they can afford to spend so much time. Comparing the promotion route of the undead monarch with the earth fairy method and the wizard method, Lu Feng has no interest in the undead monarch. However, the golden skeleton king Julu has already walked some distance on this road and built this semi-finished holy bone altar. Lu Feng thinks he can walk a little further on this road. Julu has been trapped in the Alice plane. It is actually quite powerful to be able to develop to the current level. In the future, he will follow Lu Feng to hang out in the wizard world, and the difficulty of obtaining resources will be greatly reduced. Maybe the city of the dead can be built faster, and becoming the undead monarch is just around the corner. At the same time, Lu Feng also learned from Julu that the complete holy bone altar has the ability to breed undead creatures, and it is also a source of energy to condense the power of death. It is also a vital existence in the city of the dead. However, the current holy bone altar is still a semi-finished product. It does not have the function of breeding undead creatures. It can only condense the power of death and be used as a death attribute energy pool. Of course, relying on the materials and foundation of the holy bone altar itself, it can also bear some protection and strengthen the effects of spells. After understanding the role of the holy bone altar, the golden skeleton king Julu began to move the holy bone altar at Lu Feng's request. Alice Plain is Julu's hometown, but it is not Lu Feng's resting place. Other places around are almost cleared by Lu Feng and Elio's army. They will leave Alice Plain soon. It is better to pack up the holy bone altar as soon as possible. The holy bone altar is not small in size and is not a finished product. It is extremely difficult to move it, but Julu, as the builder of the holy bone altar, still has the ability to take it away. After disconnecting the holy bone altar from the surrounding world and discarding some of the holy bone altar's burdens, Julu reduced the holy bone altar's volume by more than half, and finally moved the shrunken holy bone altar to the small yin realm of King Mu's spirit realm with the help of Lu Feng. After returning to the small yin realm with the shrunken holy bone altar, Julu placed the holy bone altar in the center of the small yin realm. The altar, like a small mountain, landed with great momentum. However, the small yin realm was full of densely packed undead creatures, which lack obvious emotional fluctuations and did not attract much attention. After connecting the holy bone altar to the world of the small yin realm, Julu stood on the top of the holy bone altar and observed the world of the small yin realm. Compared with the Alice plane, he felt that this place was like returning to the Styx plane. The strong power of death made him feel comfortable. Thank you for the gift, sir. With this world, maybe I, Julu, will become the king of the dead one day. Experiencing the beauty of the small yin realm, Julu thanked Lu Feng sincerely. While Doru was sighing, Lu Feng sent all the bones that had been dropped by the holy bone altar to the small underworld, leaving them for Doru to deal with. Without the holy bone altar in the way, Lu Feng and his men resumed their original rhythm in the Alice plane. However, with the addition of the golden skeleton king Doru, the work of Elio's army was much simpler. Doru stood in front of the undead creatures, and the aura of a third-level undead creature had spread. Countless undead creatures automatically bowed their heads and obeyed Doru's orders. Under Doru's orders, all the remaining undead creatures in the Alice plane were soon brought into the small underworld by Doru. After dealing with the undead creatures, the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings plowed the remaining land in the Alice plane as usual, plundering a large amount of death power and energy. With sufficient supply of death power, the small underworld slowly expanded, allowing the newly joined undead creatures to have a foothold. Julu, who had obtained some control rights over the small underworld from Lu Feng, continued to use the power of the small underworld to refine the holy bone altar, hoping to turn it into a finished product as soon as possible. Lu Feng also had some expectations for Julu's actions. After the holy bone altar was integrated into the small underworld, Lu Feng clearly felt that under the effect of the holy bone altar, the stability of the small underworld was further improved. The increasingly powerful small underworld also brought many subtle benefits to the King Mu spirit realm. The semi-finished holy bone altar has this effect. I wonder what power the completed holy bone altar in the complete undead city will have? Lu Feng is looking forward to it. At the same time, Lu Feng also taught Du Lu a ground immortal method called Ghost Yama Sutra that he had obtained from the Earth immortal world. Ghost Yama Sutra is the ghost method practiced by Chu, the first great enemy Lu Feng encountered in the Earth immortal world. The small underworld has evolved from the yin ghost spirit realm refined by Chu with his own cultivation to the current small underworld. Exorcise ghosts, turn into yin, control the netherworld, and become Yama. The Yanluo Sutra of Ghosts has a lofty purpose. If Du Lu succeeds in cultivation, I wonder if he can make the small yin world become the underworld and control reincarnation. Since the development of King Mu Lingjing, there is a defect that Lu Feng still can't forget, that is, it can't give birth to new life on its own. Men and women, males and females living in King Mu Lingjing are like sterilization operations. No matter how many times they reproduce, they can't produce a fertilized egg or give birth to new life. There are many creatures in King Mu Lingjing, but they can't give birth to offspring, which ultimately makes King Mu Lingjing unable to see the future. Waiting for most of the creatures in King Mu Lingjing to age, Lu Feng will have no one to use. Introducing population from the outside world is ultimately a method that only treats the symptoms but not the root cause. Lu Feng vaguely feels that this problem may affect the future of King Mu Lingjing. Therefore, he can only hope to try to find a solution through various methods. After getting the Ghost Yama Sutra, Du Lu devoted himself to studying and practicing, and soon immersed himself in the profoundness of the earthly immortals. After a little introduction, he was able to take the control of the small yin world to a higher level. Only with the matching skills can the power of the spirit realm be fully exerted. Lu Feng had never used the yin ghost spirit realm before, mostly because of this reason. The spirit realms refined by others are not as smooth as the spirit realms created by oneself. More than 10 days passed in a flash. Lu Feng cleaned up the Alice spirit realm and returned to the gate of the plane. Looking back at Alice's plane, this plane has changed greatly during his plunder. The undead creatures were swept away, and even the death power on the surface was swallowed and absorbed by the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. At this time, Alice's plane, except for being a little barren, is almost the same as an ordinary plane, and the once lifeless appearance can no longer be seen. The warm sunlight shines through the clouds onto Lu Feng in front of the plane gate. I let the son of Alice's plane see the sun again. I wonder if this can be considered as saving this plane. Lu Feng murmured with emotion and walked into the plane gate. A familiar feeling came over him, and the scenery in front of him changed. Lu Feng returned to the wizard world again. Breathing the rich energy of heaven and earth, and bathing in the warm and bright sunshine, Lu Feng had to admit that it was more comfortable to stay in the wizard plane. Unfortunately, in the wizard plane, even if Lu Feng has reached the 3rd level, he is still just an insignificant little person. There are many more powerful than him. Everything must be done according to the rules of the wizard world, and he cannot have the slightest idea of crossing the line. How can he be as unscrupulous as in Alice's plane and plunder everything? Everything around Lu Feng now has an owner, and they are all assets of the botanical garden. If Lu Feng dares to plunder and devour wantonly, the alchemical puppet guard in the plain square will be able to teach Lu Feng a lesson without the intervention of the 4th level Morning Star Wizard. Putting away the desire to wander in Alice's plane, Lu Feng walked out of the plane gate and saw a man and 2 women meditating in front of the plane. Lu Feng remembered that the woman among the 3 seemed to be called Alicia, and she was a 2nd level wizard. They accepted the mission to Alice's plane and met in front of the plane gate a few days ago. Lu Feng didn't want them to get in the way, so he persuaded Alicia and the others to wait at the plane gate. Lu Feng didn't expect that these 3 people were so honest and waited for him to come out in front of the plane. The movement of Lu Feng walking out of the plane gate also woke up Alicia and the other 2. Mr. Walter, you came out of Alice's plane. Great, we can finally go to Alice's plane to do the mission. Alicia said Lu Feng's fake name with a look of surprise, and greeted him. Behind her, 2 incredibly strong brothers were also moving their bodies with a little excitement, making some preparations to enter Alice's plane. The 3 wizards were full of energy, still very young and energetic. Their youthful appearance reminded Lu Feng of his youthful days full of youth and passion. However, Alicia and the other 2 might be disappointed, because Alice's plane had been cleaned up by Lu Feng, and now it can be said that it is cleaner than a dog licking it. They wanted to go to Alice's plane to do the mission, and most of them were to collect some materials of undead creatures. Now they went in and dug 3 feet into the ground, but they couldn't find a single hair of undead creatures. Thinking of this, Lu Feng grinned with a toothache, and asked with a smile, Alicia, what materials are you going to collect in Alice's plane? I took a trip inside and picked up a lot of garbage. Tell me about it. If I have it in my bag, I will give it to you directly. Just consider it as my hard work fee for delaying you for more than a month. My friend's new book. Support it with chapter recommendations. Interested book friends can take a look. Chapter 269 The construction of the Holy Bone Altar is completed. The mission items for Alicia and the other two were not very demanding. Lu Feng found a dozen or so in the small underworld and casually threw them to Alicia. Lu Feng then hurriedly left the plane gate of Alice's plane. Alicia was somewhat puzzled by Lu Feng's generosity. After repeatedly refusing, she still accepted Lu Feng's gift. Alice's plane was right next to them. Although they could also go in and fight monsters to obtain mission items, it was not as good as getting them for free. Brother, the mission items are all collected. Let's go back. After Lu Feng left and his back disappeared from the eyes of the three, Alicia happily greeted her two younger brothers and prepared to return to her own wizard tower to hand in the mission. However, after taking a step, Alicia suddenly stopped, as if she remembered something, and pulled her two younger brothers into Alice's plane. Brother, we still have to go to Alice's plane. Otherwise, when we return to the wizard tower, the teacher will ask us about Alice's plane, and we won't know anything. Passing through the plane gate, Alicia and the other two entered Alice's plane. However, the next moment, Alicia and the other two widened their eyes. Sister, didn't you say that Alice's plane is a plane of the dead? How can there be dead souls here? The conflict between impression and reality shocked Alicia and the other two. After leaving the plane square, Lu Feng had no idea what happened in Alice's plane. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care at all. Anyway, he did a good thing and only left a fake name. The thing was done by Mr. Walter, so it was none of Lu Feng's business. Turning around and leaving the little episode in Alice's plane behind, Lu Feng returned to the Verdant Tower. Verdant Tower, 35th floor. Since the last time Tia Wizard returned to the Verdant Tower, Lu Feng showed the strength of a third-order wizard, and Lu Feng moved out of the original training room and moved to the 35th floor. This floor of the Wizard Tower has been allocated to Lu Feng by Tia Wizard and has become his private territory. The Verdant Tower has a total of 36 floors. Under the effect of the space expansion array, each floor has a huge area. Lu Feng moved the things in his original room here, arranged them, and immediately felt refreshed. Now, Lu Feng had just returned to the Wizard Tower from the Plain Square, and the head of the Dongmu Chamber of Commerce had been waiting for him in the living room on the 35th floor. On the way back, Lu Feng sent a message to the head of the Dongmu Chamber of Commerce. After receiving Lu Feng's message, the head of the Dongmu Chamber of Commerce immediately rushed over and waited for Lu Feng's return. Lu Feng is an old customer of the Dongmu Chamber of Commerce. As the head of the Chamber of Commerce, if he does not provide good service, there will be other heads of other chambers of commerce vying for the qualification to serve Lu Feng. Lu Feng's reputation as a third-level wizard is very famous in the area near the Green Tower. After Lu Feng returned, he led the head of the Dongmu Chamber of Commerce to the warehouse on the 35th floor. With a wave of his hand, a large number of materials appeared on the floor of the warehouse in different categories. Aaron, help the head of the Fuayuki Chamber of Commerce to count these materials, and give me an estimate of their value. At Lu Feng's call, Tower Spirit Aaron emerged in the warehouse and came to the head of the Fuayuki Chamber of Commerce to help him count the number of materials in the warehouse. With the help of Tower Spirit Aaron, the head of the Fuayuki Chamber of Commerce carefully counted them. Many of these goods are materials of the undead system. Lu Feng took over the entire Alice Plane and harvested a lot of materials. It is the most wasteful way to refine them all into the small Yin realm. The villagers in the Kingmu Spirit Realm selected the materials obtained by Lu Feng. The precious materials were sold to earn magic stones, and the worthless materials were directly used to fill the small Yin realm. In addition to a large number of undead materials, there are also some products produced by Lu Feng's villagers in the past month. Refined potions, some wizard secret treasures and the like. It took about half a day, and after Lu Feng went outside for a walk, the head of the Fuayuki Chamber of Commerce finally counted the goods in the warehouse and presented Lu Feng with a list of goods. Lu Feng checked with Tailing Alan, and after confirming that everything was correct, the person in charge of the Dongmu Chamber of Commerce began to pack up and transport the goods in the warehouse. Before the person in charge of the Dongmu Chamber of Commerce left, Lu Feng handed him a list and said, "Here are some materials I need. Please help me collect them and see how long it will take." As for the magic stones, deduct them from the magic stones sold in the previous batch of goods. Tell me if it's not enough. After taking Lu Feng's list, the person in charge of the Dongmu Chamber of Commerce looked at it and found that what Lu Feng needed were some precious materials of the undead system: ghost grass, dead bone crystal, and death ghost spring. In addition, Lu Feng also asked for 6 third-level extraordinary monster skeletons and a large number of corpses of ordinary creatures. The person in charge of the Dongmu Chamber of Commerce contacted his own Chamber of Commerce, communicated with him, and confirmed the price of the materials with Lu Feng. He found that the warehouse of goods sold by Lu Feng was not enough, so he had to ask Lu Feng to add more than 2 million magic stones. The level of the undead creatures in Alice's plane is relatively low, and the level of the materials bred in the environment is not much higher. Lu Feng only sold some magic stones based on the quantity. Otherwise, if Lu Feng wanted to buy these things, he would have to pay more than 2 million magic stones. The 6 third-level extraordinary magic beast corpses alone are worth a lot of magic stones. The Fuayuki Chamber of Commerce is quite efficient. Not long after the head of the Fuayuki Chamber of Commerce counted all the materials in Lu Feng's warehouse, the materials purchased by Lu Feng were packed in a disposable space pocket of a large area and delivered to Lu Feng by the staff of the Fuayuki Chamber of Commerce. After counting and checking, paying the bill, and sending the head of the Fuayuki Chamber of Commerce away, Lu Feng sent the disposable space pocket containing the materials into the Kingmu spirit realm. Dulu, I got you the materials you wanted. Get ready and build the holy bone altar for me. In this trip to Alice's plane, in addition to plundering some ordinary resources for the growth of the Kingmu spirit realm, the only thing that surprised Lu Feng was the Golden Skeleton King and his holy bone altar. The former is a third-order undead creature. After fusing with the divine fruit of the warrior god, he has recovered the strength of the early third order. Now he can be regarded as a general in Lu Feng's hands. In real battle, he is probably only slightly inferior to Elio. When he makes further progress in the earthly immortals Taoism and better controls the small yin realm, Julu's strength may be further improved. The latter, a special building called the Holy Bone Altar, is inherited from the Styx plane and has a good future. The small yin realm is also part of the Kingmu spirit realm. The Holy Bone Altar is already a semi-finished product. It will not cost Lu Feng several months of income to successfully refine it. Lu Feng thought about it and decided to invest in Julu. Anyway, the magic stones are spent in the Kingmu spirit realm and used for the growth of the spiritual realm space. Whether it is useful or not, Lu Feng will not lose. Lu Feng's voice reached the ears of the Golden Skeleton King Julu, and he took the disposable space pocket that fell from the sky and bowed respectfully to the sky. Julu will definitely live up to the master's trust. After thanking him, Julu stood on the top of the Holy Bone Altar and checked the space pocket in his hand. When Julu saw the various undead materials that he urgently needed to refine the Holy Bone Altar in the space pocket, he was so happy that the golden soul fire in his skull boiled. Especially in the disposable space pocket, there were 6 corpses of third-level extraordinary monsters and a pile of corpses. These resources greatly increased Julu's confidence in refining the Holy Bone Altar. The master is really amazing. So many materials, so generous, it's like Julu's reborn parents. It turns out that this is how it feels to be overwhelmed by resources. It's so happy. After staying in the miserable place of Alice's plane for a long time, it was the first time to see so many resources. The Golden Skeleton King was excited for a while before he calmed down. Julu took out the various precious materials in the space pocket one by one and carefully placed them on the Holy Bone Altar. He was afraid that the rude action would damage any precious material. These are all the master's intentions, and he dared not waste them. Afterwards, he summoned a group of relatively sensible skeletons to take out about 50,000 to 60,000 corpses from the disposable pocket and arranged them according to the requirements of the Holy Bone Altar. After making these preparations, Julu concentrated his mind and used the soul fire to communicate with the Holy Bone Altar under his feet. Under his control, the power of death surged on the Holy Bone Altar. Under the effect of the power of death on the Holy Bone Altar, the flesh and bones of the 50,000 to 60,000 corpses that had just been placed on the altar began to slowly melt, and the essence and power of death were refined and slowly integrated into the body of the Holy Bone Altar. Under the nourishment of 50,000 to 60,000 corpses, the energy fluctuations of the Holy Bone Altar continued to increase, and the aura continued to grow stronger. Then, Dulu took out the last 6 corpses of the 3rd-level extraordinary monsters in the disposable space pocket and threw them on the Holy Bone altar. The 6 corpses that Lu Feng bought from the Dongmu Chamber of Commerce were all sea beasts from the ocean. Each one was about 300 meters long and was a ferocious predator called the submerged demon shark. As soon as the 6 corpses appeared, their terrifying predator aura alone suppressed many nearby undead creatures, and their soul fire could not help but dim. Looking at the corpses of the 6 terrifying sea-diving demon sharks, if it were not for the lack of flesh and blood on Doru's head, he would probably break out in a cold sweat. Doru estimated that he could not defeat any of these 6 sea-diving demon sharks. However, now these 6 sea-diving demon sharks are dead and cannot die again. Doru quickly adapted to the aura on their corpses, and then began to control the Holy Bone altar to devour the essence of the flesh and bones on these 6 corpses. With the help of the 6 3rd-level corpses, the aura of the Holy Bone altar continued to increase. When it devoured most of the corpse of the 3rd sea-diving demon shark, the aura of the Holy Bone altar had reached its peak. It's time, the last step for the success of the Holy Bone altar. Observing the changes in the Holy Bone altar, the golden soul fire in Doru's skull suddenly surged, gushing out from his dark eye sockets, wrapping up the precious undead materials around him. Under the burning of Doru's golden soul fire, a large number of precious materials of the undead system slowly melted and mixed, forming a large mass of black liquid energy in the golden soul fire, emitting the terrifying power of death. Go. Paying attention to the temperature of the fusion of these materials, after the liquid energy stabilized and took shape, Doru used the golden soul fire to wrap the dark liquid energy and merged it into the Holy Bone altar under his feet. Soul fire is the core of undead creatures. At this moment, Doru directly gambled his entire fortune in order to refine the Holy Bone altar. The blazing golden soul fire, carrying the dark liquid energy, began to spread from the top of the Holy Bone altar and burned all the way down. Wherever the soul fire passed, the countless bones that made up the Holy Bone altar shrank, and the impurities were removed in the calcination of the soul fire, and the essence was refined, and then the quality was further improved under the nourishment of the dark liquid. Doru's golden soul fire burned for 3 days and 3 nights, from the top of the Holy Bone altar to the base of the altar. That is to say, Dulu had eaten the divine fruit of the warrior god, and the divinity of the warrior god was integrated into the golden soul fire, which was extremely tough, thick and long. Otherwise, with Dulu's current strength, even if he collected all the necessary materials, he would not be able to complete the final transformation of the Holy Bone altar. After Dulu's golden soul fire completely calcined and refined the Holy Bone altar, the remaining 3 sea-diving demon sharks were all consumed in this process. The volume of the Holy Bone altar calcined by the golden soul fire was greatly reduced, from the original bloated shape of hundreds of meters high to a 9-story altar of only 36 meters high. It was concentrated with essence. The small Holy Bone altar was made of white bones like jade, and each bone was engraved with the golden runes, like a fine work of art. At this step, the Holy Bone altar finally completed the last step of transformation and completely became a qualified core building of the undead city. Dulu stood on the top of the Holy Bone altar again. The golden soul fire in his skull had dimmed. It was obvious that he had consumed a lot of soul energy in the process of forging the Holy Bone altar. Mental weakness could not cover up Dulu's joy and excitement. It's done. However, he only had time to say this sentence before he collapsed weakly on the Holy Bone altar and fell into deep sleep. Not bad, not bad. Dulu has made a contribution this time. In the Verted Tower, Lu Feng was not busy with other things in the past 2 days. He had been paying attention to Dulu's refining in the spiritual realm. He invested so many magic stones in Dulu and the Holy Bone altar. In order to prevent Dulu from wasting the magic stones, Lu Feng dared not ignore it completely. Lu Feng also copied the method of refining the Holy Bone altar from Dulu. If Dulu couldn't figure it out in the end, he was always ready to help him. However, Dulu was very capable and did not need Lu Feng's help. He actually completed the refining of the Holy Bone altar alone. Dulu, this can be regarded as a capable subordinate who can take charge of everything. Lu Feng checked Dulu's current state. He was just weak due to excessive consumption, and there was nothing serious. The Holy Bone altar was built by Dulu himself, and he had established the closest connection with Dulu. Now the Holy Bone altar was the best place for Dulu to rest and recover. Dulu was sleeping, and the dim golden soul fire in his skull was pulsating and reached the same frequency of power fluctuations as the remaining Holy Bone altar. Although he was sleeping, The energy of the holy bone altar was constantly flowing into Julu's bones and soul fire, nourishing his soul fire. Looking at the linkage between Julu and the holy bone altar, Lu Feng roughly understood the principle of how the undead city acted on the undead monarch. This was not simply building a holy bone altar, but directly creating a powerful external energy organ for Julu. Julu was fine, so Lu Feng checked the function of the holy bone altar. The completed holy bone altar was located in the center of the small yin realm, which was the place with the strongest death power in the small yin realm. At this time, the finished holy bone altar started to operate automatically. Suddenly, the death power in the nearby world was drawn by the power of the holy bone altar and flowed into the altar from the base of the holy bone altar. For a time, the death power in the surrounding world became much weaker. However, to Lu Feng's surprise, the holy bone altar, which had swallowed a large amount of death power, did not take all the death power for itself. Instead, after circulating around the altar, it spewed out from the top of the holy bone altar and flowed into the surrounding space. Lu Feng found that the death power that had passed through the holy bone altar was slightly reduced in quantity, but slightly improved in quality. The holy bone altar actually had the effect of tempering the death power, which surprised Lu Feng. His small yin world has limited space. If the holy bone altar can continue to temper the quality of the death power, then the quality of the death power in their small yin world will definitely get better and better, and the undead creatures living in the small yin world will naturally become stronger and stronger. It will have infinite benefits for the future of Kingmu Spirit Realm. At the same time, Lu Feng also discovered that the process of the holy bone altar absorbing the power of death can also be controlled. You can choose whether to intercept a part of the power of death and store it inside the altar, so that the altar can play a role similar to that of an elemental pool. This function is also the key point for Doru to build the city of the dead in the future, and the holy bone altar will become a core building. Finally, Lu Feng studied another core function of the holy bone altar, which is to produce undead creatures. The corpses placed on the holy bone altar, under the influence of the power of the holy bone altar, have a certain probability of igniting soul fire and transforming into undead creatures. Skeletons, zombies, ghosts, ghost fire. In the early stage, only some weak undead creatures can be awakened from the corpses, which takes a long time and the probability is low. During the research process, Lu Feng also placed hundreds of corpses on the holy bone altar, but until Doru woke up from his weak sleep, he had never seen an undead creature awakened from the corpse. This function is still too weak, and Lu Feng can only regard it as a byproduct. The future is promising, let's talk about it in the future. Master, after the holy bone altar was built, I received a gift from the holy bone altar. I feel that I only need to practice for a while, and I feel that I can break through to the middle stage of the third level. The holy bone altar disappointed Lu Feng once, but after waking up, Dulu brought Lu Feng good news. Go, practice well, and strive to advance as soon as possible. Lu Feng heard the good news and sent his most sincere blessings. Chapter 270, Adjusting the Spiritual Realm, the Ancient Plane. With a master's blessing, the golden skeleton King Dulu smiled happily, and the golden half-body skeleton slowly sank into the holy bone altar, and soon came to the center of the holy bone altar. At the core of the holy bone altar, Dulu's skeleton was immersed in the rich power of death and slowly transformed. The broken half-body skeleton, under the nourishment of the rich power of death, actually grew slowly at the broken part, with a tendency to restore the lower body skeleton. Only a complete skeleton can bring out Dulu's full strength. This kind of lower body skeleton completion is of great benefit to Dulu. After they are promoted, their combat power will definitely be improved. This time, Lu Feng also invested a lot of resources in the holy bone altar. The promotion of the golden skeleton King Dulu alone made Lu Feng recover his capital, and the other functions of the holy bone altar were icing on the cake. It was a big profit. The formation of the holy bone altar and Dulu's transformation have all made the origin of the small yin world continue to grow. The small yin realm and the land where the creatures in the Kingmu spirit realm live are mutually dependent, and are divided into yin and yang. Now that the small yin realm has grown, the yin and yang in the Kingmu spirit realm are interdependent, which naturally brings more changes to the yang world in the Kingmu spirit realm. What makes the creatures living in the Yang world in the Kingmu spirit realm feel the most obvious is that the Kingmu spirit realm has always had a clear sky, but now it suddenly seems to have changed its face, with more dark clouds, thunder and rain, and other weather conditions. Thunder is the pivot of yin and yang, and the root of commanding all things. The weather changes, and thunder begins to appear, which is the manifestation of the changes in yin and yang in the Kingmu spirit realm to a certain extent. In the circulation of yin and yang, the Kingmu spirit realm is more stable, and Lu Feng's strength is also increasing day by day. In the spirit realm, Dulu is about to be promoted, and this change has also slightly stimulated Elio and others. Obviously, they came first, but their strength has been surpassed by a newcomer who just joined the master. How can this be tolerated? Stimulated by Doru's promotion, Elio and others practiced hard and began to roll inward. However, at the third level, the breakthrough of cultivation is not a matter of one day or one night. Doru also had the opportunity to advance to the third intermediate level with the help of the special building of the Holy Bone Altar. Otherwise, if Doru relied on his own practice, he would have to endure at least 100 or 80 years to have the current opportunity. Lu Feng saw Elio and his friends' automatic roll inward and was very pleased. This is a group of good subordinates. In this regard, Lu Feng also took the initiative to provide them with various resources and knowledge support. If you want a horse to run, you must feed it enough grass. Elio's 3 daughters are all gods with divinity. Divinity may limit their future, but in the process of cultivation at the third level, divinity has only benefits for them, not disadvantages. In the strengthening of divinity, their souls will only be stronger than wizards of the same level, and they will comprehend and learn spells and knowledge that fit the rules of their divinity faster. Such innate advantages can allow them to maintain a certain speed of cultivation during the difficult and relatively long cultivation stage of the third stage. Based on their talents, Lu Feng discussed with the 3 girls of Elio and planned some cultivation directions for them. Although the earthly immortal method is good, the resources required to cultivate to the third stage are too huge. Lu Feng has already emptied his family's funds to support a Kingmu spirit realm, but there is no extra resources to support several more spirit realms. Therefore, after discussion, the 3 girls of Elio made a decision. They changed their cultivation ideas. Now they use the talents brought by the divinity in their souls to mainly practice the wizard method that adapts to their divinity rules, and minor in the earthly immortal method. Lu Feng spent some time and magic stones, and asked someone to exchange a few wizard meditation methods suitable for the 3 girls from the botanical garden. The wizard method values talent, understanding, and sufficient resources, which Elio and the others have. With the help of the power of divinity and their own background, they practiced wizard methods by leaps and bounds, and they became part-time wizards in a few days. It takes a certain amount of time to cultivate to the third level, but in the process of practicing the wizard meditation method, they learn from each other's strengths and weaknesses, and have a deeper and clearer understanding of the rules contained in the divinity, and their strength is also improving day by day. Seeing the progress, Lu Feng was very happy. Elio and the others are all Lu Feng's subordinates, and they are also part of the Kingmu spirit realm. Their growth will also bring various benefits to the Kingmu spirit realm and strengthen the origin of the Kingmu spirit realm. The strength of the Kingmu spirit realm is naturally the strength of Lu Feng. The more subordinates there are, the stronger they are. Lu Feng can continue to become stronger just by lying down. Lu Feng feels that he has created a new cultivation mode. Perhaps, it can be called the boss hanging up. After plundering the Talius Plain and the Alice Plain, Lu Feng also harvested a lot of resources. Not in a hurry to go to the next different plane adventure, Lu Feng chose to stay in the Verdant Tower for a month or 2 to digest the resources he harvested and regulate the Kingmu spirit realm. Since the cultivation of the Kingmu spirit realm, more and more things have been added to it. From the 5 elements of spiritual veins, to the small star realm, to the stars, the sun and the moon, the yin and yang are interdependent, and various energy systems are increasing. While the foundation of Kingmu Lingjing is becoming stronger, there are also many places of conflict and chaos. As the master of Kingmu Lingjing, Lu Feng enjoys the benefits brought by Kingmu Lingjing, but also needs to assume the responsibility of managing Kingmu Lingjing. Otherwise, various conflicts and chaos will erupt in Kingmu Lingjing, which will only consume and waste the foundation of Kingmu Lingjing. This is a loss-making move. Lu Feng is reluctant to waste such a waste and is willing to spend some effort to solve the hidden dangers in Kingmu Lingjing. These hidden dangers are like the hidden injuries left in the body and mind during the practice. There is no impact on daily life practice, but it is easy to leave unexpected surprises, frights, when breaking through the realm. Time flies, and it comes to the flower month of 4065 in the wizard era. At this time, The warm summer breeze blows, and the whole botanical garden is filled with a vigorous breath of life, and all kinds of plants are growing rapidly. On this day, Lu Feng was practicing in the Green Tower. The warm summer breeze blew not only into the botanical garden, but also into the Qingmu spirit realm. With a circulation of yin and yang, the Qingmu spirit realm was full of vitality. Not only were the plants on the ground growing vigorously, but the creatures in the spirit realm were also full of energy and worked hard. While Lu Feng was admiring the beautiful scenery of the Qingmu spirit realm, Wizard Luo came to Lu Feng's 35th floor wizard tower. Lu Feng naturally welcomed Luo's arrival. It was just that he hadn't seen Lu Feng for a while, and Luo didn't know why he became a little restrained. When he spoke, he looked like he didn't dare to look directly into Lu Feng's eyes. "Great Wizard Rest, Ms. Natasha asked me to ask you something. Recently, the Green Tower has won the right to explore an alien plane. I wonder if you have time to explore it." The right to explore an alien plane. Lu Feng also had the experience of exploring 2 alien planes. He had been hanging out in the plane square for some time, and he had some understanding of the exploration of alien planes. The exploration rights of the alternate planes that Ms. Natasha got this time should be the alternate planes that have been scraped by 4th level wizards. After the powerful wizards have plundered the important things in the alternate planes, the powerful wizards will deal with the alternate planes according to the situation. Some of the ones that are not valuable are thrown to the botanical garden to become public planes, and anyone can enter and explore. What you can pick up depends on your luck. For example, the Tyrian plane and the Alice plane that Lu Feng touched are such public planes. Some alternate plane exploration rights that are slightly valuable but relatively useless in the hands of high-level wizards will also be sold to some wizard towers in the botanical garden. Such alternate planes are of no use to high-level wizards, but they are just right for wizard towers with only 3rd-level wizards at most. Such planes have a much higher upper limit than the Tyrian plane and Alice plane that Lu Feng touched. It is estimated that the upper limit is at least the level of the Western region world. If you are a little more powerful, it will even be higher. To be honest, it probably took a lot of effort and thought for Ms. Natasha to win the right to explore an alternate dimension for the Green Tower. Of course, it is probably partly due to Lu Feng. After all, not every wizard tower can have 2 3rd-level masters like the Green Tower. The 3rd level has a decisive voice at the level of wizard towers. One more 3rd-level wizard means one more voice. More is better, better is stronger. The exploration of alternate dimensions is of great importance, and Lu Feng is very interested. After all, you can get a high-quality dimension for free, which saves trouble and money. If he plunders, the gains from one dimension may be equal to plundering several barren dimensions like the Alice dimension. However, the specific matters may need to be discussed in detail with Ms. Natasha. This matter may even alarm the tower owner, the wizard Tia, and there is something to discuss. Lu Feng wrote this down and prepared to go to Ms. Natasha tomorrow to find out the details. Turning around, she saw the wizard Luo, who was bowing his head and looking very reserved, and the corner of her mouth curled up. Luo, this little girl, has become more and more distant from him since he showed his strength as a 3rd-level wizard. Lu Feng guessed that it was probably because he broke through too quickly and climbed all the way to the level of a 3rd-level wizard, but Luo was still hovering at the 1st-level wizard stage. The gap between them was enough to make Luo feel desperate. After seeing Lu Feng frequently and comparing them many times, she felt inferior. This was also the reason why Luo avoided him. They used to be stupid birds in the same nest. How could Luo have thought that Lu Feng would fly away first and leave her far behind? No one could bear such a gap. Lu Feng didn't mind this gap, and he didn't mean to look down on Luo at all. After all, if it weren't for the help of the Golden Finger, he might not be as good as the current Luo wizard now. Lu Feng in those days was so useless that it was heartbreaking, but Luo, as a companion, never despised Lu Feng. Seeing Luo's restrained, Lu Feng thought for a moment, grabbed Luo's hand, and brought her into the house. Luo resisted at first, but under Lu Feng's arrogant attitude, she quickly gave up resistance and followed Lu Feng into the house. With Lu Feng's kind words of comfort, the gap between Luo and Lu Feng disappeared rapidly, and soon they became close. After an in-depth exchange, Luo, the witch, finally let go of her fear and uneasiness, and resumed intimacy with Lu Feng again. However, this process wasted a lot of Lu Feng's time, and he probably didn't have time to find Ms. Natasha to learn more about the situation today. Luo Ke, who had let go of all her past grudges, fainted from exhaustion after letting go of her knot, and had to stay in Lu Feng's house for one night. Looking at Luo Ke, who was sleeping soundly beside him, Lu Feng tidied her sweaty and messy hair. Looking at the ceiling, Lu Feng was thinking about Luo Ke's future. Luo Ke had a close relationship with him, and he would always help her in the future. It is not easy to teach her the earthly immortal method for the time being. The most suitable for her should be the divinity. If Luo Ke can integrate one divinity, she will definitely make rapid progress and barely catch up with his progress. He now has 5 divinities in his hands: the god of werewolves, the god of vampires, the god of nobility and rituals, the god of hunting, and the god of light. Unfortunately, these divinities are not suitable for Luo Ke. Luo Ke also practices the green spirit wood meditation method. The most suitable for her should be Grita's divinity of the god of nature and trees. However, Grita is Lu Feng's subordinate, and he absolutely cannot be so cruel as to give up a subordinate for Luo Ke. Forget it, let's prepare some cultivation resources for Luo Ke first, give her more guidance, and let her concentrate on practicing wizard magic. Without the right divinity for the time being, she may not be able to bear the constraints of the Kingmu spirit realm. By the way, I remember that among the earthly immortals collected by Hongye, there seems to be a dual cultivation method that can assist Luo Ke in cultivation. When I have time, I can discuss it with Luo Ke and speed her up. I also want to comprehend the yin and yang more. A night passed quietly in Lu Feng's thinking. The next morning, after Lu Feng and Luo Ke had a warm and intimate time, they cleaned up the battlefield and took the initiative to come to Ms. Natasha's territory to inquire about the situation in the other plane. When Lu Feng came, Tia Wizard was also here with Ms. Natasha. Ms. Natasha was leaning in Tia Wizard's arms with spring water in her eyes. They were in love, and it seemed that they had just cleaned up the battlefield. The relationship between Tia Wizard and Ms. Natasha was no longer a secret in the Green Tower, and everyone knew it. Lu Feng was not surprised at all when he saw the two people's current state. Did I come at the wrong time? Lu Feng chuckled. No, you came at the right time. To be precise, it's a little late. I just asked Luo Ke to go and tell you about it yesterday at noon, and you took too long to react. Ms. Natasha left the arms of Wizard Tia, and Wizard Tia asked Lu Feng with a normal expression. Well, I happened to encounter something yesterday and was delayed. But, it's only been a day, it's not too late. Lu Feng explained lightly, and then immediately changed the subject. Madam, I'm a little interested in the exploration of the other plane you mentioned. I'm a little short of money recently, so I just want to see if I can make a fortune in that other plane. Wizard Tia and Ms. Natasha didn't explore Lu Feng's personal life too much. When they heard Lu Feng's words about lacking magic stones, they all looked at him strangely. Lu Feng is now the second person in the Green Tower. The dividends from the Green Tower's profits every month alone are a huge amount of magic stones. With the addition of the medicine factory and the offerings from some forces, Lu Feng's income should be considered rich among wizards of the same level. This is also the benefit that a wizard tower brings to Lu Feng. If there is no wizard tower, there will be no such stable income from magic stones for ordinary third-level wizards. However, Lu Feng is still crying poor now, and Wizard Tia is a little surprised where Lu Feng's magic stones have gone. For the practice of the wizard profession, the income from these magic stones should be enough, right? However, thinking about it, Wizard Tia knew that Lu Feng also practiced a profession in an alternate dimension. It is estimated that the consumption of that profession is quite large, which makes Lu Feng unable to make ends meet. Wizard Tia came back to sit in the Green Tower, and everything in the Wizard Tower could not escape his eyes. Lu Feng often contacted the Chamber of Commerce to purchase various supplies, and Wizard Tia and Ms. Natasha also knew about it. Perhaps, the consumption of so many magic stones is the reason why rest can quickly improve his strength. Wizard Tia and Ms. Natasha guessed in tacit understanding, but they were not the kind of people who like to get to the bottom of things, so they did not ask more questions. After turning over these groundless associations, Wizard Tia waved his hand. A clear projection appeared in his hand, showing Lu Feng a wild and primitive continent in another dimension. On this wild continent, there are countless bloodthirsty barbarians hunting huge beasts, using their flesh and souls to worship primitive totems. Rester, these images show the information of the alternate plane that Natasha has sought. This plane is called Mangu, and it is an alternate plane with relatively backward and primitive civilization. There are many primitive totem sacrifices in it. To be precise, this plane comes from the welfare gift of the botanical garden. It is considered that the botanical garden has favored the Green Tower after you stayed in the Green Tower and improved the Green Tower's strength. The Mangu plane is wild and primitive, but there are also many benefits. These totems worshipped by primitive civilizations are a group of very precious goods. However, while there are many benefits, after our Green Tower has obtained the right to explore this Mangu plane, we also need to complete the special tasks attached to this plane by the botanical garden. Wizard Tia explained the situation of the Mangu plane to Lu Feng in a few words, and Lu Feng's eyes sparkled. There is no doubt that the botanical garden is very generous, and the Mangu plane given is of great value to the Green Tower. Just the totem gods worshipped by these barbarians can make Lu Feng a fortune. With the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, if Lu Feng catches a totem god, he can get a divine fruit, or even have a god subordinate. Even if he doesn't use it himself, he can sell it and get a large number of magic stones. It just so happens that he can find a way to deal with the few divinities he got in the western regions in the process of exploring the ancient plane. There are many benefits, and it's a big profit. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271, Guide to the Development of the Ancient Plane. The description of the ancient barbarian plane by Teacher Tia was really tempting. For Lu Feng, who is in urgent need of resources, it was simply a pie in the sky. However, Lu Feng also keenly noticed a key word mentioned in Tia's words. Special mission. By the way, teacher, since the conditions of the ancient barbarian plane are so good, the special mission attached to the exploration right of this plane should not be simple. Lu Feng asked. The rights enjoyed and the obligations undertaken are equal. Wizard civilization has always emphasized the principle of equivalence. The Green Tower can now enjoy the benefits of the ancient barbarian plane, and naturally it must also assume corresponding obligations. Lu Feng guessed that this obligation should fall on the special mission attached to the exploration right of the ancient barbarian plane. Rester, you are right. The mission attached to the ancient barbarian plane is not simple. To be precise, it is a very special one. Upon hearing this, Wizard Tia touched his chin and smiled faintly. The missions attached to the ancient plane are of a special type. In the botanical garden, they are generally called 100-year missions or 1,000-year missions. According to the literal translation, they are missions that take thousands of years to complete slowly. 100-year missions, 1,000-year missions. After hearing this, Lu Feng's mouth twitched immediately, and he was very surprised. Lu Feng originally thought that the special missions of the ancient plane were difficult to complete, or the mission process was more tortuous. But after hearing the two words mentioned by Teacher Tia, he knew that this mission was special in that it took a long time. The missions attached to the ancient plane require our Green Tower to complete the civilization transformation of the ancient plane without destroying the ancient plane too much, and guide the barbarian civilization all over the ancient plane into a near-wizard civilization with wizards as the core, fundamentally eradicate totem beliefs, and the soil for religious sacrifices, and prepare for the integration of the ancient plane into the world. Seeing Lu Feng's face full of surprise, Wizard Tia told him about the special missions attached to the ancient plane. Transforming the form of civilization is a long process. The shaping of a civilization ideology requires at least several generations of efforts. Lu Feng imagined the process of transforming the barbarian civilization, and knew that this was a difficult and long task. No wonder it can be called a century-long task. However, this is not Lu Feng's task alone, but the task of the entire Green Tower. Lu Feng can first clean up the ancient plane and lay a stable land for the Green Tower, and then let the wizards of the Green Tower go to the ancient plane to teach the barbarian civilization. Take most of the benefits for yourself, and leave the rest to the Green Tower as a reward for them to deal with troubles. After Lu Feng has accumulated enough resources to cultivate the Kingmu spirit realm in the ancient plane and improved his strength, he can directly help the Green Tower eliminate the threat of the ancient plane, and then the remaining task of transforming civilization will be handed over to the many wizards of the Green Tower. Mutually beneficial, Lu Feng can not only harvest resources, but also the Green Tower can successfully complete the task. After much deliberation, Lu Feng agreed to Tia's mission to go to the ancient plane. For the Kingmu spirit realm, Work hard to earn magic stones. Damn. Seeing Lu Feng agree, Tia was also quite happy. The development of the ancient plane is crucial to the Green Tower, and it also has many benefits for him. Tia is still comprehending the rules of the Golden Law. He needs more time to meditate on the path of the 4th level Morning Star Wizard. It is better to be quiet than to move. If the ancient plane cannot attract Lu Feng, for his own near future, Tia feels that he will probably let the Green Tower give up this opportunity to go further. After all, without the ancient plane, as long as he can be promoted to the 4th level wizard, he can officially start the formal plane battle. At that time, the Green Tower can have as many alien planes as the ancient plane like the ancient plane. Tia can still make a clear distinction between these trade-offs. After receiving a positive response from Lu Feng, Wizard Tia took Lu Feng and Ms. Natasha to discuss the development and exploration of the ancient plane in detail. It was the first time for the Green Tower to develop a huge plane. Wizard Tia had some experience in plane conquests, but the entire Green Tower was still just a newbie, and there were still many things to learn and teach. Although Lu Feng had also ventured into several planes, he was basically a wild man. Whether in the western regions or the earthly immortal world, his conquests were relatively immature. Compared with some of the plane knowledge taught by Wizard Tia, what he did was just like playing house. Listening to the many experiences taught by Teacher Tia, combined with his own conquest experiences in the western regions and the earthly immortal world, Lu Feng suddenly felt like he had suddenly realized something. At that moment, Lu Feng also honestly and humbly asked Teacher Tia for more plane conquest experiences to prepare for future plane conquests. Compared to the many experiences accumulated by Wizard Civilization on the road of plane conquest, Lu Feng, a plane conquest novice who owns the precious Space Gate, simply feels like a waste of natural resources. However, Lu Feng is humble and eager to learn, and it is not too late to supplement his plane conquest experience from Teacher Tia. The three chatted in the conference room for 3 days and 3 nights. Lu Feng and Natasha both learned a lot of new plane conquest knowledge from Wizard Tia. In addition, they have basically finalized the development charter of the Green Tower for the ancient plane. After finishing these things, Lu Feng said goodbye to Wizard Tia. After leaving Wizard Tia, Lu Feng returned to his residence and prepared to rest for a while before preparing to go to the ancient plane. After 3 days and 3 nights of meetings, even though Lu Feng had a strong mental strength, he was a little tired. When he came back, Lu Feng found that Luo Ke had not left yet. Luo Ke, who had put down his psychological burden, was also a lot bolder. He lived directly with Lu Feng during the days when Lu Feng was in the meeting. When she used Lu Feng's advanced training room to practice, she naturally took on the identity of the hostess and personally helped Lu Feng to take care of the house. Now that Lu Feng was back, Luo Ke hurried to cook, and soon brought out a table of delicious delicacies from the kitchen. Rester, try my cooking skills. This is the witchcraft cuisine I specially cooked. Although the energy contained in it is insignificant to you, the taste will definitely make you shine. Luo Ke crossed his arms and proudly raised his smooth chin to show off to Lu Feng. Witchcraft cuisine. Lu Feng was a little surprised at Luo Ke's versatility. In the long-standing wizard civilization, cooking has gradually developed into a commendable skill. Using witchcraft to cook ingredients, make delicious food, and give the eater various buffs has evolved into a skill called witchcraft cuisine. Although the upper limit of this skill cannot be compared with top skills such as alchemy, the status of witchcraft cuisine in witchcraft civilization is also unshakable. People take food as their first necessity. This sentence is not just a joke. As wizards' realms continue to improve and their life levels continue to transform, their demand for food only increases. In order to avoid going hungry, Lu Feng has always used tasteless potions to provide energy for his body. But potions are only potions after all, and cannot completely replace the wizard's eating needs. In the process of exploration, witchcraft cuisine evolved naturally. Food cooked with high-quality ingredients is both delicious and full of energy, which can fully meet the wizard's physical and psychological needs. Many large wizard organizations and wizard families will train some chefs who are good at witchcraft cuisine. Banquets, daily food, and witchcraft cuisine are all indispensable. Lu Feng knows how to make potions himself, and he also owns a medicine factory, so he can get a lot of potions for free to fill his stomach, but he has never paid attention to the art of witchcraft cuisine. Otherwise, he would have trained a group of chefs for himself in King Mu's spirit realm. Drinking potions is not as delicious as eating delicious witchcraft cuisine. Smelling the delicious food on the table, Lu Feng sat down and began to taste the food on the table. Luo Ke also sat opposite Lu Feng, holding his chin with both hands and watching Lu Feng eat quietly. The table was covered with all kinds of rich food. Of course, the most eye-catching one was the flame dragon meat pot in the center. For this table of food, Luo Ke got a dragon-born extraordinary magic beast with the blood of a fire dragon from somewhere and carefully cooked such a large table of food. After this extraordinary magic beast with the blood of a fire dragon was made into food, Lu Feng could still see the slightly burning red flames from the meat slices rolling in the pot. I don't know what it will taste like when I eat it. The whole table of food is extremely rich. Desserts, drinks, staple foods, meals, etc. are all delicacies that Lu Feng has never eaten. Don't look at Luo Ke's petite and lovely appearance, but when it comes to making food, she is really not vague. With this level, it feels like she can already be the chef of some important banquets. I really don't know when she started to learn witchcraft cooking. Lu Feng remembered that when she was with Luo Ke before, she never showed such means. The boiling soup in the dragon meat pot was full of fragrance, making Lu Feng's mouth water. The desire for delicious food is an instinctive need of the human body, and Lu Feng never wanted to hide his instinctive needs. I'll eat it. Lu Feng picked up the knife and fork and started to work. Lu Feng's arm moved slightly, and the knife and fork in his hand had already picked up several pieces of dragon meat that were still burning from the dragon meat pot in the middle of the table. This weak flame could not break Lu Feng's defense. The strong body of the third level was directly immune to this weak flame burning. Lu Feng opened his mouth and took a bite. The soft, tender and fragrant fire dragon meat changed wonderfully as soon as it entered his mouth. Lu Feng only felt a weak flame burning in his mouth, and his taste buds were strongly stimulated, but he could experience the taste and fragrance of the fire dragon meat more clearly, as well as the delicious taste of various spices mixed together. After tasting the deliciousness of the flame dragon meat pot, Lu Feng's mouth seemed to have turned into a black hole, quickly sweeping all kinds of food on the table. The spicy dragon meat pot was combined with other foods, diluting the spicy taste, so that Lu Feng could only feel the fragrance. Lu Feng hadn't eaten so happily for a long time. The comfortable eating reminded Lu Feng of the few banquets he attended after becoming a formal wizard. At those banquets, this kind of witchcraft cuisine was just the most basic decoration. It seemed that he always cared about his face and focused on the communication at the banquet. It seemed that he really missed a lot of delicious food. Now he felt it was a pity to think about it. However, with Luo Ke here in the future, Lu Feng felt that he didn't have to wrong his stomach anymore. The energy replenishing potion had no taste at all. Compared with the delicious witchcraft cuisine, anyone who had tasted witchcraft cuisine would not want to drink the unpalatable potion again. The only thing that made Lu Feng a little regretful was that, perhaps due to Luo Ke's strength as a first-level formal wizard, she had no way to handle more advanced ingredients, resulting in the current flame dragon meat burger not being able to provide Lu Feng with energy supply in addition to being delicious. Woohoo! He still needs to drink a few bottles of tasteless potion to fill his stomach. Seeing Lu Feng eating with relish, Luo Ke was very happy. Seeing the food she made by herself go into the stomach of the person she likes, this is the happiest thing in the world. Sure enough, if you want to tie a man's heart, you still have to find a way to tie a man's stomach. What Mom said is really reasonable. Although I can't give Rest much help in terms of strength, I can make up for it in other aspects and occupy more weight in his heart. Luo Ke thought about these things, and a smile unconsciously hung on the corners of her mouth. When Luo Ke came back to her senses, she found that Lu Feng had swept away all the food on the table. I don't know when he came to her, staring at her face with a smile. It seems that he wants to see flowers on her face. Lu Feng is a little close, and Luo Ke can even smell the spicy breath in Lu Feng's breath after eating the flame dragon meat pot. The smell makes Luo Ke's face flushed. What are you looking at? Luo Ke leaned back subconsciously and leaned on the back of the chair. There's some chili on your face. Did you eat it secretly just now? Ah. Woo. While Luo Ke was confused, Lu Feng came up and personally cleaned the chili stuck on his little cook's face when she ate secretly. The chili was a little difficult to clean, and Lu Feng was not very diligent, so he spent an entire afternoon cleaning it. When he finished cleaning the chili on Luo Ke's face, it was already dark. It happened that he was a little tired because of the meeting, so he simply hugged the tired little cook and fell asleep on the bed. The next morning, Lu Feng got up early and began to prepare for the reclamation of the ancient plane. The ancient plane is not small, almost as large as 2 Western regions, and most of the civilizations in the plain are built by barbarians. This time, Lu Feng will undoubtedly become the pioneer of the reclamation of the Green Tower because of his strongest strength. At that time, he will be the first to enter the Savage Plain through the Plain Gate, and then clear a safe area with the Plain Gate as the center for the Green Tower wizard to enter. The Savage Plain is not a vegetarian, and Lu Feng may encounter some enemies in the early stage. It may be difficult, and there will be some battles. Chapter 272, Two-Life Flower Shadow, the Evolution of the Death Mantis. If you don't think ahead, you will have immediate worries. Preparing for a rainy day is a good habit that Lu Feng has developed for a long time. The ancient plane is a welfare plane given to the Green Tower by the Botanical Garden. It is estimated that the strength of the Green Tower has been evaluated long ago, and the threats from the ancient plane that are beyond the capabilities of the Green Tower have been cleared in advance. But now the upper limit of the Green Tower is not Lu Feng. The Teal Wizard, who is comprehending the rules of the Golden Law, is the strength ceiling of the Green Tower. According to this standard, as long as there is no 4th-level strongman in the ancient plane, the Botanical Garden will think that the ancient plane is within the scope of the Green Tower's conquest capabilities. Lu Feng is also responsible for his own safety. If he enters the gate of the ancient plane, he will be blocked by the strongmen of the ancient plane. Lu Feng doesn't take ordinary 3rd-level masters seriously. In the Western region world and the Earth Immortal world, Lu Feng has killed more than a dozen 3rd-level masters of the same level. But if Lu Feng were to meet a 3rd-level peak strongman like the God of Steam and Mage and the head of Tai sect in the Savage Plane, even though Lu Feng is now a mid-level 3rd-level wizard, he would still have no choice but to run for his life. Therefore, for the sake of his own life, Lu Feng was prepared to save more trump cards and means to deal with the enemy. Lu Feng and Teal Wizard have already discussed that they will slowly invade the Savage Plane in a month. There is still plenty of time, and there is still a lot of time for Lu Feng to prepare. In the living room on the 35th floor of the Verdant Tower, Lu Feng pulled some fresh high-end ingredients from the Kingmu spirit realm and gave them to Luo Ke to practice witchcraft cooking. With the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, the magic plants and medicinal herbs in Lu Feng's Kingmu spirit realm grew particularly vigorously, full of spiritual energy, and many of them looked fresh and delicious. Luo Ke, who has been studying witchcraft cooking recently, saw the fresh and high-quality ingredients that Lu Feng brought out, and his eyes were full of stars. Looking at Luo Ke, who was busy cooking fresh ingredients and trying various witchcraft dishes, Lu Feng began to think about the preparations he could make now. He is now in the middle stage of the 3rd-level wizard, and 80% of his strength is in the Kingmu spirit realm. In just 1 month, it is unrealistic for the Kingmu spirit realm to make great progress. The growth of the Kingmu spirit realm is the result of the accumulation of resources. Lu Feng is still counting on going to the ancient plane to get some resources, so there is no other way to make money quickly. Unable to improve the Kingmu spirit realm, Lu Feng can only think of other ways. Lu Feng went to the Teal Wizard and got 3 3rd-level witchcraft models suitable for him from the teacher to enrich his methods. The Teal Wizard knew his pressure and was more generous. The 3 3rd-level witchcrafts given to Lu Feng are of good quality, namely, Two-Life Flower Shadow, Natural Bloom, and Tree World Birth. Considering the time limit, Lu Feng chose the 3rd-level witchcraft, Two-Life Flower Shadow, that focuses on life-saving ability to start learning. After learning this 3rd-level sorcery, one can communicate with the power of nature, enter the invisible state within the range of nature, increase the movement speed, and create a clone condensed by the power of nature according to one's current image, which can be controlled and moved at will. When practicing to a high level, one can even differentiate multiple natural clones at will. Enemies of the same level cannot see through the invisible state and natural clones of the caster without corresponding means. Whether used for escape or sneak attack to destroy the enemy, it is an excellent 3rd-level sorcery. The ancient plane is a wild scene with natural environment everywhere. The 3rd-level sorcery of 2 lives and flowers will surely shine in it. As for the other 2 3rd-level sorcery, Natural Bloom, is a composite sorcery with both offensive and defensive capabilities and control methods. When casting, it is necessary to guide and gather natural energy in advance. After a certain period of time, the natural energy will be released to obtain a shield and slow down in nearby enemies at the same time. After a little time delay, it will suddenly explode, causing a large amount of natural damage and stunning the enemy. If the enemy has low resistance and weak resistance, Nature's Fury can be regarded as a perfect control damage skill. Another third-level witchcraft, Tree World Birth, is a semi-domain witchcraft. When released, it can forcibly create a magical forest around it and directly change the environment. However, the magical forest created by witchcraft needs to be rooted in the earth and cannot move, which has great restrictions when used against the enemy. With the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings and the Kingmu spirit realm, Lu Feng has no shortage of attack methods. Moreover, with his life-saving personality, even if he starts a fight, he will only make a decisive move when he is sure that the strong will beat the weak and the many will beat the few. These two witchcrafts do not attract much to Lu Feng now. When he fully learns Double Life Flower Shadow and improves his ability to save his life, when he is free in the ancient plane, Lu Feng will distract himself to learn and practice these two witchcrafts. With the experience of practicing the third-level innate witchcraft, Linky Realm, the divine enlightenment of the god of nature and trees, the assistance of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, and the improvement of the qualifications of the wood spirit veins, with the accumulation of various advantages, Double Flower Shadow is considered to be the first third-level witchcraft that Lu Feng has learned. But for Lu Feng, this third-level witchcraft is not difficult. He is confident that he can fully understand Double Flower Shadow within a month and build a third-level witchcraft model in the spiritual space. While learning the witchcraft, Double Flower Shadow, Lu Feng did not forget to urge his subordinates in the Kingmu spirit realm. Elio, Solus, and Greta, the three goddesses, are working hard to roll inward and practice attentively. A month is not a long time, but it can also allow them to improve a little and enrich their methods. The Golden Skeleton King in the Holy Bone Altar is still sleeping. However, the aura on Doru's body is obviously much stronger than before he fell asleep, and the golden skeleton of half of his body has begun to grow from the broken spine. Now he has grown a hip bone and 2 new thigh bones. It seems that it won't be long before Doru can grow his legs again and restore his complete body. At the same time, Lu Feng also has a hunch. When Dulu completes his golden skeleton, it may be the time for Dulu to advance to the middle stage of the third level. In addition to the 4 third-level masters under his command, the villagers in Kingmu Spirit Realm also began to actively prepare for war at Lu Feng's request. The area of the ancient barbarian plain is not small. It is not a small plain like Alice and Tylus. According to the energy level classification, the ancient barbarian plain should be regarded as a medium-level plain. After all, the ancient barbarian plain was once a place where 4th-level masters were born. Even though it was ravaged by powerful wizards, plundered a lot of benefits, and killed the masters, the foundation of the ancient barbarian plain is a medium-sized plain is still there, and it will not be downgraded to the miserable level of the Alice plain and Tylus plain. When Lu Feng fought against the masters in the ancient barbarian plain, these villagers under his command might also be useful. Prepare weapons and potions for battle. There will always be a place where they can be used. It is better to be prepared. Looking at the busy Kingmu spirit realm, Lu Feng still felt that he had too few available men. There was no telling how many third-level masters there were in the ancient barbarian plain, and he only had 4 people and a death mantis puppet, which was still too few after all. If possible, Lu Feng would like to get a few more third-level masters to keep in the Kingmu spirit realm. When encountering a battle or ambushing the enemy, he can summon his subordinates at any time. The enemy thought Lu Feng was a 3rd level, but when the fight started, 5 or 6 third-level masters jumped out immediately, full of surprises and accidents. Neither the wizard way nor the earth immortal way can be quickly mastered. Now the only thing I can master quickly is the 5 remaining divinities plundered from the western regions. Lu Feng tasted the food that Luo Ke had just cooked, thinking a little tangled. Divinity is rare, and Lu Feng doesn't want to waste it casually. However, after struggling for a while, Lu Feng gritted his teeth and planned to use up all the 5 divinities in his hand. These divinities have been filtered by the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings and formed into divine fruits hanging on the branches of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. To be honest, it is impossible for Lu Feng to sell the 5 divinities that have become divine fruits through the channels of the Green Tower. After changing the form and becoming divine fruits, no one dares to take them, and Lu Feng does not want to expose his ability. Botanical garden, sitting on a supergiant energy-absorbing ancient tree, the divine fruits refined by refining divinity are definitely not his family, and there is no semicolon. If someone recognizes it and attracts others to kill and seize the treasure, it will be a big loss. At the same time, it is indeed a waste for these divine fruits to just hang on the branches of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. Especially now that Lu Feng is about to go to the ancient plane, and the road ahead is full of dangers, Lu Feng thinks that instead of hanging the divine fruits on the branches as decorations, it is better to make full use of them and use the divinity to cultivate a few gods. As long as he could raise a third-level combat force, it would greatly improve Lu Feng's strength. Fighting with more people against fewer people, ganging up on others, all about quantity. However, when it comes to divinity, it also requires compatibility and fate. Some creatures have been integrated into divinity, but they are just barely integrated and have no way to move forward. However, some things have a high degree of compatibility with divinity, and after fusion, they can achieve the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. It is best to have high level, high quality, and good compatibility before integrating divinity. Lu Feng inspected the Qingmu spirit realm and began to look for creatures or items that matched the 5 divinities in his hand. Lu Feng's first discovery was the death mantis puppet in his hand. This puppet was very compatible with the divinity of the god of hunting. The death mantis puppet was placed next to the divine fruit condensed by the divinity of the god of hunting, and the divine fruit began to sway its fruit on the branch, as if it would be born in the next moment and run to merge with a death mantis puppet. Although the death mantis puppet is just a puppet, it can also exert the attack of the middle and late third stage in Lu Feng's hands. Limited by the material and energy furnace of the death mantis puppet, the death mantis puppet can only hit once, but it is also a powerful trump card in Lu Feng's hand. Lu Feng was also happy to find that the divinity of the god of hunting fits with a death mantis puppet. Turning his head and thinking about it, he understood the reason. The death mantis puppet is an alchemical puppet designed by a powerful alchemist to imitate the death mantis, a powerful extraordinary beast in the wizard world. The death mantis is born to be an extremely powerful predator in the wizard world. The hunting instinct has long been engraved in the flesh and blood of the body, and even in the soul. It is either eating or hunting throughout its life. The puppet made by the alchemist imitates the appearance of the death mantis, and also imitates the charm and essence of the death mantis. Combined with the wizard's alchemy technology, it has refined a powerful death mantis puppet. Of course, in addition to the essence of the alchemy puppet, after Lu Feng bought it, he also added some of his own transformation to the death mantis puppet, which may be one of the reasons. Lu Feng performed special sacrifices on the death mantis according to some methods of blood sacrifice and treasure refining in the Earth Immortal method. On the current black body of the death mantis, there is also a layer of blood red lines that penetrate into the origin of the puppet body. These lines allow the death mantis to absorb evil spirits, resentment, murderous spirits and other breaths in the killing to temper itself. As long as the more enemies are killed, the stronger the enemies are killed, the death mantis puppet will naturally improve. At the end of the sacrifice, it can even become bigger or smaller, lighter or heavier, all by heart. Some methods in the Earth Immortal world are said to be powerful, and Lu Feng doesn't know to what extent he can use this method to sacrifice the death mantis. However, in the past killings, the death mantis killed several third-level masters when Lu Feng ambushed the 9 major sects and the Western Region Alliance, and it did improve a little. The blood sacrifice of killing is enhanced, which also coincides with the meaning of hunting. In Lu Feng's opinion, the various accumulations on the death mantis puppet may be the reason why it, a dead puppet without intelligence, can match the divinity of the god of hunting. Since the two are so compatible, Lu Feng is unwilling to break up the couple. He directly picked the divine fruit from the branch of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling, then opened the core energy pool of the death mantis puppet, and then stuffed the divine fruit of the god of hunting into the core energy pool. Practice has proved that dead objects such as puppets can also fuse divine fruits. As soon as the divine fruit of the god of hunting fell into the core energy pool of the death mantis, it turned into a pool of golden liquid with a little dark red and merged into the core energy pool. The golden red divine liquid started from the core energy pool and spread along the energy circuit in the body of the death mantis to every part of the body of the death mantis. Ka-ka-ka. With a slight sound, a golden red divine light shone from the 2 dark eyeballs on the head of the death mantis, and a savage breath of killing and hunting burst out from the body. It gave people a sense of oppression, that they were being stared at by a ferocious predator and would not stop until they died. Under Lu Feng's gaze, the death mantis's body slowly transformed under the power of the divine fruit, integrating the divinity of the god of hunting, and its breath became stronger and stronger, and there was a posture of a puppet coming to life. However, this transformation process was not achieved in a cluster. After observing for a while, Lu Feng left in boredom and began to look for objects or people that matched the remaining 4 divinities. Soon, Lu Feng had another harvest. The divinity of the god of light matched the little sun that Lu Feng had been hanging on the stage. The magic weapon called the sun furnace. The sun and light really fit together. Chapter 273 Divine Fusion, Transformation. Sun Furnace. This magic weapon has been hanging in the sky of King Mu's spirit realm for a long time. It has been used by Lu Feng as the key magic weapon for the Fire Dragon Divine Weapon Curse. It has already become a veritable little sun in King Mu's spirit realm. It emits light and heat, and is extremely masculine and strong, without any ambiguity. The divinity of the god of light contains the rules of light. From the root, it is only part of the function of the sun furnace as a little sun. If the divinity of the god of hunting and the god of death mantis puppet are still in a cooperative relationship, then the divinity of the god of light is a bit of a reversed relationship. Lu Feng threw the god of light's divine fruit into the sun furnace in the spiritual space. The next moment, the sun furnace was blazing with flames, and the divine fruit immediately turned into golden liquid and merged into the flames of the sun furnace. The divinity of the god of light also slowly strengthened the body of the sun furnace in the burning flames, coating the red metal furnace with a layer of golden brilliance. When the divinity of the god of light was integrated, Lu Feng suddenly discovered that there were some discordant movements in the sun furnace in the sky. Lu Feng frowned, thinking it was not good, and hurried to check. However, he saw a broken stone tablet with sun patterns engraved on it in the sun furnace, trembling in the flames of the sun furnace. What is this stone tablet? Why is it in the sun furnace? Lu Feng searched his memory with some doubts, and then remembered the origin of this broken stone tablet. This broken stone tablet was one of the 3 treasures selected from the treasure house of the Green Tower when Lu Feng was promoted to the 2nd level wizard and obtained the right to enter the treasure house of the Green Tower. The stone tablet has a hard texture and is engraved with sun patterns on the surface, which can release heat. At that time, this stone tablet triggered the King Mu spirit realm. Lu Feng thought that there was some treasure in this stone tablet, which would be of great benefit to the growth of the King Mu spirit realm, so he exchanged it from the treasure house of the Green Tower. Unfortunately, after studying it for a while, Lu Feng had no way to deal with a stone slab that could not be burned by fire, flooded, or broken by all means. Although he knew that this thing should be somewhat precious, Lu Feng had no choice but to use it. Thinking back to the time when Wizard Tia got this stone tablet, he must have studied it in the same way. He was probably as depressed as him at that time. Unable to use the stone tablet, Lu Feng simply threw it into the sun furnace, hoping that the sun pattern on the stone tablet might have some connection with the sun. With a relationship between the two, perhaps one day the stone tablet would show its preciousness in the sun furnace. Now, the sun furnace began to integrate the divinity of the god of light, and when it was transformed, it attracted this broken stone tablet. For a while, such a sudden change made Lu Feng not know whether it was good or bad. Good or bad, I'd better take this broken stone tablet out of the sun furnace first, so that the changes of the broken stone tablet will not affect the integration of the divinity of the god of light in the sun furnace. The sun furnace is the sun of the King Mu spirit realm, and it is also the key treasure to maintain the balance of yin and yang in the spirit realm. If something goes wrong, Lu Feng doesn't know how much effort he will have to spend to restore the balance of yin and yang in the King Mu spirit realm. Without knowing the origin of the broken stone tablet, Lu Feng dared not gamble the future of King Mu spirit realm on the broken stone tablet. Thinking of this, Lu Feng reached out to take out the trembling broken stone tablet from the sun furnace. But just as Lu Feng was about to do it, crack, crack, the broken stone tablet trembling in the scorching flame inside the sun furnace actually appeared with fine cracks, and a faint golden glow bloomed from the cracks of the broken stone tablet. Pieces of stone tablet fragments fell from the broken stone tablet as the stone tablet trembled. Slowly, a feather shining with golden light peeled off from the broken stone tablet. In the shining golden light, Lu Feng felt a breath of many incense and vows from this golden feather. Through these incense and vows, Lu Feng seemed to see countless winged people with wings on their backs worshipping devoutly in front of an altar dedicated to the golden feather, and saw a golden divine bird soaring in the flames. He also saw the disaster coming, and the feathered people who worshipped the golden feather fell apart under the disaster, and countless feathered people wailed in front of the altar. These incense and vows seemed to be telling Lu Feng all the stories that happened around the golden feather. This is a feather of an extraordinary magic beast. Looking at the appearance described in the incense and vows, It seems to be an extraordinary magic beast with a great origin. Lu Feng wrote down the appearance of the golden bird he saw in the fantasy of the incense and vows, and recalled what he had learned before, but did not find any relevant knowledge. The extraordinary magic beast population in the other plane is rich and diverse, and the knowledge base of the Verdant Tower will not have all the records. There may be records of this extraordinary magic beast in the botanical garden, but now it is at the critical moment when this golden feather mutates in the sun furnace. Lu Feng has no time to spare to go and check. Lu Feng held his breath and kept an eye on the golden feather in the sun furnace, fearing that it would make any noise and affect the sun furnace. However, under Lu Feng's intense gaze, the golden feather melted directly into the golden flame of the sun furnace. Lu Feng was in doubt and didn't know how to deal with the change of the golden feather. But the next moment, a golden divine bird appeared out of thin air on the furnace body of the sun furnace, which was made of fire-attributed metal, and it was on par with the dragon relief that was originally imprinted on the body of the sun furnace. The golden divine bird was lifelike, especially in its pair of golden eyes. There was a ball of flame burning, and the whole body exuded a majestic aura that was not inferior to the dragon relief. With the movement of the golden feather, Lu Feng also sensed the fragile consciousness that appeared on the body of the sun furnace, confused and new. When he sensed this consciousness, Lu Feng's face was happy, and the sadness that was just full of his face disappeared. He thought that this golden feather would cause trouble in the sun furnace, but this scene now made Lu Feng know that this golden feather was a very sensible and good feather. Under Lu Feng's gaze, the golden feather that escaped from the broken stone tablet directly used the last bit of power in the feather to directly train itself into the sun furnace and merge with the sun furnace. At the same time, the remaining trace of fragile consciousness in the golden feather was also reborn in the process of fusion and transformed into new consciousness. In this process, the golden feather was equivalent to dedicating everything to Lu Feng, just in exchange for a chance of rebirth. From this fragile new consciousness, Lu Feng also slowly understood the origin of this feather. This is actually a supernatural beast with phoenix blood. After its unfortunate death, it condensed all its strength and the phoenix blood in its body into this tail feather, attempting to use the power of the phoenix in its blood to achieve nirvana rebirth. Unfortunately, this supernatural beast was unlucky. The residual soul of its consciousness on the golden tail feather became more and more injured in its wanderings, and it could not be reborn in nirvana until it fell into Lu Feng's hands. Under the stimulation of the divinity of the God of Light, the residual soul of the supernatural beast, with only the last bit of strength left, woke up from the golden tail feather. After understanding the current situation and recognizing Lu Feng's strength, the last wisp of the supernatural beast's residual soul decisively chose to admit defeat, threw itself into the sun furnace, and used the last bit of strength to try to be reborn in nirvana. However, it is obvious that the residual soul of this supernatural beast failed. After all, it is just a supernatural beast with phoenix blood, not a real phoenix. The real phoenix can be called a divine beast in the wizard plane. It can be a high-level wizard at birth, comparable to the true gods who ascended to the throne in other planes. Such an existence is not something Lu Feng can mess with now. Now, this extraordinary magical beast in the shape of a golden divine bird failed to achieve nirvana here, and it also merged into the sun furnace. It is considered to surrender to me and let me raise an extra little firebird. Lu Feng could not see the future of this little firebird, and for a moment he didn't know whether he lost or gained. However, fortunately, after the golden feathers merged with his sun furnace and the little firebird was born, it no longer affected the divinity of the sun furnace to merge with the God of Light, which reduced an unstable factor for Lu Feng. The newborn little firebird had a relatively fragile consciousness. After curiously looking at the Kingmu spirit realm from the furnace body of the sun furnace, it shrank into a furry ball and fell asleep on the sun furnace. Golden yellow, fluffy, not as domineering and majestic as before, but a little more cute and honest. If it can leave the sun furnace, it is estimated that it can win the love of Luo Ke or other people under Lu Feng. After observing the sleeping golden firebird for a while and confirming that it would not mess around, Lu Feng was relieved. It will take some time for the sun furnace to merge the divinity of the God of Light. Lu Feng stopped looking and continued to look for a master for the remaining divinity in his hand. The divinity of the God of Nobility and Ritual, Lu Feng found a city lord with the best reputation in Kingmu spirit realm, gave him, and created a third-level strongman who manages the humans in the spirit realm. Today, the area of Kingmu spirit realm is getting larger and larger. Lu Feng has introduced many humans from several planes to join Kingmu spirit realm. Originally, when there were few people, Lu Feng could still keep an eye on it himself. Now that there are more people, Lu Feng has handed over the power to manage humans to goddesses such as Elio. However, the third-level gods are too different from humans after all. Although it is easy to manage, it is difficult to go deep into the grassroots to understand the most basic needs of humans. Therefore, Lu Feng planned to select a human from the grassroots of the Kingmu spirit realm from the human group to manage the humans in the spirit realm. So, in the choice between the nobles and the god of rituals, Lu Feng selected a qualified resident of the spirit realm. As for the remaining two divinities, the god of vampires, Lu Feng selected a supernatural beast with a bat prototype in the Kingmu spirit realm and let it fuse with a god of vampires. The god of vampires has a strong racial nature. In the process of fusing this divinity, the supernatural beast bat selected by Lu Feng was directly changed in race and slowly transformed into a dark race vampire. The other god of werewolves is also the same. However, when choosing the right person for the god of werewolves, Lu Feng accidentally transferred to the Trandy subcontinent and happened to meet Annie, who had been arranged by him to manage the Trandy subcontinent in the Red Leaf Tower. Annie has a 4th-class soul qualification and a good wizard talent. Although she has been staying in a corner of the Trandy secondary continent for these years, Lu Feng has never forgotten Annie. Every time he comes back to collect the incense and magic stone assets of the Trandy continent, he never forgets to communicate with Annie and guide her wizard training. With Lu Feng's resource supply, Annie is now a master of the late 1st-class wizard, one level higher than Luo Ke, who is a senior. Lu Feng originally just came back for a routine visit, but he unexpectedly discovered that Annie actually had a connection with the divinity of the werewolf god. Annie's journey into the wizard's path was originally due to a black wizard's blood experiment. Later, after being rescued by Lu Feng, she learned the moon wheel meditation method that Lu Feng transformed with the Taiyan body washing method, and slowly refined the blood of the Red Ridge Yin fire snake that had removed the garbage in her body. However, after these experiences, Annie inevitably became obsessed with the path of practicing blood wizards. Lu Feng himself follows the path of an orthodox wizard, but he does not discriminate against the cultivation methods of bloodline wizards. After Lu Feng gained a firm foothold in the Verdant Tower, he also collected some bloodline wizard cultivation methods for Annie, as well as the bloodline of an extraordinary magical beast called the Silver Moon Wolf. Annie relied on the bloodline of the Silver Moon Wolf to successfully advance to the 1st-level wizard, and walked out of some of her own way on the path of bloodline wizards. After integrating the bloodline of the Silver Moon Wolf, Annie is now particularly compatible with the divinity of the werewolf god. However, after integrating the divine fruit, Annie will completely become Lu Feng's person, and may even have to reside in the Kingmu spirit realm. Lu Feng did not want to go against Annie's wishes, so before giving the divinity of the werewolf god, he needed to ask Annie's opinion first. In the Red Leaf Tower, Annie smiled brightly after hearing Lu Feng's question, took a bold step forward, hugged Lu Feng directly, and said with a smile, "Master, Annie will always be your maid, and I am willing to be with you forever." As soon as Annie's affectionate and bold confession came out, Lu Feng immediately understood Annie's intentions. Holding Annie in his arms, Lu Feng gently stroked the white hair on Annie's head and made his promise, "Don't worry, Master will take you to witness the future." Sensing Lu Feng's intentions, Annie looked happy. In the warm atmosphere of hugging each other, Annie knew that she had done the right thing. At this moment, Annie grasped the future. Entering the Kingmu spirit realm for the first time, Annie looked up at the towering energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, and finally saw all of her master. A divine fruit hung from the branches of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings. Annie only took a look and her mouth was watering, wishing she could swallow the golden fruit in front of her in one gulp. All the flesh and blood in her body were trembling, and the blood of the Silver Moon Wolf in her flesh and blood was boiling. Annie involuntarily revealed some of her true blood. A pair of silver-white pointed animal ears appeared on her head, and a silver-white wolf tail emerged from the clothes behind her buttocks, turning her into a heroic and valiant werewolf with animal ears. Don't be patient, eat this fruit, keep your mind, prepare to merge with divinity, and welcome the transformation from body to soul. Looking at Annie who was enduring her instincts under the tree, Lu Feng smiled gently, and his voice sounded in Annie's ears. Hearing the master's voice, the animal ears on Annie's head suddenly stood up, and she tapped her feet lightly, and the whole person suddenly rushed out, jumped into the air, and directly bit the golden fruit hanging on the branch of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling in her mouth. Oh woo! The golden divine fruit melted in her mouth, and Annie cried softly, and then she became drowsy under the power of the divine fruit. She staggered 2 steps and found a comfortable position at the root of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling, curled up her body, and then fell into deep sleep. Annie ate the divine fruit and began to transform. Lu Feng's eyes surveyed the Qingmu spirit realm. All 5 divine powers in his hand were used up, and the 5 places began the process of fusion and transformation. Finally, I have dealt with these 5 divine powers. What follows is a long wait. I hope they can complete the fusion before I enter the ancient plane. Lu Feng knew that the first time he entered the ancient plane gate was when he needed help the most. At that time, he and Tia the wizard entered together. In case the door was blocked by the enemies of the ancient plane, the more cards in his hand, the safer he would be. As long as he entered the ancient plane safely, the things that followed would be much easier. Whether it was sneaking and hiding, or using the treasure in his mind, space gate, to shuttle between the 2 worlds to avoid danger, Lu Feng had many options to save his life. After checking the transformation of the 5 divine powers again, Lu Feng began to study the 3rd level witchcraft, double life flower shadow, carefully. Lu Feng must learn this witchcraft for escaping within a month. Only if he can save his life can there be unlimited possibilities. Time flies, and a month has passed quietly in the blink of an eye. In the year 4065 of the Wizard Era, the month of flowing fire, the high temperature of summer swept across the entire Wizard Plain. The heat on the earth was unbearable. The impact on the botanical garden was not great, but the overly agitated fire elements between heaven and earth made the wizards feel a little irritable. The 1-month period has arrived. On the 35th floor of the Verdant Tower, Luo Ke was anxiously guarding outside the practice room, waiting for Lu Feng to come out of retreat. Before the retreat, Lu Feng told Luo Ke not to let anyone disturb him. He wanted to concentrate on studying the 3rd level witchcraft and prepare for the battle of the ancient plane. Luo Ke naturally knew the importance of conquering the ancient plane, so she stayed on the 35th floor of Lu Feng to prevent anyone from disturbing Lu Feng. She herself had never stepped into Lu Feng's practice room, for fear of disturbing Lu Feng's practice. However, tomorrow is the day agreed by Lu Feng and Wizard Tia, but Lu Feng has not yet left the practice room, and Luo Ke can't help but feel a little worried. In the training room, Lu Feng opened his eyes tiredly, in a good mood. During the month of retreat in the training room, Lu Feng had thoroughly studied the 3rd level witchcraft, 2 life flower shadow, and even the witchcraft model was constructed in the mental space. In his mind, around the emerald green soul core, a flower-shaped witchcraft model that was obviously larger and more complex than other witchcraft models was slowly rotating. This was the 2nd 3rd level witchcraft that Lu Feng had mastered. Lu Feng infused his mental power to activate the spell model of 2 life flower shadow, and suddenly, 2 identical Lu Fengs appeared in the training room. One of them was the natural clone derived from the 3rd level witchcraft, 2 life flower shadow. Lu Feng made a simple observation and found that whether it was the energy breath, mental breath, or physical characteristics in the body, from Lu Feng's perspective, they were all exactly the same, and the difference was almost indistinguishable. Walking out of the training room, the 2 identical Lu Fengs directly scared Luo Ke, who was guarding the door. "Rester, why are there 2 resters? Did I not sleep well yesterday and am mentally exhausted and have hallucinations?" Luo Ke rubbed his eyes subconsciously and asked in confusion. "How is it, Luo Ke? This is the 3rd level witchcraft I just learned. How does it feel? Can you recognize which one is my real body?" 2 identical Lu Fengs spoke at the same time, with the same voice and the same behavior. Lu Feng smiled and explained to Luo Ke, and then asked Luo Ke to try to distinguish the difference between the 2 Lu Fengs. "So that's how it is? Interesting." After listening to Lu Feng's explanation, Luo Ke suddenly became interested, and a little desire to win or lose was born in his heart. Luo Ke circled Lu Feng twice, scanning Lu Feng with her mental power without reservation, but with her various observation methods and means. After a busy time, Luo Ke did not find any difference between the 2 Lu Fengs. What a powerful 3rd level witchcraft! If it is used in battle and escape, it will surely make the enemy run around. Luo Ke exclaimed sincerely. "Okay? Tell me which one is your real body." After being at a loss, Luo Ke had to pout to Lu Feng and act like a spoiled child. "Haha. It seems that you still don't know me well enough, little Luo Ke. This won't do. I have to punish you. Let you know me better." Lu Feng disbanded, 2 life flower shadow, smiled and came to Luo Ke, and hugged Luo Ke in his arms. Lester, don't go too far. After a month of seclusion in the training room, Lu Feng concentrated on learning the third-level witchcraft, which consumed a lot of energy. Even his powerful mental strength could not avoid some fatigue. After the seclusion ended, Lu Feng, with the help of Luo Ke, relaxed well and ate a delicious meal before finally recovering. That night, Lu Feng relieved his fatigue, hugged Luo Ke and turned his head to look into the Qingmu spirit realm. In a month, Lu Feng didn't pay much attention to the Qingmu spirit realm. But the foundation of the Qingmu spirit realm has been built, and it has been running forward according to his will. The residents of the Qingmu spirit realm are actively preparing for war, so there is nothing to say. Elsewhere, the fusion of the 5 divine powers has made phased progress. Where Lu Feng went, in the sky, the sun furnace has completely merged with the divinity of the god of light. The sun furnace has a good foundation. After the fusion of the divinity, the change is not great, but it is more like a real sun than before. The sunlight that falls on the earth is basically comparable to the sun outside. It has the light and heat, masculinity and brightness of the outside sun. If there is the current sun furnace, I estimate that I can destroy the undead creatures of the entire Alice plane and purify the undead breath and death power of the Alice plane just by using the sun furnace. Lu Feng said seriously. After the solar furnace merged with the divinity of the god of light, its size was not greatly increased, but its essence was elevated. Chapter 274 Generous Teacher Tia. Lu Feng saw the transformation of the sun furnace. Lu Feng had always called the previous sun furnace the little sun, but that was just a poor imitation of the sun in the outside sky that he had created in order to build the sun in the Qingmu spirit realm. It only imitated the appearance of the sun in the outside world and could emit light and heat. Compared with the real sun, it was like a firefly daring to compete with a bright moon. However, now that it has merged with the divinity of the god of light, the essence of the sun furnace has been improved, and the light and heat released contain the laws of light and the divinity of the god of light. It is this slight change in essence that has greatly increased the power of the sun furnace. Bathed in the sunlight after the transformation of the sun furnace, the residents of the Qingmu spirit realm all felt a strange change. The sun seemed to be warmer, and it was more comfortable to bask in the sun. The residents in the Qingmu spirit realm who had practiced the Qingmu Changsheng Sutra and sacrificed their natal spirit plants had the biggest reaction. They clearly felt that their natal spirit plants suddenly liked to bask in the sun. It seemed that there was something in the sunlight that the natal spirit plants liked, which was attracting the natal spirit plants. The life spirit plants that have been exposed to the sun have also had some slight improvements. In the long run, they have also brought many benefits to the life spirit plants. These are the benefits brought by the light rules in the sun. Where the sun shines, the plants in the Qingmu spirit realm enjoy these benefits more directly, while animals and humans can only slowly experience these changes in the environment. Lu Feng is very satisfied with the changes in the sun. The sun in the Qingmu spirit realm has become stronger, which affects all aspects of the Qingmu spirit realm. It will slowly strengthen the Qingmu spirit realm in the distant rotation of heaven and earth, and the owner of the spirit realm will enjoy the benefits in the end. At the same time, Lu Feng also has some expectations for the fusion of several other divinities. Turning his eyes, Lu Feng looked at another divine fusion that had already transformed. On the other side, the death mantis puppet has completed the fusion with the divinity of the god of hunting. After the fusion, the death mantis puppet has changed a lot. Now, Lu Feng did not use his mental power to control the death mantis puppet, but the death mantis puppet was flying and wandering among the branches of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, staring with 2 huge insect eyes, curiously looking at everything in the Qingmu spirit realm. Lu Feng probed a little and sensed a ray of new and ignorant consciousness from the body of the death mantis. This is too weird. The fusion of a divine nature actually gave the death mantis puppet a spiritual nature and self-awareness. What is this? Is the machine soul happy? Lu Feng was really confused about the changes in the death mantis puppet. Life, soul, consciousness, these things are still too complicated and profound for Lu Feng, a third-level wizard, and are not something that a wizard at his stage can study. Although he could not understand the process and principle of the death mantis puppet's machine soul, the benefits it brought were real. The death mantis puppet's new consciousness had a desire to understand the world. When it moved freely among the branches of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, it began to learn and understand the world. As Lu Feng watched and inspected it, the death mantis puppet ignorantly conveyed awe and closeness to Lu Feng. In order to please Lu Feng, the death mantis puppet also worked hard to fly and slash on the branches of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, showing Lu Feng its various abilities in order to gain more attention from Lu Feng. It was like a puppy, acting cute in front of him and seeking attention. However, the appearance of the death mantis puppet was not cute. Even if it tried to please Lu Feng like a puppy, it could not change its majesty and aura as a top predator. Especially after it merged with the divinity of the god of hunting, this momentum was strengthened to the peak. When the death mantis puppet was moving on the branches of the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedlings, the extraordinary monsters playing nearby, as long as they were stared at by the death mantis puppet's eyes, all felt that a disaster was about to happen, and their bodies and minds trembled. It seemed that if the death mantis puppet looked at him for a second, it would suddenly appear in front of him, take away his head with a single blow, and die. The aura of this top predator was like gold in the sand, which would shine no matter what and could not be covered up. At the same time, the strength of the death mantis puppet had also made great progress. Today's death mantis puppet can maintain the attack power of the third stage late stage for a long time. The divinity of the god of hunting has given the death mantis puppet a stronger and greater energy storage capacity, allowing it to maintain uninterrupted powerful attack power. It is no longer like before, with only one attack opportunity in each battle. If the attack misses, it can only flee immediately. Such a change is enough to make the death mantis puppet the first general under Lu Feng, taking on the responsibility of pioneering and attacking. With such a general guarding him, Lu Feng feels very safe. In addition to the completion of the fusion of these two divinities, the remaining divinity of the god of vampires, the divinity of the god of werewolves, and the divinity of the god of nobility and ritual are still being fused and absorbed. Annie, the vampire bat and a resident of the Kingmu spirit realm, their foundations were far inferior to the sun furnace and the death mantis puppet, and even inferior to the octopus monster who first ate the divine fruit and became the goddess of the sea. Therefore, it was a bit difficult for them to absorb and digest the divine fruit, and it took a lot more time. Lu Feng checked their status and estimated that he would have to wait for a few days after entering the ancient plane before he could see them complete the fusion and wake up. What a pity. Otherwise there would be 3 more thugs. Lu Feng thought to himself. However, on the other side, in the small yin world of the Kingmu spirit realm, the golden skeleton King Zhulu, who had been sleeping in the holy bone altar, seemed to have sensed Lu Feng's mood, and the golden soul fire in his sleep burned fiercely. Roar. With a roar, Zhulu moved his complete golden skeleton and crawled out of the bones of the holy bone altar. The majestic golden soul fire light and the powerful breath of death appeared on the top of the holy bone altar. Zhulu released his breath unscrupulously, announcing his return to all the undead creatures in the small yin world. Crash! There was a continuous sound of bones hitting the ground under the holy bone altar. Under the might of the golden skeleton King Doru, the undead creatures instinctively knelt on the ground to welcome the return of the dead. Not bad, not bad. Doru, you finally woke up. You didn't let me down when I invested in you. Seeing Doru's return, Lu Feng's face was full of surprise. Doru, who had returned from the dead, had successfully advanced to the third order mid-stage. At the same time, because of the integration of the divinity of the god of warriors, Doru's current appearance had also changed. Its original half-body skeleton has now been fully restored. The complete golden skeleton exudes a strong breath of death, which is dawning. Unlike before, under the effect of the divinity of the god of warriors, a golden round shield has been derived from the bones of Daru's left hand, a golden white bone longsword has grown on the bones of his right hand, and a thick white bone heavy armor has grown on his body. The sword and shield are used together, and the armor is attached to the body. In this promotion, the golden skeleton king has completely transformed into a battle-hardened skeleton god of war. Just standing with a shield in hand gives people a sense of indestructibility and peace of mind. It seems that this Doru, under the influence of the god of warriors, has not only changed his job to become a warrior, but also a defensive warrior. Lu Feng was quite satisfied after understanding it. Doru, who has become a defensive warrior, can better protect Lu Feng in battle, and at the same time can attract firepower and resist damage for Lu Feng's team, which greatly improves the combat ability of the entire team. However, Lu Feng felt that Doru's defensive equipment made of golden bones was a bit thin. After thinking about it, Lu Feng called a stone turtle the size of a square table from the Kingmu spirit realm. Master, what do you want? The stone turtle, who was sleeping comfortably on the ground, opened his eyes dazedly, and Lu Feng's figure came into view, which scared the stone turtle so much that it suddenly lost all sleepiness and hurriedly greeted Master Lu Feng. From now on, you will temporarily follow him and provide him with some defensive blessings. Lu Feng pointed at the door on the holy bone altar and ordered. The stone turtle was originally the natal magic weapon that Lu Feng had refined when he practiced the Wuta Mountain treasure seal. It was also the carrier of the earth spirit vein in the Qingmu spirit realm. Its ability increased with the improvement of the quality of the earth spirit vein. However, now, Lu Feng used the 5 elements formation more often when fighting, and rarely saw the stone turtle as the Wuta Mountain seal. Because of its nature of being quiet and not moving, the stone turtle was also happy to be idle. It had always been in the land of the Qingmu spirit realm, nestling in the place with the richest earth energy in the land, leisurely enjoying a life of playing bad, happy and carefree. However, although the stone turtle was leisurely, it still had some skills. As the carrier of the earth spirit vein in the Qingmu spirit realm, the stone turtle was also a Wuta Mountain seal, and had made good achievements in defense. Although it was not as good as the 5-color canopy created by Lu Feng's current 5 elements formation, it was enough to match the defense capabilities of the sword, shield and bone armor of the golden skeleton King Doru. Lu Feng explained his requirements to the stone turtle. The stone turtle's earth defense ability, combined with Doru's shield and bone armor defense, can definitely play a 1+1 greater than effect, and the escort ability is even better. After listening to Lu Feng's explanation, the stone turtle wailed and sighed that his leisurely life was about to be gone, but his body still flew into the small underworld and came to the holy bone altar. After communicating with the golden skeleton King Doru for a while, the skeleton and the stone turtle quickly reached a consensus. After reaching a consensus, the earthy yellow light on the stone turtle's tortoise shell permeated, and the square table-sized body shrank rapidly, and in the blink of an eye it became a small palm-sized appearance. The shrunken stone turtle glanced at the empty body under the bone armor of the golden skeleton king, and the eyes on the turtle's head turned around and drilled into the empty chest of the golden skeleton king. The stone turtle found a good position in Doru's chest and hung its body on Doru's skeleton. Then a yellowish-brown light was released from the stone turtle, covering Doru's bone armor and shield, providing him with more defensive capabilities. After the stone turtle finished everything, Doru moved his body. There was more weight on his body, but his defensive ability was even more amazing. At the same time, with his feet on the ground, there was a constant flow of power on Doru's body, providing him with strength and enhancing his recovery ability. The multifunctional shield made Doru feel that his strength had improved a lot. Lu Feng was also very satisfied with the improvement that the stone turtle brought to Doru. With Doru, who had enhanced his defensive ability, he felt a lot more secure. He had more confidence in going to the ancient plane to fight. After arranging Doru, Lu Feng checked the Qingmu spirit realm again to confirm that he had done his best in the preparations he could make. Lu Feng, who was a little tired, withdrew his gaze from the Qingmu spirit realm. He did not continue his routine meditation, but hugged Luo Ke and fell into deep sleep. After a night of deep sleep, Lu Feng felt a movement in his arms early the next morning and woke up from his sleep refreshed. Luo Ke, who woke up early in Lu Feng's arms, was staring at Lu Feng's face quietly, as if he wanted to see flowers from Lu Feng's face. Good morning. Morning. With the help of Luo Ke, Lu Feng spent a lot of time to get up from the bed refreshed, and then began to taste the hearty breakfast prepared by Luo Ke. After Lu Feng finished breakfast, Luo Ke hesitantly took out a palm-sized space pocket from his arms and handed it to Lu Feng. Rester, here are some food I specially prepared for you. After we start a battle in the ancient plane, I'm afraid we won't see each other for a while. Take these foods. When you get tired of drinking potions, you can take them out to satisfy your cravings. Luo Ke lowered his head, not daring to look at Lu Feng, for fear that if he raised his head, the tears in his eyes would flow out uncontrollably. It's okay, it's just going to the ancient plane to open up some wasteland, it's not a life and death separation. When Teacher Tia and I build an outpost base in the ancient plane, you from the Green Tower will go to the ancient plane, and we will meet again soon. Lu Feng accepted the space pocket handed over by Luo Ke, then hugged Luo Ke, gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and comforted her softly. Although Lu Feng was not 100% sure that he could handle the ancient plane, he didn't mind being heroic in front of Luo Ke, who was reluctant to leave, and gave Luo Ke some confidence. With Lu Feng's comfort, Luo Ke's mood gradually stabilized. After finally dealing with Luo Ke, Lu Feng left the 35th floor of the Green Tower under Luo Kei's reluctant gaze and went to meet with Wizard Tia. Lu Feng did not look back when he left. This affectionate gaze on his back made Lu Feng feel a responsibility that had fallen on his shoulders at some point. Now, he has developed into more than just a person on the road ahead in these years. Not only Luo Kei, but also a burden on the Kingmu spirit realm. This may be the reason why he is willing to keep moving forward and pursue more powerful power even though he is timid and cowardly. After wandering around in the Green Tower, Lu Feng came to Wizard Tia's territory. Wizard Tia had already packed his bags and was waiting for Lu Feng here. Well, it's almost time. Let's get ready to go. Seeing Lu Feng coming, Wizard Tia said while sipping tea elegantly. As the Tia wizard said this, he took out a space pocket from his bosom and threw it to Lu Feng, adding, "By the way, take these things. I see that you are relatively poor. These are some self-defense items prepared by the teacher for you. You can use them as you see fit. It may be quite dangerous when you enter the ancient plane for the first time. When you are in battle, I may not be able to take care of you. If you encounter an enemy that you cannot defeat, you can directly use the things in it to escape. The teacher has his own way to deal with it." "Thank you, teacher." Hearing this, Lu Feng's heart warmed up and he thanked the Tia wizard sincerely. Although it was completely slanderous for the Tia wizard to say that he was poor, it felt really good to have a teacher who always cared about him. Taking the space pocket handed over by the Tia wizard, Lu Feng probed into it with his mental power and was immediately shocked by the things in it. What caught his eye was the magic stones piled up like a small mountain range, and several secret treasures with dazzling witchcraft brilliance were suspended above the magic stone mountain range. "Teacher Tia, how come there are so many magic stones in here? This is too much?" Lu Feng asked in surprise. He scanned the magic stones piled up into a small mountain range with his mental power and knew the number of them was about 45 million. Such a large number of magic stones was equivalent to his income in the Green Tower for 7 or 8 years. Why did Teacher Tia give him so many magic stones at once? Was it because he cried poor in front of Teacher Tia last time? Lu Feng couldn't understand. "These magic stones are for you. I heard that your secondary profession consumes a lot of resources. Last time I heard you say you were poor, I took some old magic stones from my warehouse and threw them to you. See if it's enough. After going to the ancient plane, we may not be able to return to the Green Tower in a short time. We can't delay your daily practice of your secondary profession because of the overall mission of the Green Tower, right?" Facing Lu Feng's question, Wizard Tia was not moved at all, and explained the source of the magic stones in this space pocket calmly. It seemed that these tens of millions of magic stones were just dust in his eyes. Lu Feng didn't know whether Wizard Tia was forcing herself to show off or showing off her wealth in an inhumane way. However, as soon as Wizard Tia explained this, Lu Feng knew that he had to accept these magic stones. The decision made by Teacher Tia obviously did not allow Lu Feng to object or question. Lu Feng couldn't say no, so he had to accept these magic stones first. Although the secondary profession that Teacher Tia guessed was irrelevant to the earthly immortal method that Lu Feng actually practiced, Teacher Tia was right. The earthly immortal method he practiced did consume a lot of resources. If Lu Feng could not return to the Verdant Tower in time in the savage ancient plane, without the magic stones supplemented by the Verdant Tower, Lu Feng's earthly immortal method practice would inevitably be affected. This was not something Lu Feng wanted to see. Although he had the treasure, Space Gate, which was enough for Lu Feng to freely travel back and forth between the Verdant Tower and the savage ancient plane, this was a secret that Lu Feng could never expose and must not show in front of others. Therefore, the magic stones prepared by Teacher Tia for him just hit Lu Feng's weak spot, and he couldn't refuse them. After looking at the magic stones, Lu Feng looked at the remaining items in the space pocket, a total of 4. The 4 items were all witchcraft secret treasures shining with a strong witchcraft brilliance. Next to the witchcraft secret treasures, Tia the wizard also thoughtfully placed an instruction manual. Each one was an extremely precious 3rd-level wizard secret treasure. Brighter Nature Punisher Staff, Natural Mercy Brooch, Surging Life Ring, Void-Tearing Device Improved Type 2 Speed Version. After checking them out, Lu Feng knew the effects of these items. Brighter Nature Punisher Staff is a 3rd-level staff that can enhance the power of witchcraft casting and increase the casting speed. It is said that it was once a practice work of a high-level wizard in the botanical garden. Although it is only 3rd level and has not solidified any attack or defense witchcraft, It has achieved the ultimate strengthening and speed-up effects of the staff itself. Casting with a Brinter Nature Punisher staff can increase the casting speed of third-level witchcraft by 10% and the casting effect by 30%. Just one third-level secret treasure is enough to increase Lu Feng's combat power by 20% to 30%. Natural Mercy Brooch. This accessory does not have a buff effect on the power of witchcraft, but it is engraved with the third-level witchcraft, Natural Mercy. When it is attacked fatally, it can automatically trigger the third-level witchcraft, Natural Mercy, thereby giving the equipment a shield that can resist fatal blows, and can block up to the third-level late-stage attacks. First of all, due to the material and energy storage of the accessory, the effect of Natural Mercy Brooch can be triggered once every 6 hours. It is also a good life-saving secret treasure for Lu Feng. However, when Lu Feng got this accessory, he was thinking about whether he could let the energy-absorbing ancient tree seedling eat this accessory, and then fix the effect of Natural Mercy Brooch on the Kingmu Spirit Realm. At that time, with the Kingmu Spirit Realm as the carrier, the defense limit and frequency of use of Natural Mercy Brooch can be greatly improved, and it can also greatly improve Lu Feng's life-saving ability. However, in front of the Tia Wizard, Lu Feng couldn't just dismantle the Natural Mercy Brooch and study it carefully. I had no choice but to pin the Nature's Mercy Brooch on my chest and use it for the time being. The other item, the Surging Life Ring, was much simpler. Like the Brinter Nature Punisher staff, the Surging Life Ring did not solidify the third-level witchcraft, but focused on improving the witchcraft power and casting speed of the wearer. Lu Feng took a look and directly put the Surging Life Ring on his right hand. As long as he put it on, it would work. The higher the quality of these wizard's secret treasures, the simpler they were to use, and the effect was also very rough. For high-level wizards, the witchcraft power solidified in countless secret treasures was not as good as the third-level witchcraft they cast themselves. Therefore, the carefully crafted witchcraft secret treasures only needed to provide them with various gains. The simpler and more extreme they were, the better the effect would be. When powerful third-level wizards developed to the later stage, they all had a set of third-level witchcraft secret treasures on their bodies to maximize their own witchcraft power and casting speed. Once they made a move, it was earth-shattering. Chapter 275, Ancient Plane, Giant Golden Tree. Picking up the staff and putting on the Surging Life Ring, Lu Feng felt a special power bestowed on him, and immediately understood the power of the third-level witchcraft secret treasure. The simple effect maximized the combat capability of the third-level wizard. As for the last item, the improved void-tearing device Type 2 speedy version, it was a life-saving secret treasure specially prepared by Tia Wizard for Lu Feng. When in danger, you only need to use your mental power to trigger it, and you can immediately tear a space crack around you and teleport Lu Feng away. The teleportation distance is about more than 1,000 kilometers. Although the teleportation is random, the improved void-tearing device Type 2 speedy version has specially enhanced the transmission speed, which is extremely fast. Combined with the life-saving shield of the Natural Mercy Brooch, it is enough for Lu Feng to escape when he encounters danger. Space-related equipment has always been precious, and such a useful life-saving device must be worth a lot of magic stones. Lu Feng also understood that these were Teacher Tia's intentions for him. Just as he looked at Teacher Tia with gratitude, Wizard Tia looked indifferent, curled her lips and said, "Don't be grateful to me, these are all the third-level equipment I discarded, and I have better ones in my hands. I saw that you are in a blank suit and poor like a wanderer, so I took a few pieces of equipment from my treasure house to give to you. As long as you can use them." After hearing this, Lu Feng's half-grown gratitude and his heart suddenly began to cool down as if a basin of ice water was poured on him. He glanced at Wizard Tia carefully and was almost blinded by the glare. Lu Feng usually didn't spend much time with Teacher Tia, and didn't pay much attention to the teacher's clothes. Now he observed it deliberately and immediately found that Teacher Tia was wearing a dazzling third-level witchcraft secret treasure. It was really dazzling, and it could blind Lu Feng's titanium alloy dog eyes. Wizard Tia is indeed an old-fashioned wizard who built his own wizard tower with magic stones and maintained the Green Tower for hundreds of years. He has a deep foundation. The equipment she wore was uniformly a third-level wizard's secret treasure. The hat on her head, the pendant for her hair, the earrings, the pendant, the necklace, the clothes, the belt, the shoes. Every piece of equipment on her body was a powerful wizard's secret treasure. The most outrageous thing was that on Wizard Tia's hands, there were more than a dozen rings that looked like the Surging Life ring. As long as it could fit and did not affect the combat and spellcasting, she would wear equipment desperately. Lu Feng even had reason to suspect that Teacher Tia's underwear was a third-level wizard's secret treasure. Moreover, this was only the equipment Teacher Tia wore on her body, not counting the weapons in his space ring, the alchemical puppets that assisted in combat, and the witchcraft scrolls for emergency casting. Compared with Wizard Tia, Lu Feng found that the staff and ring he had just obtained were not so attractive. It turned out that what Teacher Tia said was really right. These two pieces of equipment were really the garbage that the teacher eliminated. Damn Teacher Tia, give me back the feeling just now. Teacher, you see I'm so poor that I'm about to become a wanderer. How about you give me 2 more pieces of equipment so that I can at least get a full set of equipment? Burying the gratitude in his heart, Lu Feng quickly approached Teacher Tia. He took out a broken bowl from the King Mu spirit realm, and then shamelessly placed a bowl in front of the Wizard Tia and begged. Rich man, hungry. Begging for food. What is face? Isn't it used at times like this? Before he discovered Teacher Tia's identity as a rich man, Lu Feng had always maintained his face in front of the teacher. But now, everything is different. It's time for him to use his face, which he has treasured for many years, to come out of the arena and use it correctly. Crack! With a sound, the teacup in the hands of the Wizard Tia shattered. A face with a somewhat stiff face came into Lu Feng's eyes. The splashing tea directly splashed on the shameless Lu Feng who came up to him. Before it fell, it automatically evaporated under the anger on Lu Feng's face. It disappeared completely. It didn't soak Lu Feng completely. It messed up Lu Feng's hairstyle. Fortunately, there were only him and Lu Feng here. Otherwise, Wizard Tia felt that his old face would be completely lost by Lu Feng. Why didn't he realize before that Lu Feng was such a shameless person? Get lost. Don't think I don't know. Although you look poor, your strength is improving rapidly. You have consumed a lot of resources, but it is also worth the money. Now you are already in the middle stage of the 3rd level wizard. Who has your cultivation speed and is still crying poor in front of me? Wizard Tia held his forehead with his hand and said speechlessly. Isn't it because of the teacher's good teaching? Lu Feng laughed. However, he did not explain too much about his amazing cultivation speed. Teacher Tia knew that he was fast. But as long as Lu Feng didn't say it himself, Wizard Tia didn't bother to pursue it. Lu Feng didn't violate the laws of the botanical garden. No matter how fast he cultivated, it was Lu Feng's ability. It was also his own opportunity. The botanical garden is a famous white wizard organization in the wizard world. If they even snatched the opportunity of their apprentice, can they still be called white wizards? Besides, Lu Feng has his own opportunity. Has Tia never encountered any opportunities since he started practicing? Putting himself in his shoes, Tia can understand Lu Feng's choice. As long as Lu Feng does not endanger the green tower in the botanical garden, Tia will always be Lu Feng's teacher. Facts have proved that Lu Feng's shamelessness is useful. Under his soft and hard grinding, Tia Wizard finally couldn't stand Lu Feng's shamelessness, and still took out a set of 3rd level wizard secret treasures and gave it to Lu Feng. This set of equipment is called Tree Pattern Set. There are 8 pieces in total, including the Holy Tree Pattern Head Armor, Holy Tree Pattern Gauntlets, Holy Tree Pattern Robe, Holy Tree Pattern Shoulder Pads, Holy Tree Pattern Leggings, Holy Tree Pattern Combat Boots, Holy Tree Pattern Necklace, and Holy Tree Pattern Ring. Tree Pattern Set, in addition to greatly improving Lu Feng's witchcraft power and casting speed, it also improves Lu Feng's mental recovery effect and energy gathering speed. After putting it on, Lu Feng feels like he has upgraded his weapon. In terms of wizard magic alone, Lu Feng, who is now wearing a set of equipment, can beat a team of himself just now. His strength has increased by at least 5 or 6 times. The price of the 3rd level witchcraft secret treasure is not cheap, but it is also worth the money. Although this set of tree pattern suit is the equipment eliminated by the Tia Wizard, it still gave Lu Feng a big shock. The key is that the tree pattern suit also comes with 2 suit effects. 4-piece set effect. When Lu Feng releases natural witchcraft, there is a certain probability of triggering the energy-saving casting effect, which increases Lu Feng's mental recovery speed by 50%. 8-piece set effect. When your natural witchcraft hits the target, it will leave a tree pattern mark on the target for 6 seconds, increasing the damage caused by your witchcraft attack to the marked target by an additional 10%. One effect provides Lu Feng with endurance, and the other effect provides Lu Feng with a stronger witchcraft power. With the effect of the suit, Lu Feng can fight more and more bravely. Thank you for the gift, teacher. After putting on a tree pattern suit, picking up the staff, and feeling the power enhancement brought by the equipment, Lu Feng still sincerely thanked the wizard Tia. Although these equipment were discarded by teacher Tia, they were also precious items worth a lot of magic stones. For Lu Feng, they were good things that he could not buy or get for a while. Teacher Tia could give carelessly, but Lu Feng could not be heartless. Pretentious, you have already taken it, so don't talk about other things. This time, you have contributed to the battle of the ancient plane, just don't fall behind. Let's go. It's almost time, let's go to the plane gate. Listening to Lu Feng's sincere thanks, the wizard Tia reached out and patted Lu Feng on the shoulder, chuckling. Understood, teacher. Lu Feng also nodded solemnly. Teacher Tia is now at a critical moment of comprehending the golden law, and it is better to be quiet than to move. When they enter the savage plane, Teacher Tia will probably spend most of his time at the battle base of the Green Tower, concentrating on comprehending the laws and practicing. At that time, the many pressures of conquering the savage plane will fall on him. These powerful equipment are also the guarantee for Lu Feng's future in the savage plane. The two of them left the Green Tower together. Soon, Wizard Tia and Lu Feng came to the plane square. The two people who were in high positions and had great power in the Green Tower suddenly became insignificant when they came here, and casually blended in with the wizards coming and going. Entering the plane hall, there were obviously more wizards coming and going, each of them was extraordinary, and the voices of communicating with each other also increased. Have you heard? Recently, some wizard has been so cruel that he directly hollowed out 2 low-level planes. Of course I heard. It is said that not even a grass can grow in those 2 planes. If that wizard had not helped one plane to deal with the undead plague and cleaned up the pollution of the endless abyss in another plane, the Plane Federation of the Botanical Garden would have found the wizard and put him in jail. After all, those 2 planes are the property of the Botanical Garden. Hey, you have heard that many good people have given that wizard a nickname, called the sky is 3 feet high. The sky is 3 feet high? What's that saying? Which plane came up with this saying? Isn't this praising him? There is a saying that the sky is 3 feet high and the ground is 7 points thin. It means that he has scraped the ground too hard. Puchy, no wonder. The sky is 3 feet high, ha ha ha. Lu Feng heard strange jokes along the way. At first, he didn't react, but when he heard about the undead plague and the endless abyss, he knew that this group of wizards were talking about him. Damn it, isn't it just plundering 2 primary planes? How can it have such a big reputation? Even the Tia wizard next to him couldn't help but smile when he heard the reputation of the sky is high. Lu Feng was even more depressed about this. However, there were some things wrong with what these people said. Although Lu Feng emptied 2 primary planes, he had not been criticized or warned by any organization. Otherwise, as the Tower Master of the Green Tower, Tia wizard would have been furious with him long ago. Lu Feng was relieved that he did not violate the laws of the Botanical Garden. As for other discussions, Lu Feng didn't take them to heart at all. What else did he have to do with other words? If there were more discussions, maybe he could contribute some high-quality willpower to him. Black and red are also red, there is no point at all. Listening to the discussions about himself all the way, Tia wizard took Lu Feng to the small teleportation array in the plane hall. Teleport, the ancient plane gate. Wizard Tia authorized the guiding elf beside him to activate the teleportation array. A gorgeous light flashed, and the two disappeared on the teleportation array. The scenery in front of him changed. A moment later, Lu Feng followed Wizard Tia down the teleportation array. In front of them, a magnificent plane gate stood tall. The portal of the plane gate alone was hundreds of meters high and hundreds of meters wide, enough for hundreds of people to enter the plane gate in parallel. What a tall plane gate! Is this the treatment of a mid-level plane like the ancient plane? Lu Feng sighed as he looked at the tall plane gate. Compared with this plane gate, the plane gates of the Tyrus plane and the Alice plane were just like playing house, small and shabby. The ancient plane is an intermediate plane, and more personnel and materials will be needed for the conquest. If the plane gate is small, how can it sustain a huge plane war? Now this is just the normal state of the plane gate. If necessary, you can spend magic stones to overclock the plane gate and expand the current size of the plane gate 10 times, which is enough to directly stuff the verdant tower into the ancient plane through the plane gate. Looking at Lu Feng's surprised expression, Wizard Tia explained on the side. Wizard towers are just conventional weapons. When fighting in high-level planes, floating cities, plane warships, kingdoms of God transformed by wizards, and other war machines are piled into the plane gates. I was lucky enough to see it once. That scene can definitely subvert your understanding of wizard civilization. My wizard tower is still missing something. It can't change size freely, and the energy supply is insufficient. It also needs to rely on ground veins and magic stones. Otherwise, this time I conquer the ancient plane, I really want to drive the green tower directly over and crush the ancient plane. Wizard Tia said with regret. Lu Feng, who was close at hand, seemed to see a blazing flame in his eyes. It seems that although Teacher Tia is handsome and kind, he still has a fiery heart to open a wizard tower and a warship. It's right to think about it. Except for a fool, who doesn't want to open a wizard tower, eat witchcraft food, and drink wine to conquer the ancient plane. Wizard Tia thought about it, and Lu Feng actually thought about it too. However, he was more concerned about how many resources he would need to turn his Kingmu spirit realm into an indestructible combat unit like a floating city, a battleship, and a wizard tower. At that time, it would be very cool to drive the Kingmu spirit realm and directly crush all enemies. Maybe, I can also learn from combat units such as wizard towers, floating cities, and battleships to add some large-scale combat equipment to my Kingmu spirit realm, such as magic stone cannons, witchcraft towers, battleship main guns, and war workshops for making alchemical puppets. It must be said that when it comes to these powerful combat units, Lu Feng also has more ideas in his mind to improve his strength. Anyway, the Kingmu spirit realm has been refined to this point and has completely merged with Lu Feng. As long as he has a thought, the items and energy in the Kingmu spirit realm can be released to the outside world by him. When the time comes, just raising his hand will fire the energy bombs of the magic stone cannon, the witchcraft released by the witchcraft tower, and the destructive blow released by the main gun of the battleship. Such attacks are countless times more powerful than his own witchcraft, especially these things can be infinitely mass-produced under a certain amount of resource accumulation. When encountering the enemy, raising his hand will be an overwhelming attack. Just thinking about that scene is exciting. Lu Feng was a little excited when he thought of that scene. He wanted to go home right now and get some combat parts to put on the Kingmu spirit realm. However, he still held back. To be honest, Lu Feng had already used this kind of application. Relying on the 5 spiritual veins of the Kingmu spirit realm, the 5 directions and 5 elements war was refined, which was the product of utilizing the power of the entire Kingmu spirit realm. So, the magic and magical powers of the earthly immortal world are the way to maximize the use of the power of the Kingmu spirit realm. Thinking of this, Lu Feng looked at the plane gate of the ancient plane in front of him, and suddenly had some plans for his future in his heart. What I need to do now is to accumulate resources in the ancient plane, plunder everything I need, and strengthen the Kingmu spirit realm until I can defeat the god of steam and mage in the western world and the master of Tai sect in the earthly immortal world. I must go back to the earthly immortal world. The methods of the earthly immortal world are different from those of wizards, and they are the key to strengthening my advantage. Having set a goal, Lu Feng was full of motivation to conquer the ancient plane. Okay, it's almost time to rest and prepare. Next, we have to be 10 times more energetic. Now there are only 2 third-level wizards in the verdant tower, and opposite the plane gate, there may be a lot of strong men from the ancient plane blocking the door. Of course, there may be only a few enemies, so this is a gamble. Wizard Tia reminded Lu Feng. While speaking, Wizard Tia took out a high emerald green staff from his arms and held it in his hand. The 3 witchcraft runes rotating around his forehead were also shining. Then, Wizard Tia took out a large stack of witchcraft scrolls from his arms and threw half of them to Lu Feng. These are some third-level protective witchcraft scrolls I prepared in advance. Use them one by one, put on a shield for yourself, and add buffs. After entering the plane gate, I may not have time to take care of you, so be careful. As he said this, Tia the wizard had already used his mental power to activate the witchcraft scrolls in his hand one by one. In a few familiar times, Tia the wizard was covered with a dense layer of witchcraft shields. There were also a series of buff attributes, and the buff witchcraft auras that strengthened the power of spells shown on his body. Finally, Tia the wizard took out several bottles of third-level potions and several third-level witchcraft dishes to fill up his buffs. Seeing Tia the wizard prepare like this, Lu Feng's eyes jumped. I thought he was already a hideaway, but I didn't expect his teacher Tia to be even more hideaway than him. Before the battle started, a set of buffs had been filled up. Is this the self-cultivation of a third-level wizard before a fight? It's really amazing. With Tia the wizard taking the lead, Lu Feng took a deep breath and became serious. After using all the witchcraft scrolls given by Tia wizard, drinking potions, and eating witchcraft food, Lu Feng also began to increase his status. 2 Life Flower Shadow. Lu Feng performed the witchcraft he had just learned, and an identical Lu Feng appeared in the original place. Then Jilu, who was wearing armor, holding a shield, and covered with the power of the earth, was summoned by Lu Feng. Lu Feng moved his body, and his body immediately twisted and shrank, turning into a jelly bean-sized emerald green bead. This emerald green bead is the body of the King Mu spirit realm, but under Lu Feng's cover, only a burst of rich grass and wood essence and natural spiritual light can be seen. Lu Feng thought about it. After all, it was a battle that even Tia wizard had to prepare for with all his strength. If he didn't show his best skills, he might not be able to slip away. He flew directly into the body of the stone turtle in Julu's chest. During this process, Lu Feng even wrapped a layer of 5-color divine light on the surface of the bead. The 5-color divine light was the 5-colored canopy that Lu Feng displayed when he activated the 5 directions 5 elements formation. It was the strongest in Lu Feng's hands in terms of defensive ability. Then, Julu stood obediently beside the natural clone created by Double Flower Shadow, like a servant, protecting the natural clone like a loyal guard. Teacher, I'm ready. Lu Feng's operation also made Tia wizard feel a sense of eye-opening, especially his method of changing his body into a round bead, which made Tia wizard a little amazed. Tia wizard was still very familiar with the natural clone of Double Flower Shadow, but Lu Feng summoned a third-stage middle-stage golden skeleton king and dared to hide in it. Tia wizard really didn't expect this kind of magical thinking and strength. No wonder Rest has cultivated to this level in so many years. It's really amazing. Tia wizard sighed. Lu Feng's performance also made Tia wizard feel a lot more at ease. With this ability, Lu Feng will be more likely to survive in the ancient plane. Let's go. Let's see what the ancient plane is capable of. Wizard Tia said seriously after taking a deep breath, and then stepped forward with a glow of witchcraft, and stepped into the plane gate. Lu Feng's face was stern, and he controlled the natural clone and the golden skeleton king Doru, and followed closely behind and stepped into the plane gate. The plane gate of the intermediate plane seemed to be much more powerful than the plane gate of Alice's plane. When Lu Feng passed through the plane gate, he didn't feel much strangeness. He saw a vast expanse of silver in front of him, and then the scenery changed, and Lu Feng passed through the plane gate and came to the ancient plane. Just after leaving the plane gate, before Lu Feng could observe the surroundings through the natural clone, a dense wind blade, carrying a terrifying energy that seemed to be able to cut everything, came to Lu Feng's head. Defense posture, iron wall. Lu Feng's natural clone didn't have time to move. The golden skeleton king Doru, who was guarding the natural clone, roared, and the shield in his hand was covered with rich earth power, which turned into a steel wall and stood in front of the natural clone. Ding ding ding. The dense wind blades that attacked the natural clone were immediately blocked by Doru's iron wall. The collision between the wind blades and the iron wall produced sparks. With Doru's opportunity to intercept the wind blade attack, Lu Feng had time to check what was happening around him. In front of the plane gate, a huge golden tree behind the Tia wizard rose from the ground like a rising sun, sending endless light to all directions. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.